mod kit that are going to be built by NASA astronauts Jess Camere and Chris Williams during today's spacewalk, following the previous work done by Anne McLean and Nicole Ayers on May 1st of 2025. And you can see a portion of NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway there on your screen.
3, 2, 1, start exercise, cycle 9.
He is assisting NASA astronauts Jess Camere and Chris Williams this morning, as well as taking some imagery of them currently. Today's spacewalk will be the 278th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and will be the first of 2026. Again, this spacewalk will be the fourth for NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who previously conducted 3 spacewalks totaling over 21 hours, and it will be the very first spacewalk for NASA astronaut Chris Williams. In addition to the 2A mod kit build, today's spacewalk will include sampling as part of the ISS external microorganisms experiment, which tests samples collected from life support system vents on the outside of the space station, as well as other areas, to examine whether the spacecraft may release microorganisms, how many, and how far they may travel. And here on your screen, you do see a location of the 3 areas that will be swabbed today as part of this ongoing investigation. This research could help determine whether changes are needed to crewed spacecraft, including spacesuits used to explore destinations where life may exist now or existed previously, and to limit the spread.
3, 2, 1, end exercise.
Again, and to limit the spread of any possible human contamination. This will be the second sample collection for this investigation, following the first sample that was conducted during US EVA 92 in January of 2025.
Three, two, one, start exercise. Cycle 10, last cycle.
You're continuing to get views on your screen of NASA astronaut Chris Williams on the left and NASA astronaut Jess Camere on the right in the spacesuit with the red stripe on it as they complete their final aisle or in-suit light exercise procedure to help purge any excess nitrogen from their blood following the pre-breathing procedures of 100% oxygen that was completed earlier this morning. And now coming into view is NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who's been assisting the crew this morning, taking some photos, it appears. Both Mir and Hathaway arrived to the International Space Station just last month on NASA's SpaceX Crew 12 mission. And now coming into view is European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adano, who's also been assisting with suit-up procedures this morning. Later on during today's spacewalk, Hathaway and Adano will work together to utilize the Canadarm2 into a configuration to allow a lens cap to be installed by today's spacewalkers. In addition to the 4 crew members you see on your screen here, there are 7 humans living and working aboard the International Space Station as we speak. That includes current Space Station Commander Sergei Krutzverchkov, as well as Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Mikheyev and Andrei Fedyaev. Fedyaev on your screen there taking some imagery of Williams, Adano, Hathaway, and Mir.
Three, two, one, end exercise. That's the final cycle. Congratulations on completing your pre-breathe exercise protocol in the suit. Copy, thumbs up.
And with that,
Houston Airlock, we're back with you, and understand we're going to start in step 5 of 1.2.
Concur.
And a short time ago, we did hear the call that the aisle or in-suit light exercise procedures are complete. Now that this is complete, the crew, namely NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adino, will work to get helmet cameras installed to both NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Jessica Meir this morning.
Airlock, EV1 has set amp hours to 29.5, EV2 to 29.0.
Copy that. Those are good numbers right there. And just let us know when you turn the HECAs on.
And that communication referring to the HECA, that is the High Definition Extravehicular Mobility Unit Camera Assembly. Again, those cameras we were referring to that are being worked to be installed as we speak.
We have 2 green lights, one on each EV1 and EV2 for the HD EMU cameras for your step 7.
Copy that. Thanks, Jack. Hold right here. We'll do some work on the ground, get right back to you.
That's great.
And Jack, back with you on here. While we're working on the ground steps in step 8, you are go to complete steps 9 through 15.
Copy. We will put 9 through 15 into work.
Thank you.
And those communications from here on the ground inside Mission Control Houston by today's Capcom, or Capsule Communicator Scott Segui up to NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. Scott will be prime for communicating with the crew inside the International Space Station once today's spacewalk begins, and while they are outside performing the spacewalk today, NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson will be the spacewalk communicator. And in addition to the spacewalk communicator and Capcom, there are several other team members here on your screen that are all being led by NASA Flight Director Deanna Trujillo during today's Orbit 2 shift. And there you do see on your screen there NASA Flight Director Deanna Trujillo, NASA astronaut and today's ground IV Tracy Dyson, and the Capcom for today, Scott Segui.
Houston airlock TCV setting for EV1 is now 6.
Copy, TCV 6, thank you.
And you're looking at a view from inside NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's helmet cam as they work to continue configuring tools and tethers, getting everything ready to go ahead of today's spacewalk. On the left of your screen there is NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, and on the right is European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno, who are assisting. And directly across from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is Chris Williams. He will be completing his very first spacewalk today. Again, this will be the 4th spacewalk for Meir.
Houston airlock, we are complete through step 15. Just waiting for your go for the next couple steps.
Great timing, Jack. We are now go on the ground. You have a go in step 16 for MEDOX.
We're go for MEDOX replacement.
And you're getting another bird's eye view perspective, this time from inside NASA astronaut.
We're just double checking our steps here. We think we also need to do step 8, where we're going to turn the HECA power buttons to off before we move on to the MEDOX. Is that right?
Yeah, good catch there, Jack. Absolutely, we are go for you to complete the rest of step 8 as well.
And we did hear some communications between the crew on the space station and the ground discussing MEDOX canisters. That is the metal oxide canister, which is used inside the spacesuit to remove carbon dioxide during spacewalks.
Houston airlock. We're going to put serial number 1031 into Jessica.
Copy that. 1031, that's a good number.
And you are seeing NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway there in the center of your screen holding that MEDOX, or metal oxide canister. This is going to be installed, this MEDOX canister is going to be installed inside of NASA astronaut Jessica Mears' spacesuit. You can see they're turning her to get her into a good config to be able to place that MEDOX canister. This canister does remove carbon dioxide during spacewalks, and can actually be utilized multiple times. Once complete with today's spacewalks, they can recharge the MEDOX canister. And if you're just joining us, we are continuing to bring you live views inside the International Space Station as two NASA astronauts are suited up and preparing to venture outside the space station's hatch to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. Earlier this week, we did have an EVA preview brief where Flight Director Diana Trujillo walked us through the procedures that will occur during today's spacewalk. Let's take a closer look. A closer look at what we can expect during today's spacewalk. On your screen, you're now seeing European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adano working to get the MEDOX canister installed inside Chris Williams' spacesuit. And we are in a brief expected handover between our satellites, but we'll regain views and communications here shortly with the crew. But you're currently looking live inside Mission Control Houston at the flight control team that is being led by NASA Flight Director Diana Trujillo. Next to Diana, you see NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson, who will be our ground IV and communicating with today's spacewalkers once the spacewalk is underway and the crew is outside the International Space Station. And to Tracy's right, you see NASA Capcom Scott Zagatti. And the flight control team that you do see on your screen here is going to be working through procedures today as part of U.S. Spacewalk 94, where NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams will exit the space station's Quest airlock to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. Once these arrays are installed, they will provide additional power for the orbiting lab, including for critical support of its safe and controlled deorbit. Additionally, swabs will be taken outside of the space station
We've installed 1031 into EV1, 1032 into EV2, and we've now paused the pre-breathe clock at GMT 1112 in step 11. So looking for your go to move on to step 12.
Copy that, Jack. All good numbers right there. You are go to pick up in step 12.
And just to finish up there, in addition to the 2A power channel mod kit installation, the crew will also swab the outside of the space station to test for possible microorganisms as part of an ongoing investigation. And we do have views back inside the International Space Station here. On your left is NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who will be completing his first spacewalk today. And on the right of your screen, suited up, is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who will complete her fourth spacewalk of her career today. And a few more photos taking place as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeneau continue to step through procedures ahead of today's start of the spacewalk.
Stand airlock, step 18. We pulled out detox canisters 0 to 5.
And Jack, we had a little bit of comm dropout right there. Can you repeat those numbers again?
Not being made fun of for saying detox instead of medox.
All good, Jack. We'll forgive you on that one. Hey, could you repeat those numbers again? There's a bit of a comm dropout.
All right, those serial numbers were 0005, and the second serial number 0010.
All right. right, perfect. That's what we were expecting. Thanks, Jack. And with that comm dropout, that conveniently covered your comm, so that worked out.
Sorry, Houston, we just stepped on you. Can you repeat your last?
Nothing important right there. We were just letting you know we had that comm dropout, and we missed your ECOC call, which I'm sad for at this point. But everything's going well. Thank you.
Sure, what kind of ECOC call I was supposed to make. So what are you looking for there?
Nothing needed right there, so forget we even talked about it.
Copy.
And Jack, FYI, on the ground, we see the purge complete. We're ready for the purge valve close whenever you guys are.
Purge valves are now down and locked. EMU pre-breathe into pre-breathe clock restarted. GMT 1119.
1119. Thank you.
And you're looking at a view of NASA astronaut Chris Williams suited up in his space suit ahead of today's spacewalk. Our other spacewalker today is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who has previously completed 3 spacewalks. Prime for assisting today is NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, as well as European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno. They recently stepped through procedures to install the MEDOX, or metal oxide canister, into both Meir and Williams' spacesuit. The MEDOX canister does remove excess carbon dioxide during spacewalks. And also on your screen there on the left, you see Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Kutsverchkov, who is the current Expedition 74 commander.
Houston, airlock 2, good manual leak checks. We're back into step 17 of 1.225. We're going to start pulling them off EVAs and put the tapers on them.
Copy that, Jack. We see the same. Back to step 17. Thank you, sir.
Okay, and then one other data piece to add, Chris has had quite a bit of trouble today moving his O2 actuator from off to press. He's been able to do it on his own, but we just want to give you a heads up that it's been sticky and it's been a little bit difficult for him to get it into that position. He's happy with it. We just want you guys to be tracking it.
And copy that, Jack. Thanks for the added information right there. We'll track it down here as well.
And with those communications, the next procedures that NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adino will help step through with the crew ahead of this spacewalk is getting their SAFERs installed. The SAFER is the simplified aid for EVA rescue and would be used in the unlikely event that an astronaut were to become untethered from the space station. The SAFER would allow the crew member to safely propel them back to the space station. Sometimes you may refer to it being called the space jetpack. So they're working together now to get those installed onto NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's spacesuit. And once the SAFERs are successfully installed, the astronauts will move through the equipment lock portion of the airlock into the crew lock section. Now coming into view is one of those SAFERs, or simplified aid for EVA rescue. Adino and Hathaway continuing to work together to install the SAFER onto NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's spacesuit. This will be her 4th spacewalk of her career. And again, the primary tasks for today's spacewalk are to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. Once installed, these arrays will provide additional power for the orbiting laboratory. Additionally, swabs will be taken outside of the space station to test for possible microorganisms. Adeno and Hathaway continuing to work to install that safer to Jessica Mears spacesuit. Earlier this morning, the crew worked through procedures to pre-breathe 100% oxygen in order to purge any excess nitrogen from their bodies, and then they completed their in-suit light exercise or ISLE activities. These movements help acclimate the body to the lower pressure of the spacesuit and purge excess nitrogen from their body slowly to avoid getting the bends or decompression sickness, similar to what divers on Earth can experience. Once Mears Safer is successfully installed, she will be moved into the crew lock. Inside the crew lock currently, you see on the top of your screen there is the strut bag. The strut bag is about 8 feet long. It weighs over 300 pounds and contains the pieces of the mid struts and left lower strut, which will be assembled and installed during today's spacewalk. A portion of the mod kit has already previously been installed and built during a spacewalk last May by NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers. And NASA astronaut Jessica Meir now being moved into that crew lock portion of the International Space Station by NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who you can see there on the bottom of your screen, as well as European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adno a little further back. Once Mir is situated inside of the airlock, they'll work to install Chris Williams' safer.
And Jack, Houston on 1 on here. We're watching the Safer Dawn on here just to make sure that we're all in sync. We'd like you to verify the upper mounting pins on EV1's Safer. Make sure that they're fully in the groove and they're locked. And Jack, if you are talking to Houston, I cannot hear you.
Hey, Houston, sorry about that. Just so we're on the same page, on the Safer, there's a pin at the top, alignment pin at the bottom, and the latch in the center. And you're asking us to check the alignment pin at the top on both sides to make sure it's seated in the rail.
Affirm, that's exactly what we're looking for. FYI, 50 seconds to a handover.
It'll work.
Hathaway and Adno working to confirm that Mir's safer or simplified aid for EVA rescue is properly installed. Again, the safer would be utilized in the very unlikely event that a crew member were to become tethered from the International Space Station. If that were to occur, the safer would enable propulsion to safely get back to the space station. And we are in a brief handover between our satellite communication system. You're looking at a live view inside Mission Control Houston. The team is currently being led by Flight Director Deanna Trujillo, who you see on your screen, as well as Tracy Dyson, who will serve as our ground IV today, communicating with our spacewalkers once the spacewalk is underway. Today's CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, is Scott Sagatti, and he'll be primed for communicating with the crew inside the International Space Station. And a view back inside.
And airlock, we're back with you. Both Soph and I verified the alignment pins, both the top and bottom on the left and right side of Jessica Safer are properly seated in their tracks.
Copy that, Jack. Thanks for the check on that. Go to continue.
And
Jessica's in the airlock. We're moving to Chris is Safer.
Copy that. Moving over to Chris.
And with the confirmation that Mir Safer is installed, Hathaway now is going to work to do the same to NASA astronaut Chris Williams' spacesuit. Again, this will be Williams' first spacewalk of his career. And we are in another handover period between our satellites here. It does appear that fellow flight director Greg Whitney is here in the room with us as well, just speaking with NASA Flight Director Deanna Trujillo, who is the lead during today's spacewalk. The main tasks of today's spacewalk are to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays, which will provide additional power for the orbiting lab. In addition to this, there will be an ongoing science experiment sampling of the outside of the International Space Station to test for possible microorganisms. And on your screen, you are seeing NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway on the left there, continuing to work to get the safer installed on NASA astronaut Chris Williams' spacesuit and then move him into the crew lock. Once both Mir and Williams are inside the crew lock, depressurization procedures will begin. And we are seeing both Williams and Mir inside the crew lock now. Mir is wearing the spacesuit with the red stripe, and Williams is wearing the unmarked spacesuit today. Will be the 4th spacewalk for Jessica Mir and the 1st for Chris Williams. And if you're just joining us this morning, we are continuing to bring you live coverage ahead of the start of a spacewalk outside the International Space Station, where NASA astronauts Jessica Mir and Chris Williams will exit the station's Quest airlock to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. This will be the 278th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and the very first of 2026. This will be the 4th spacewalk for Mir and the 1st for Williams. The prime task for today's spacewalkers is to complete the build and installation of a mod kit that is partially built outside the space station following a May 1st spacewalk by NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers. In addition to the mod kit build, swabs will be taken outside the International Space Station and tested for possible microorganisms as part of an ongoing science experiment.
Station, we are reviewing this config, and we'll verbalize it to you, so follow along.
Hey, Sophie, back with you on here. You came in pretty broken. Can you repeat, please?
We are starting now the tethers config, check of all of the tethers.
All right, copy that. We are following along in the procedure, Sophie. Thank you.
Okay, so to start with the airlock gearing extender, this is hooked to the big hook of the waist tether, which is to the right of Chris. This is gate closed, lock, black on black.
And we copy that, Sophie.
Hooks on the airlock gearing extender are gate closed, locked, black on black. I say both hooks because there is an extra waist tether for the airlock.
And copy that, Sophie. That's the expected config. Our recommendation at this point, we can get the rest of the tether calls later in the, once we do the depress on here, our recommendation to you is to continue on in step 66 of the pre-brief procedure.
We're just assisting them a few moves with the tethers, and we'll move very soon.
Copy that. Sounds great. Thanks for all the help, Sophie.
And those communications from the ground to European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno, continuing to step through procedures. You heard some communications about configuring tethers to make sure everything is good to go before the crew steps outside of the International Space Station for today's spacewalk.
Now going to step 66.
Copy that. Following along.
One of the next major milestones that we are looking ahead to this morning, once the hatch is closed, is depressurization of the crew lock portion of the International Space Station, bringing it down to vacuum. And here in the room in Mission Control Houston, NASA Flight Director Deanna Trujillo is polling the team, go or no go, for today's spacewalk. And this is a view inside Mission Control Houston. Again, NASA Flight Director Deanna Trujillo is leading the team of flight controllers here in Houston. This view back inside the International Space Station with both Mir and Hathaway, today's spacewalkers, inside the crew lock portion of the International Space Station. On the left of your screen is NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, and on the right is European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno. They've been primed for stepping through the procedures to get the crew suited up and ready to go for today's spacewalk. Next up, they'll be closing the hatch and depressurization will take place. And on the left of your screen, you also see the Expedition 74 Space Station Commander, Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Kuts-Furchkov. And Adeno and Hathaway now working to get the hatch closed. And Flight Director Diana Trujillo confirms the team here on the ground is go for today's spacewalk.
All right, EVs and Houston, this is Ivy in the airlock. Step 76, which is the emergency MPEF is closed, and step 77, the node 1 vacuum access port. Gamma cap is attached, and we're ready for you guys to do 78.
All right, Jack, thank you very much. Good job with all of that. We'll go ahead and take care of the next 3 steps and the procedure. Stand by. We'll let you know when we're ready for you to proceed.
Copy. We'll stand by for you and for Jessica and Chris. The pre-read timer we have right here is 2 hours, 2 minutes, so that looks good, and time of day is 12:07, just for your essay. Currently night for another 35 minutes or so.
And on your screen, you are seeing NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway on the left, as well as European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeneau. The hatch is now closed to the crew airlock where NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams, today's spacewalkers, are currently located. Depressurization will soon occur, and once that is complete, once that portion of the space station is down to vacuum or 0 pounds per square inch, they'll have the go to open up the hatch of the Quest airlock and venture outside of the International Space Station to complete work to install and build a modification kit on the 2A power channel of the International Space Station.
All right. For everybody on here, we have step 80.1 complete. FYI, for the EV crew, you are now hot mic'd on space to ground 1, and you are go to pick up in step 81.
81 copies.
EV2 copies.
EV copies, and we got step 81 complete. So step 82, Chris, I'd like you on the UIA to check the depress pump power switch off.
Okay, depress pump power switch is coming on the UIA.
Sorry, Chris. Check that the depress pump power is off.
All right, depress pump power is off.
Okay, so the depress pump power is off, and the next step is to verify the depress pump enable LED is on.
Depress pump enable LED is on.
Okay, that sounds good, and now we're waiting for a Houston go to move into the crew lock depress Q card.
And Houston is go to move into the Q card. And stand by 1. Don't move into the Q card quite yet.
All right, I'm on the crew lock depress Q card, and Chris on the UIA, take the depress pump power switch to on.
Stand by 1 on Q card.
Stand by.
IV copy, standing by.
NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway continuing to lead NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams through procedures this morning ahead of depressurization. This morning, depressurization will occur in a two-stage fashion. First, the crew lock will be taken down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure, at which point depressurization will be paused to perform a systems check, and then depressurization will resume to get the crew lock all the way down to vacuum. Once at vacuum, Mir and Williams will conduct suit checks and communication checks with Mission Control Houston before they put their suits on internal battery power.
Say OFF. We're saying off just to differentiate in the, it's, a little bit harder to hear.
Will do. I can definitely do that.
Thank you.
Airlock Houston, thanks for your patience right there. We just wanted to double check the depress pump status on here. We are now go to proceed to the Q card per step 84.
Lock copies. We're in step 84, and we're going to do the crew lock depress Q card. All right, Chris, on the UIA, switch the depress pump power switch to on.
Depress pump power switch is coming to on. Depress pump power switch has been switched to on.
Okay, I'm looking at my timer for the 10 seconds. Chris, now you can take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open and expect an alert tone.
Copy. Depress pump man ISO valve coming to open. It is open. Expect alert tone.
EV1 and EV2, monitor your CP gauge to make sure it stays below 5.5.
EV1 copies.
EV2.
And if you're just joining us this morning, we're continuing to bring you live coverage ahead of the start of a spacewalk today. This will be the first of 2026 and the 278th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Mir are suited up and in...
My pressure is pegged at 5. My suit's very loud.
Yes. Here's the...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Jessica.
Ivy can hear you as well. You understand what did your CP gauge say?
The CP gauge is above 5.
And EV2, my super gauge is right at 5.
Keep monitoring. It says it should stay below 5.5. If it does get to 5.5, Chris, you can go ahead and stop the depress, and we'll check in with Houston.
Copy.
Again, NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Mir are inside the crew lock portion of the International Space Station that is currently undergoing depressurization, now at about 10.4 pounds per square inch. The crew lock will be taken down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure.
Steady at 5.
Say again?
Holding steady at 5.
Copy, holding steady at 5. I'm also holding steady at 5 on my CP gauge.
We copy.
And now that the crew lock is at 5 pounds per square inch of pressure. There will be a pause for depressurization checks and system checks. Once the crew lock does reach vacuum, Jessica Meir and Chris Williams will conduct suit checks and communication checks with Mission Control Houston before they put their suits on internal battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk.
All right, as we approach 6 PSI, you guys can expect an alert tone.
EV1 copies? EV2 copies.
Pressure inside the crew lock approaching 7 pounds per square inch. Again, we will hold once 5 pounds per square inch of pressure is reached for systems checks. Crew lock pressure now at 6.5 pounds per square inch. As you can see on your screen, NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adano continue to follow along, following assisting Meir and Williams getting suited up and ready to go for today's spacewalk. Pressure inside the crew lock nearing in on 5 pounds per square inch. Again, we will pause once that pressure is 5 pounds per square inch for systems checks and communication checks.
All right, Chris, we still have a little bit to go. We're just decreasing through 300 millimeters now. When we get to 260, I'm going to have you take the pump isolation valve to close. So just a minute or two away from that.
EV2 copies and is standing by, still showing just under 5 on my CP gauge.
All right, Chris, take the depressed pump manual isolation valve to close. You'll expect an alert tone.
EV2 depressed pump man ISO valve is now closed.
All right, we're seeing the crew lock pressure right around 260. So we're going to go into a leak check. So for both EV1 and EV2, take your display switch to status until you see leak check question mark and then a long yes. You'll follow the displayed instructions.
V1 has leak check and long yes.
EV2 leak check and long yes.
And with the crew lock now at 5 pounds per square inch, those leak checks are underway.
EV1 leak check complete. Suit pressure 4.8. Set oxygen actuator to EVA.
And EV2 leak check complete. Suit P4.7 and setting oxygen to EVA.
Okay, that's great news, guys. And just let me know that you both do indeed have your O2 actuator and EVA.
EV1 in work.
And we did hear confirmation of 2 good suit leak checks.
In work for EV2. And EV2 is in EVA.
Copy, EV2 is in EVA.
In work for EV1.
IV copy.
And as system checks continue, you are hearing some communications between...
Option actuator false.
Sorry, we didn't quite copy that, EV1.
I have an oxygen actuator fault currently.
Oxygen actuator false.
Yeah, I'm back in press now. And it's getting a little bit stuck on EVA, still working on it.
Are you saying you saw an oxygen actuator fault under DCM, or you're just having trouble moving it to EVA?
No, I did have an oxygen actuator fault, but I think that was just because it was stuck in between positions for a certain length of time. I am now in EVA.
Okay, copy. EV1 is in EVA. From IV, we just want to double check with you before we move on that you guys are happy with that configuration.
Airlock Houston, copy the calls right there. We are good with the config. Go to proceed.
Airlock copies. All right, Chris, on the UIA, take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open. You'll get an alert tone.
The depress pump man ISO valve is coming to open. Press pump man ISO valve is open.
And Sophie's going to take the emergency MPEG to open out here.
And with confirmation of good leak checks and systems checks...
Monitor your QP gauge, make sure it stays less than 5.5.
EV1 copies.
EV2 copies, we'll go.
Depressurization is continuing. Once we get down to 0 pounds per square inch, we'll be considered at vacuum. We'll get the go to open up the hatch. But just prior to that, suits will be turned on to internal battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Pressure inside the crew lock now 4.5 pounds per square inch. Now under 4 pounds of pressure per square inch inside the crew lock. Pressure inside the crew lock now approaching 2.75 pounds per square inch. NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams are isolated in the crew lock section of the Quest airlock in preparation for the start of the 278th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades.
EV2 is showing airlock P 1.9 on my DCM.
EV2 from airlock, we're seeing about 2 psi out here, so you can take the depress pump manual isolation valve closed.
EV2, depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Copy that, and on the UIA, switch the depress pump power to off.
All right, on the UIA, depress pump power is coming to off OFF.
Copy OFF. And it's been great seeing you guys up out there. Good luck out there. Take care of business, and we will pass you over to Ground IV in Houston.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Sophie. Hello, Houston.
Hey, Jessica, Chris. Great to hear your voice. Jack, Sophie, nice work. Thanks a lot. We are ready for your initial tether config when you're ready.
All right, TC, it's great to hear your voice as well. I will give you our setup. I will start with my right gearing extender. I see my red hook is on my right gearing extender, gate closed and sliders locked. My waist tether is also gate closed, slider locked on that same right gearing extender. A large hook of my waist tether is just on my mini workstation, as is my anchor hook. And I'm looking at my green rail. It is currently unlocked. I can see I can see EV2s. Okay. I can see my yellow hook is on the green reel. That's gate closed and sliders locked. You can see my red reel is unlocked. It has the green hook on it, which is unlocked. It also has Chris's anchor hook, which is locked. That's also on my red reel, as mentioned. I can see the extra waist tether that we have on the airlock gearing extender. Gate closed, sliders locked. The big end is just freely floating. And then I see Chris's waist tether. I believe that is his right waist tether.
Stay firm.
And it is gate closed, sliders locked. Can actually see it all the way to him.
Hand over.
It is on his right gear.
And we are in a handover between our satellites currently, but we'll regain communication and video of the crew here shortly. You did hear communications with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and Chris Williams as they work with the ground to make sure that all of their tethers are configured as they should be before they step outside the space station to begin today's spacewalk.
The green reel is unlocked. On my green reel, I have my yellow hook, gate closed, black on black, locked. And on my red reel, I have my green hook, which is unlocked. My red reel is unlocked, and that goes to my right gearing extender with the red hook, black on black, as Jessica called. On my left, on my mini workstation, I have my left waist tether, which goes to my left gearing extender. The small hook for that is gate closed, locked, black on black.
Okay, you guys, I walked you right into a handover. So we caught most of the tether config, and I'm missing just a few checks. Let's start with you, Chris. It's mostly on you, Chris. Your the waist tether that you have to the airlock D-ring extender to your right D-ring extender. Make sure you got that hook closed and locked.
Copy. I think Jessica can see that one.
Yep, I reported both of those. It is closed and locked on his right gearing extender, and closed and locked on the airlock gearing extender.
Okay, well, we didn't miss too much, evidently, so you guys got a great tether config.
EV1 copies.
EV2 copies.
And now closing in on 1 pound per square inch of pressure inside the crew lock.
On the depress cue card, when crew lock DPDP is about 0, you can expect the learn tone. I don't know if you got one yet.
Negative. No alert tone.
Yep, EV2 negative.
I haven't received any of the expected alert tones.
Okay, guys, we're going to hold here while we're waiting for the pressure to keep coming down. And as we pause, I'll come back to you for hatch ops.
And as we await pressure to reach 0 pounds per square inch or vacuum, you are hearing communications where the crew is mentioning EV1 and EV2. EV1 this morning is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. She'll be wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes. EV2 is NASA astronaut Chris Williams, and you'll be able to identify him because he will be in the unmarked spacesuit once we get views of them after they egress the hatch. For Meir, this is the 4th spacewalk of her career, and for Williams, this will be the very first of his career. And back inside the International Space Station, on your left, you do see European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenau. And on the right, NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. They have been primed to get the crew suited up and step through procedures this morning ahead of the start of today's spacewalk. Once pressure inside of the crew lock reaches 0 pounds per square inch, some system checks will occur, and then the spacesuits will be switched onto battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Pressure inside the crew lock now less than 1 pound per square inch, 0.93 pounds per square inch currently.
There wasn't when we set the panel up, but I will double check because I flew down there to
And if you're just joining us this morning, we are nearing the start of today's Spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 94, where NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams will exit the station's Quest airlock to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. Once installed, the array will provide additional battery power for the orbital lab, including critical support of its safe and controlled deorbit. Today, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir will serve as Spacewalk Crew Member 1, or EV1, and will wear a suit with red stripes, while NASA astronaut Chris Williams will serve as Spacewalk Crew Member 2 and will wear the unmarked spacesuit. This will be the fourth spacewalk for Meir and the first for Williams.
It's about 0.6 on the hatch pressure gauge. Copy.
Copy that, Jessica. Thank you. We're still standing by.
Copy.
And as you just heard, the crew lock is continuing to depress down to 0, currently at 0.55 pounds per square inch, so getting closer. Once at vacuum, the crew will get the go to switch their spacesuits to battery power, which will mark the start of today's spacewalk.
All right, Jessica, big moment. Your suit data is nominal, both of you, and we are showing 0.5 PSI on the hatch. You verified for us 0.6 on the hatch gauge. You have a go to open and stow the EV hatch.
Okay, copy. Go to open and stow the hatch.
And you did just hear that communication that the crew has the go to stow the hatch.
Nicely done, Jessica.
Okay, hatch is open. And we're in the hatch keep.
Well done. Well done.
I can see the light.
Excellent. Okay, for Jack in the airlock, you can put step 15 into work, emergency MPEV to closed.
Where?
complete.
Thank you, Sophie. All right, guys, that puts us in the post-depress portion of the cue card. Now, before I have you switch those, I want to have you, Jessica, we heard you mention your alert tones that you weren't getting them. And so after this step, if you could for us, verify that you get the warning tone.
Okay, copy.
So with that, on your DCM, switch power to bat, stagger your switch those, and expect the warning tone.
Okay, copy. EV1 is going power to bat. Power to bat, and I do have my power restart message, the tone.
EV2 is switching power to bat.
Okay, I copy you both are in that, and you got the tone, Jessica? Awesome. Okay.
And EV2 also has a tutti high that I just proed.
Same expected tutti high message.
Mm-hmm.
Those are expected. You can pro, and in fact, that's the next step to switch your display to pro to verify a functional display.
EV1 functional.
EV2 functional.
Excellent. Okay, Chris, for you on the UIA, you can switch power EV1 to 2 switches to off.
Copy, in work, power EV1 and EV2 coming to off. EV1 off, EV2 off.
And check power EV1 to LEDs, 4 of them are off.
All 4 LEDs, EV1 and EV2 power, are off.
All right, switching to your DCMs, you can now disconnect your SCU from your DCMs, install the DCM cover, and stow your SCU in the pouch.
EV1 copies in work.
EV2 copies in work.
EV1 demated.
EV2 demated.
And with suits now on internal battery power, the next major milestone that we are looking ahead towards is seeing the hatch open. You do see on your screen there that circular structure. That is the space station hatch that we will see open here shortly.
And I have my DCM cover in place.
EV2 has SCU in the pouch and DCM cover in place.
All right, well done, guys. For you, Chris, you can check that the depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Pump man ISO valve is closed.
All right, on your DCMs, take your temp control valve to max hot.
Work?
In work.
EV1 max hot.
EV2 max hot.
Switch water on.
EV1 water on.
EV2 water on.
All right, check DCM blank, bite off.
EV1 DCM blank, bite off.
EV2 DCM blank, bite off.
Okay, you can set your temp control valve as desired and report your setting to me.
One copies.
EV2 copies in work.
EV1's currently at 8.
EV2 has TCV set to 6.
Copy. EV1 is at 8, EV2 is at 6, and if you will, report all subsequent TCV changes to me as we go along. And then report your suit key gauge.
EV1 suit key gauge is 4.2.
EV2 suit key gauge 4.4.
copy 4.2 and 4.4, EV1, EV2. All right, you guys, we are just about there. You're right smack in the middle of a day pass. Your visor's set as required. Step 14 is not required. We will need from our suit IVs, step 15. Never mind, suit IVs. We're going to do that from the ground.
And TC, I've actually brought my TCB down to a setting of 6 right now. I'm going to leave it there.
Copy that. 6 for EV1. Okay, Jessica, Chris, we are ready to step into our timeline. You ready?
V1's ready.
EV2, ready to go.
You sound ready. Okay, Jessica, you can open the hatch thermal cover and release the hook from the magnetic plate D-ring. You'll attach that hook to the stowage tether point there on the thermal cover, and then cinch the strap until it's snug, and we expect 6 lines visible. If you'll confirm that for me when you're done.
Copy. And the hatch, the thermal cover was open, of course, still held on by the hook. And I'm putting that into the stowage location now. The stowage location, and I see 6 lines.
Perfect. 6 lines.
Thermal cover is open.
Excellent. You have a go to egress, and as you come out, if you can, when you're able, turn on your HECA.
And as you can see on your screen, the thermal hatch cover is now open. Today's spacewalk officially began at 7:52 a.m. Central Time this morning, the 278th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Copy. And when you come out, you are taking your anchor to airlock handrail 0554.
EV1 copies. I have that in sight.
Just jamming. Okay, check for me. Gate closed, hook lock.
Okay. No, I don't have it on yet. It didn't work.
And first out of the hatch today is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, completing the 4th spacewalk of her career. You'll be able to identify her throughout today because she's wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes, as you can see on your screen.
Okay, I have my anchor hook on the port D-ring of 554, gate closed and slider locked.
Copy. You can work on EV2 anchor, and that will be to the aft airlock external D-ring.
And work. I have EV2's anchor hook on the aft D-ring of the airlock, gate closed and slider locked.
Well done. You can reposition yourself, Jessica, to the forward side of the crew lock and get ready for the strut bag handoff. And when you're ready, you can give Chris the go to release his waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender.
Okay, I am moving to the forward side of the airlock. Set the waist tether down. Chris, you have a go to remove your waist tether anytime you like.
Copy that. My waist tether is removed from the airlock D-ring extender.
Okay, Chris, you can start passing out the strut bag when Jessica's ready. I'm going to let you two coordinate that. If you need any reminders, let me know. And before we get to the next bag, I'll be checking with you, Jessica, to make sure we have the bag in the expected orientation.
V1 copies.
EV2 copies. I'm ready to pass it when you are, Jessica.
Okay, stand by. I'm going to get my ret out.
Copy all.
And next up, NASA astronaut Chris Williams, still inside the hatch, is going to pass the strut bag to Mir. The strut bag is about 8 feet long and weighs over 300 pounds and contains the mid struts and the left lower strut that will be assembled and installed during today's spacewalk.
Okay, Chris, I'm ready for you to pass out the bag.
Okay. Strut bag is coming down.
Okay, and if you can pause right there.
Holden.
A little bit further, actually.
Copy. I see your ret.
Okay, I've got my BRT ret on it.
Okay. I hear you have your ret on it. I am going to take the airlock ret and remove it from strut bag.
Copy.
Airlock ret is removed from the strut bag. That airlock ret has been reattached to the airlock gearing extender.
Okay, copy.
And I copy as well. Nice work, you guys.
Chris, it's going to take me a few minutes to get this situated.
Yep, copy all. Need to untangle a ret from my wire ties on my BRT, so I will be there in 1 second.
All right, you guys take your time.
You see, I've got the adjustable that was on the handrail of the strut bag on the bag on my Windy workstation now as well. And I'm going to work on getting this in a acceptable orientation on my BRT.
Excellent. And just a reminder, the tape goes toward your head.
Copy, I've got the tape toward my head.
And if you're just joining us this morning, we now are over 11 minutes into the first spacewalk of 2026, the 278th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. On your screen, you see one of our spacewalkers, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who has egressed the airlock this morning and is working to get the strut bag, that 8-foot-long bag you see on your screen, configured. Still inside the airlock, but soon to exit, is NASA astronaut Chris Williams. This is Meir's fourth spacewalk and the first for Williams. The duo will work together today to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. Once installed, these arrays will provide additional power for the orbiting lab.
Okay. Chris, I'm on the forward side, and I've got the strut bag.
Copy.
I think how I like it for now.
Copy.
And I see the cable bag coming out.
Okay.
Okay, stand by right there.
Copy. It's a good location for me to take the red off, too.
Okay, and I'm following along, you guys. I heard what you said, Jessica, about the strut bag, and I assume you got your mini workstation red to the non-taped end of the handrail.
Negative, I decided to use my BRT ret there, so I have my BRT ret on the non-taped side.
Yeah.
I have my BRT on the handrail, and I have the adjustable on the taped side.
That's right. You did say BRT. I got it written down. Okay, we got all your checks, and I see you passing out the cable bag. And do you need any words on this? You guys got the choreography?
Got a ret on the cable. I think we got it.
All right, you got a red on it?
Chris, I have a ret on it.
Okay, I am just grabbing it for a second to take this airlock ret off.
Okay, and I did use the
bag ret?
Yes, the bag ret that we talked about.
It's released from the airlock, and its ret is back on the airlock gearing extender.
Oh, copy.
And from this view of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's helmet cam, we're getting a nice peek inside of the airlock where NASA astronaut Chris Williams is still, but soon will be exiting. They just worked to pass over the tether bag where all of the tethers and cables are located that will be utilized during today's spacewalk.
All of the ret calls. Chris, just a heads up for you, when you come out, you'll be biased toward the aft side of the crew lock.
See that? Aft on egress.
And the bag's floating up a little bit, but I have a hand on it, so you can just hit it with your foot if it's in your way coming out.
Okay, copy that. I am ready to egress if you guys are ready for it.
We are totally ready for it.
Okay, I've got my visor down and I've got my PECA on.
I see you coming
Thanks,
out.
Chris.
And NASA astronaut about to exit the International Space Station for the very first spacewalk of his career.
And straighten up a little bit. I see your safer getting caught.
Safer's getting caught.
Yep, if you can get your legs a little bit straight down. There you go.
Here we are, yep.
And I am right to your right, so you can go aft.
Copy, I'm going to go aft. Yep. I got caught on my DRT from the airlock, so I am free now.
Copy.
And I am coming out.
Hey, like we talked about, go ahead and get comfortable.
Copy that, yep. I'm just going to get further down. Awesome. Tether on the airlock. Okay, and I got my defector down.
Okay. Would you like to go ahead and close the thermal cover before we transfer the bag?
Sounds like a great idea.
I can help you on this side.
Copy that. It started. I can finish it off. I got it.
I see the thermal cover is closed.
Awesome.
Okay, I'm coming over towards you a little bit to see the cable bag.
Oops, strap bag's kind of...
Yep, I see it.
Has a lot of momentum.
Lock that out. Got my DRT out. Got my DRT right.
And we are getting some spectacular views of the Earth from Jessica Meir's helmet cam. The International Space Station is currently flying 260 miles over Africa.
And I'm going to take the cable bag.
Okay. You have positive control?
I have standby. I have positive control.
Okay.
And I've got a good BRT rep on the cable bag. And I'm just going to get this with the mid facing away.
And you might want to move aft a bit again. My rudder's right here.
Copy that, yep. Coming aft. Just get this on my DRT. Okay, cable bag is on my DRT.
Okay, are you ready for me to release? Do you have a ret on it?
I have my DRT rep on the cable bag, good connection.
Okay, you ready to receive the ret back?
I am ready to receive the back. I got it.
Here it comes.
Yep.
Just let it go. Yep.
Okay. Tether it back to the bag.
right, guys. Nicely done. Nicely done. And I see that you got the lid oriented away from your body, all the proper checks. When you guys are ready, you can perform your buddy checks, and we'll just be listening to what you're saying, and if you miss anything, I'll let you know.
All right, Chris.
Let me just get into a better orientation.
Hey, can you bring your head down a little bit?
Yep, working on it.
Okay, I see a green light on your HECA.
Copy.
Lights are not on yet, neither are mine.
Copy.
I see 3, 1, 2, can you roll? Okay, I got it actually, 1, 2, 3 tabs up.
Copy.
And actually your left safer handle is up.
Copy, left handle is up. Working on it. Okay, I think that might have done it.
All right, turn, roll toward me a little bit. Yes, but down now, and I can see that the right side is also down.
Copy that.
I see you've got the bag on your DRT, and you've got a good tether config.
Copy all. All right, and I am, look at you. I see your HECA light is on. I see your helmet lights are off. Just get a little more stable here. Okay, I see you've got 1, 2, if you can, if you're on your left, 3 taps. The left safer handle down, and I see right safer handle down. I see you've got the strut bag on your left. All your tethers look to be in good order. And I've got a nominal hat, and I'm a glove inspection.
Hey, and I didn't give you my hat or gloves yet either. My hat is dry and nominal gloves.
Okay.
Don't forget buddy check.
You guys got them all, and I copy dry haps and good gloves for all. And Chris, just before I get you guys on your way with translation adaptation, just wanted to give you a heads up, Chris, that we are not getting any biomed data, but we are getting good suit data, which indicates there might be a physical connection with the electrodes that is compromised. So, but we are good to continue with the EVA. Just wanted to let you know that about our insight into your biomed.
Okay, copy that. I'll let you know I'm feeling great.
Well, that's exactly what we want to hear, so keep it up. Okay, with that, you can perform translation adaptation as required.
You got it.
NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams did just complete what is called buddy checks, where they essentially take a look at each other's spacesuits, tethers, and tools, ensuring everything is configured and looking as expected. This will occur throughout today's spacewalk. You also heard a HAP, or helmet absorption pad check. This is a safety device developed by NASA to address the possible risk of water inside the helmets. Both reported dry HAPs, which is what is expected at this time. So now Meir and Williams will begin to translate or move over to their first work site of today's spacewalk. We're now 22 minutes into the first spacewalk outside the International Space Station of 2026.
Okay, I'm feeling good.
Feel good?
Yep.
All right, TC, I think with that, I am ready to start translating up the Theta Spur.
Oh.
And Chris can continue his translation adaptation when he goes to EFT2.
Okay, that sounds like a great plan. Just to let you know, we are coming up on a bit of a handover in about 3.5 minutes, so let me get you guys started. You are going to translate out first, Jessica. You're going to head up on the forward face and head out port. And your green hook location is nadir of the P1 FHRC. When you are past the MT, just give me a holler.
looking for 3651, the meter
Oh,
handout.
look at you, remembering your numbers and all that. For you, Chris, you're going to translate to ESP2 with 3. I think you know where that is. You'll be following Jessica. And I have a number of cautions, three cautions to read that will apply when you once you start on the forward face. So let me get those out while you guys are translating. The first is to avoid contact with the deployed tusk cables on the nadir and zenith feeder rails. Those will be the big white tape things you see going along the face of the truss. Avoid contact with radiators and flex hoses. This is more for when you are actually on P4. And then do not translate on the 2 alpha PVR base handrail. Again, that's when you're at P4. And Chris, I'll try to give you another reminder when you're close to that area.
EV1 copies.
EV2 copies all.
All right. And with that, happy translating, and we are about 2 minutes from a handover.
EV1 copies.
EV2 copies.
Chris, I'm going up the Cedar Spur. I'm going to go nice and slow with this bag.
Copy that. I'm going to get up to the toolboxes and make my reach over to ESP2.
And both Williams and Mir now working on translating or moving to their next area of the International Space Station. And Williams is working to grab the Worksite Interface Extension, or WIFIX. It's a tool that are used by astronauts during spacewalks to extend the capability of their workstation foot restraints. In a short time, Williams will work to get inside of the APFR, or Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, and this WIFIX tool will help give him a better reach as Mir and Williams work to install the mod kit this morning.
Chris and Jessica, just want to let you know I'm back with you, and we see views through your HECA.
EV1 copies.
EV2 copies.
And this view from NASA astronaut Chris Williams' viewpoint as he works to get the cable bag stowed. The cable bag will be utilized later during today's spacewalk, but is not needed at the moment, so he's going to stow it temporarily.
Okay, I have the bag ready to the WIFX and the WIFX removed. Looking on bundling.
All right, Chris, way to go. When you're ready, you can start translating to your green hook location, following Jessica.
And you can see that WIFX or worksite interface extension in Chris Williams' hand there. It's going to bundle it to the cable bag to make it a little easier to bring over to the worksite. As a reminder, today the first procedures that the crew members will be working on are to finish out the mod kit build for the 2A power channel. A portion of this modification kit is already built and installed outside the International Space Station and was completed on May 1st, 2025 by NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers.
I'm just past the MT. That was a bit interesting with the bag, and I am at the FHRC. So I'll get ready to do my green hook.
Copy, Jessica. Yeah, I saw you managing that big bag going under there. Good job. Hey, Chris, I see what you're doing. That's great. A great fix.
Yep.
And we're continuing to get views of NASA astronaut Chris Williams during his very first spacewalk of his career. He was working to bundle that WIFX to the cable bag, essentially using a large wire tie to do so.
Okay, I've got my green hook on handrail 3651. It's closed, rider's locked.
Copy, Jessica.
I copy that, Jessica, and I've got the sex bundled on my BRT.
Okay, copy both of you. So, Jessica, you're heading out to the 2 Alpha IEA. Outboard to the Sarge. Prior to crossing that, verify for me your gauntlets are in place.
EV1 copy.
And as you just heard, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is continuing to translate over to the 2A power truss.
Okay, EV2 is picking up my waist tether and beginning to translate back towards feeder spur.
Copy, Chris.
And this view of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she continues to translate.
Jessica's safety tether.
She does have the strut bag attached to her, and inside the strut bag are the mid struts and the left lower strut that will be assembled and installed today. The strut bag is about 8 feet long and weighs over 300 pounds. Of course, in microgravity, it does not necessarily have weight, but it still has that mass associated with it.
B2's at the top, seat for.
Welcome to the forward face. Jessica, verify for me your gauntlets are in place.
Okay, my gauntlets are down.
Okay. And then...
Affirm, gauntlets are in place.
All right, and you remember you're going nadir at Sarge to the keel side of the IEA.
Yep, copy. Copy, nadir.
And Chris, I'm watching you, but when you are past the MP, just let me know.
And we did just have a great view of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she continues her translation to the 2A truss of the International Space Station.
And I'm on the bottom of the IES.
Copy that, Jessica. Those are the tuss reels, that white tape-looking thing there, Chris, under the handrail.
Yep,
Just pointing it out because
I see it.
We don't see.
Yep, and I will avoid contact.
Yeah.
Just trying to.
Of course you are.
Yeah.
Just pointing it out.
Yep, affirm. I'm just. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to avoid Jessica's safety tether here. I'm just being on the caught up on the rear part, and I'm just putting it inside of it.
Yeah, I'm at the strut bag location, so I'm going to start working on that.
Copy, Jessica. Let me know if you want me to call out any handrails for you.
And I did put a poor man's barely at the end. It did actually come off, so we can see to get the strut back on if I need to put that barely back in or not.
Okay. When you head back inboard, we'll address that.
And Jessica Meir is now going to work to stow that strut bag temporarily. Once Williams joins her in this location, they'll hand off the cable bag.
Okay, EV2 is coming under the MT.
Copy, Chris. Nice work.
Okay, I've got the strut bag off my VRT.
And Jessica, that large, small, let's adjustable that's at the corner of your strap bag. It goes to 5136.
Yep. Okay, copy. That is in work.
And if you're just joining us, we are now 40 minutes into today's spacewalk.
That is one of the...
Or is it the one that's right in front?
5142 is one of the handrails we have.
I see 5136.
Yeah, 5136 is where we expect that ret to go.
Okay, copy.
Okay, and Chris, we...
Got the large, small, on 51.
Chris, we see you outboard of the CETA cart. That was great translation you did there. We have a green hook location for you on base 6 there. When you get to the FHRC, that's your landmark.
I'm just by the...
There you go. And you're looking...
Yep, I'm just at the FHRC.
All right, you're looking for the short handrail that is parallel to the truss. It's number 3652, 3652.
All right. I see it, and I'm at it, 3652.
TC, the next one is the other side of this outboard bag, going to the handrail above me. Above, yeah, which handrail is it going to?
And Jessica, we're expecting a large small to go to 5142. And I believe that's the short one that is facing the BGA.
Hey, copy. And some lights on.
If I got my lights on.
Sorry that snuck up on us.
Working my green hook.
And y'all can keep your lights on through the whole EVA if you don't want to have to manage that.
Copy. These are a large small on 5142, but I see a small here. Actually, it's an integral. So I have the large small on 5136, and then there's a small on the edge on this integral to the bag. That's the one that you mean for 5142?
Small on 5142. You got it, Jessica.
And I've got my green hook down on 3652, in a small handrail, and I am continuing outbound.
Copy, Chris. And as you head outboard to the Sarge, before you cross, check that your gauntlets are in place.
Copy, we'll go.
TC, I've got those two down. I'm going to go down to the inboard end.
Copy, Jessica. And while you're headed there, just verify for me that the handrail is towards the center of the IAA.
Affirm. It will be when it's cracked down.
Okay, copy. And we're about a minute and a half from a handover.
Okay, copy.
Copy.
And Mir and Williams are continuing to translate to the 2A power channel location for the work that will be done today.
At the Sarge, my gauntlets are down.
Awesome. Thank you.
You did hear the call out that we are in an orbital nightfall, and of course you can see that on your screen here as well. The International Space Station does orbit the Earth every 90 minutes, which means the crew living and working aboard the space station sees a sunset and a sunrise every 45 minutes.
Okay, I see your safety cover in front of me, Jessica.
Okay.
I don't want to get up on the sky. Might take it with me and format it at the corner by you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, format's fairly down for you.
Once Williams and Mir do reach the 2A power channel, they will begin worksite setup. And we are in a brief handover between our satellites, but we'll get views and communications back with the crew here shortly. If you're just joining us, we are 46 minutes into today's spacewalk. It's the first outside the International Space Station this year and the 278th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Today's spacewalk is the fourth for NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and the first for NASA astronaut Chris Williams. The main task for today is to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays to provide additional power for the space station. Additionally, swabs will be taken outside of the space station and tested for possible microorganisms as part of an ongoing experiment.
Your 450 pedal keeps popping off and trying to snag me. I'm trying to figure out how to best manage that one.
Let me see if I pull it a little bit. Is that going to help you?
Let's see. Maybe you can try to do a little weave here. That might be a better option. Let's see.
Okay.
I've weaved it across here. It might stay now.
Okay, copy that.
All right, guys, we're back with you both in comm and video.
Okay, TC, I've got the inboard side on handrail 5126, so I've got 3 hooks down. Are you expecting 4, or is that a good config for the strut bag?
That's not just a good config, it's an excellent config. Got it all. And
thank you.
You're welcome. Make sure that the tape is toward the mass canister, which I'm assuming it is because you have all the right handrails.
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. I'm excited. Let's see. You guys are going to work on passing the cable bag, handing that off to one another.
I will come down toward you, Chris.
Copy that. I've got the cable bag over here. Now I'm going to work on getting it secure.
I'm going to have to undo my weave here.
Let me know when you're ready for handrails, Jessica.
Okay, copy. Actually, I see them right in front of me. I think it's 5122 and 5117.
Close. I've got 5109 and 5117. I think 5109 is around the corner.
I see the one on that one. Okay, I see it. Chris is there now, so I will wait until he is gone before I get that one.
Okay.
So,
and
let's see, we're going to put it this way.
Yeah, the hinge is going to go toward the center.
All right, let me take my DRT off. I'll keep my DRT ret on. My DRT is disconnected.
Okay. I've got a hook down now, Chris.
You have a hook down?
I've got a hook on 5117.
Okay, I'm going to take my DRT ret off of the cable bag. DRT ret is off.
Any chance if you're right at that corner handrail, you can tack down the other edge of it?
I am, and I can. Let's see. What do we want?
Whatever that left corner is.
Yeah. Oh.
But yeah, anything on that side that's facing you.
Do it, or
If you put it, well, if you can put it on the bottom on that side, I think it would help you because it'll clobber the ORU left.
you're right. Do that.
I'm right next to you. Yep. All right, I see it there. That's a good config. See, the cable bag is temp stowed, and I'm going to work on getting the WIFX.
Okay. And I'm gonna work on heading back towards the towards grabbing our ATFR.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, copy all, guys. Good work. And I copied, Jessica, you're going to work on the WIFX. I want to just throw out there that we have the GoPro set up that we'd like to have you do at some point, so I'll leave that up to your discretion when to set that up.
I was thinking I would do... Sure thing. I was thinking I'd bring the WIFX over, and then my next move is to open up the strap bag anyway, so I thought that I would do it then.
Good plan.
Very happy to have that strap bag off me.
I bet.
Yeah, I'm crossing back over the Sarge.
Copy, Chris.
TC, I've got one of my reps on the WIFX, so I'm going to release this with rep that's on the bag. I'm going to leave it on the bag. We're going to use that later for the lens cover.
And NASA astronaut Jessica Meir now working to unbundle the WIFX from the cable bag. As you see on your screen there, that WIFX is the worksite interface extension, which is used by astronauts during spacewalks to extend the capability of workstation foot restraints. So that will be utilized here shortly. Once she has that unbundled, she is going to work to install it.
Yeah, I've got the WIFX, and I'm going to translate over to its location.
Copy, Jessica. And yeah, you're going on the outboard edge near the keel pin.
Copy.
Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Chris Williams is translating to the port CETA cart to retrieve the articulating portable foot restraint, which will be utilized during today's spacewalk. The primary goal of today's spacewalk is to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. And as part of this, Meir and Williams will work together to finish the installation of a mod kit that is partially installed following a spacewalk last year on May 1st, 2025 by NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers.
So it looks like we actually stowed the cable bag upside down.
Oh, sorry.
It needs to be flipped 180. Would you suggest I do that now or go handle the WIFX and we'll come get this after? Basically,
the consensus here, Jessica, is to get that WIFX out of your hands into the WIF and then come back and fix up the bag.
Okay, sounds good. What's that plan?
EV2 is at the seated cart's APFR. I'm just going to work on removal.
Okay, man. Take your time. You guys are doing good.
I see WIF 25.
We're now 55 minutes into the 278th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. This is the fourth spacewalk for NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and the first for NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who are our spacewalkers today. The primary task for today's spacewalk is to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. Once installed, the arrays will provide additional power for the orbiting lab.
When you're ready for the clocking.
I think I got it. The clocking's going to be 6, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
At this time, both Meir and Williams are working to install and set up their work areas, including tools that will be utilized during the build out of the mod kit today. This mod kit is partially built and in a good configuration outside the International Space Station, ready for Williams and Meir to finish up the build and installation, following a spacewalk last year on May 1st to partially build part of the modification kit.
You don't even need me, Jessica. You got it. Clocking is 6, golf.
Oh, we need you.
Maybe later, right?
We need you.
I'll hang out. I'll hang out with
We
you.
need you. Thank you. Okay, I see a of golf, and the 1 is already set. Don't need to change that.
All right, we copy. Good config for the WIF-X. You can start the work relocating the EV3 PGT and torque wrench from the strut bag to the WIF-X handrail.
See? And work.
And you did hear some communications there from the ground here in Mission Control Houston. NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson is today's ground IV and will be communicating with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams throughout today's spacewalk.
You're like a pro already. Okay, you're going to translate once you, again, cross the Sarge. Before you get there, check your gauntlets are in place.
Copy, Wilco.
And Dyson is a spacewalking pro herself, having logged 4 spacewalks outside the International Space Station in her career.
You guys ready for a confidence booster?
Yes, please.
Well, your consumables are looking good, and you guys are doing really good on the timeline.
Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you.
And Williams is continuing to translate prior to installing the articulating portable foot restraint in that WIFIX. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is working inside of the strut bag to relocate the PGT or pistol grip tool and the torque wrench. And you can see a view of that on your screen now.
Out of the bag, and then I'm going to release the bag adjustable.
Gotcha. So you got, in other words, you have the adjustable on the WIFIX handrail?
Negative the rep. I think it's supposed to be the free end of the rep. That's on the adjustable.
Gotcha. Yes, I got you. That's a good config.
Okay. And I've released the other end from the bag.
Okay. It's almost like you're reading the procedures, Jessica. I love this. Okay. I'm going to have you...
So I think with that, I'll go back down to the strut bag. Oh, I was going to suggest I'd go back down to the strut bag, deploy the GoPro, and then swap over that cable bag.
We're good with that? Yeah, we're good with that.
And I am back at the Sarge. My gauntlets are...
Copy, Chris. Gauntlets down. And we will have you fair leading along the inboard radiator corner of IEA. I might be giving you that a little too soon.
Copy that. Inboard radiator corner of IEA.
And I see you. So in my head, we had the GoPro on the other end of the bag, but actually have it on the far end.
Copy.
I'll take a look at what I see.
Yeah, Jessica, we had it on the inboard, what would have been the inboard side. No, wait, yeah, inboard side.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it right here. Was actually going to be like go into a receptacle.
I think the nut was just going to go into like a whip.
Well, it won't go into a whiff. That's not the right size.
Yeah, no, Jessica, we anticipated the clamp of the end effector to go on a handrail of your choice.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. The handrails that are down here, okay, maybe over here. I fear that it's going to be like just getting a lot of video of the bag itself, but it's okay. Not required. I'm going to turn it on. See a blinking red light. Are rolling. I'm waving to the camera, and I'm going to try to pan it over to Chris.
I'm still working on trying to get this beep fairly to stay. You still want to top off?
Yeah, that was what I was saying. much different than the string ones. They tend to pop off. So if you really think it's going to keep popping off like that, you know, you can consider a rich man if you like.
Hey guys, for you, Jessica.
Copy that.
Sorry to interrupt. Jessica, we have some handrail suggestions for the GoPro, and they would be more on the inboard side of the IEA, around 5109, 5110, or 5115. And that'll give a nice big picture of what you guys are doing.
Those are at the outboard ends, or you were breaking up a little bit at the start there?
The inboard side, over by the cable bag.
Inboard end. Okay.
And those handrails are 09, 10, and 17, ending in those numbers.
Okay, copy.
And for you, Chris.
So, and you think that
Go ahead.
You thinking to leave it on the bag, Rhett?
Well, negative. Once you have it connected, you can red it to the handrail that you're clamping to.
Okay, then I would have to take the ret from the bag. There's no other ret on it to
Yeah, we concur. If there's not enough ret links to make it over there and then come back and release it, then you might need to use your workstation, your mini workstation ret. And Chris, I see you working on that fair lead. You know, we actually have a name for that, and it's called the middle class fair lead. I see you weaving it.
Middle class.
Yeah, well, I gotta give Farouk credit for that one. He came up with it.
I like it. I've got it nicely hooked, I think, around this handrail by the end here. So I think that will hold pretty well.
Way to go.
Put the mutt on 5117. And near the corner here, next to the cable bag. And I think it could be a good spot to try.
We like it.
And I think I'm just going to leave the ret on it to the bag.
Okay, sounds good.
Not in the way of anything. Okay, and the cable bag actually flips itself around. So because it's only on 2 tethers, actually that works out. I can put a third one down here to keep it in the orientation we want.
Okay, and that stringing of the ret isn't going to preclude you from getting the bag turned around, you said?
Oh, negative. It's actually turned around now.
All right. That was a 2-for-1.
We're in a good config.
Okay, so you feel like you got the cable bag fixed and the GoPro set up?
I think so.
All right. When you are in a comfortable spot, I'd like to get from you a glove, hat, and gauntlet check.
Okay. Stand by 1.
And I've made it over to the width X, and I'm working on the APFR.
Okay, Chris, you were looking for a clocking of 12.
12.
So, Chris, so that you know when you come over here, the mutt end effector, there is a ret that's going back to the bag, just for SA. It's running straight down the side, though, so it shouldn't be in our way.
Copy that.
I see you right there, so I'll pause here.
Sorry.
All right. Okay, TC, I will give you my checks. My gauntlets are down, my hat is dry, and you see a little bit of a couple black marks on my left pinky, the RTV, and a couple black marks on my index finger on my right hand, like near the tip. And otherwise, those look nominal.
And NASA astronaut Jessica Meir did just complete a glove and hap inspection. Meanwhile, Williams is continuing to install the APFR and the WIFIX. That articulating portable foot restraint will be utilized in the next steps as the crew works to build the mid-strut.
And for you, Jessica, you can get yourself situated at the strut bag because your next steps are going to be to retrieve the right mid-strut.
Copy, in work. And Chris, I'm just underneath your feet, so I'll give you a moment to get that APFR done before I come over to that corner. Copy.
I needed to put it in, but I didn't realize I didn't have clearance to rotate it with the ingress aid, so I gotta just adjust some things here.
No worries, take your time.
I'm just giving you guys a heads up. The sun will be coming up in about 5 minutes.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, I have the APFR installed in a clocking of 12.
Way to go. Give me those checks, if you will. The locking collar, pull, twist test.
Yep. Stand by for all of that. Okay, the locking collar is black on black, and a good pull twist test.
Check that pitch knob for me. Make sure that it can be depressed.
Copy, in work.
And while you're there, you can set it to Papa Papa.
Pitch knob can be depressed, and stand by in work. And we are at a pitch of Papa Papa. Pitch knob is up and can be depressed.
All right. And then the next setting is Charlie for the roll and 12 for the yaw.
See Charlie, cool.
Okay, with that, I've got a few
I'm right behind your feet.
I got a few cautions to read. You guys, is this a good time for you?
For me.
Yep, I can listen.
All right. No sudden movements on the mass canister or the mod kit maintain less than 0.45 feet per second. That's about 3 seconds per foot on the BGA. The maximum lateral load on the BGA is about 40 pounds or a squat bar. Avoid cyclic loading and do not impart forces into the mod kit struts before they are fully installed.
Either one copies.
82 copies.
Okay, I see. And I think you said, Chris, you're working on ingressing the APFR, and you may want to...
Still getting the settings.
Say again?
I'm still working the yaw on it.
Sorry about that. I thought I heard you had them set.
No worries.
And I'm going to come a little bit further outboard, Chris.
Copy. Okay, I've got 12 Papa Papa Charlie 12 set on the APFR.
Okay, we got good settings on the APFR, and your next steps are to ingress, and we recommend locking the safety tether to relieve the retraction force.
happy and sounds like a good plan.
And NASA astronaut Chris Williams is now going to work to get situated in the articulating portable foot restraint.
Right mid strut. I'm gonna loosen the I'll leave it ready for the bag.
Good plan.
Meanwhile, Mir is retrieving the right mid struts from the strut bag. You can see this view on your screen there of Mir as she works to retrieve those struts. Once Williams and Mir are both situated, they will work together to install the right mid-strut first. They'll be utilizing the PGT or pistol grip tool to install the strut into place. The PGT is sometimes referred to as the space drill and will be a key component and tool utilized during today's spacewalk. We're now 1 hour and 16 minutes into today's spacewalk, the 278th, in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades.
Chris, I'm right off your right side.
I see you.
Let me know if I can help you at all.
All right, well, let me just get the finger stayed up. Try not to beat you out while I do. Gonna get my visor down.
And we have moved into an orbital sunrise.
Angle might be a little bit off on the GoPro. Might be looking towards the sun a little bit too much. Needs to come to the right a little. We can fix that later if you like.
Copy.
The International Space Station is currently flying 267 statute miles over the South Pacific Ocean.
Come to your left a little bit.
Yep, I'm working on stabilizing.
And in this view on your screen, you can see both NASA astronaut Jessica Mir on the top spacewalker there. She's wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes. And then on the lower portion of your screen is NASA astronaut Chris Williams. Williams is going to work to get into the articulating portable foot restraint, which you can see him doing there. He's going to lock his feet in, and he will remain in that placement to help him get in a good configuration to have good leverage to help install the right mid-strut alongside NASA astronaut Jessica Mir.
Get my balance, right?
And this might help, Chris. We're not sure if you locked out your safety tether, but that retraction force is pretty strong and could be working against you.
Well, yep, I did lock it out.
Okay.
I think you're in. If you can bring your feet forward a little bit more and get your heels down, you're right underneath the loop.
Just get
and you're canted a bit too much to, your heel's too far to the left.
Trying to just deal with that. Let me just reset. Fix the yaw while I'm at it.
Okay, let me know if I need to help tack you on.
I think I just need to give it one more go.
The left foot's on top of the toe loop, so bring it down. Now you're underneath.
Copy underneath.
Right foot's in. You should be able to lock your heel.
And as you can see on your screen there, Williams continuing to get in a good position to get locked into that articulating portable foot restraint.
Coming forward before you rotate. Very close.
You just sit back a little bit more.
An even better view here on our screen, Williams is in that unmarked spacesuit.
And I think you hit the roll pedal.
All right. That's,
So I think overall, it just move a little bit more slowly. And yeah, it was, okay, that was the yaw, and then you also hit the roll.
Yep, I see it. Yeah, at the end of the on the whip, that has a little bit more bounce than I was expecting, so I'm trying to just work through that.
I think you just needed to get your foot a little bit further forward before you rotate your heel.
Copy all.
We definitely hit the pedals again, but if you want to keep trying, we can rotate them after you're in.
Copy.
There's your left coming underneath. Your right's underneath now. I think you need to come forward a little bit more with your toes. Now rotate your heel on your right side. That looks like it's very close to in if it's not in already. I think you're in.
I feel like I'm in. Hey, there we go.
Okay, so you're, I think both the yaw and roll might be off now, or at least the yaw.
Yep. I'm going to just take my right foot out and yaw myself over a little bit.
Okay, yeah, you can try to do that.
Okay, guys, we're about 45 seconds from the handover.
Copy.
Charlie 12 on the whip, on the APFR. Roll and yaw.
Copy, I see Charlie, and he's adjusting the yaw now.
Feels about right?
That looks about right. Yep. Nice job. Okay. All right, great job.
And Williams is now in that articulating portable foot restraint.
We've got about 20 seconds
Okay, you feeling?
to a 20-second handover.
Okay, copy.
Take a breather, Chris, and when I come back, we'll check your access to those sections of the mounting bracket.
Copy. Copy all.
And if you're just joining us, we are approaching the 1 hour, 30 minute into today's spacewalk, the 278th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrade. We are currently in a brief handover period between our satellites, and the team here in Mission Control is being led by NASA Flight Director Deanna Trujillo. The primary task of today's spacewalk is to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. Once installed, the arrays will provide additional power for the orbiting lab. Today's spacewalk is being conducted by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. This is her 4th spacewalk of her career, as well as NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who is completing the 1st spacewalk of his career. So far, the duo has exited the Quest airlock and translated to the work site for today. Just before we had the handover period, we did see that Williams successfully was inside the articulating portable foot restraint, which was the milestone that needed to be completed before work began on installing the right mid-struts.
I think I'm in a good position. I think I'll be able to access the mounting bracket from here.
Excellent. Guys, I'm back with you. I think I heard you say, Chris, you think you can access the mounting bracket. Check the pit pin, grounding block, and the strut clevis.
I see the pin grounding block, and the strut clevis is a little bit forward, but I should be able to reach it, and I see the bearing in there.
Excellent. There's a great view through your helmet cam, too. We'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check when you're ready.
Copy. So for my gloves, I've got a little bit of braking RTV on my left fourth finger and a few little black smudges. And a small RTV flake on my right palm, but just RTV. This glove looks phenomenal.
Okay, Chris, copy on your gloves. That's we're still good with those. What about hat and gauntlet?
Yep, and it's got a dry hat and gauntlets are down.
All right. Excellent, guys. So we are ready to install the right mid-strut. So if, Jessica, you can work on transferring the right mid-strut to Chris. Chris, you're going to receive the mid-strut and ret to the handrail stanchion closest to the side path.
Copy that.
Chris?
And we are seeing a view of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir getting that right mid-strut out of the strut bag. She's going to hand it over to Williams in that articulating portable foot restraint.
By 1 second, and I'll be right back.
And TC, just letting you know, I'm fine with it for now, but I left the glove. I think that I have padding on the back of my hands because the gloves are too large in the width, and I think it's a little bit too thick. So it's pretty hard contact point on the outside of like on the back of my left hand. I'm okay with it for now, but I'll keep watching it because it does kind of limit my motion of my left hand a little bit.
Okay, Jessica, we copy all your words on your left glove, the back of it, and we'll keep an eye on it.
And just a question, if I know we don't often adjust our palm bars when we're pressurized. If I were trying to relieve, like kind of loosen the palm bar, I'm assuming that should increase the diameter there, which might help it a little bit. Would I have a go to try that?
Checking.
And Chris, let me know when you're ready. We can start it.
I'm ready.
Okay, here it comes.
Okay, I've got it.
Okay.
I've got positive control. I'm working my ret.
Copy.
And Meir now working to pass over that mid-strut.
I've got a ret on it. I can release this large.
Okay. I'll get a hand on it.
All right, it's coming down to you. Large hook.
Okay. Okay, large hook's back to the bag.
Okay, I'm looking at your hands, Jessica, so it looks like, Chris, you have control of the mid-strut? All right, great. Then, yes, Jessica, you can make your way over to the side pad location on the right side of the mast canister, and you'll BRT to the long handrail. And Chris, you can extend the mid-strut to full length and pin the side pad towards the mast canister.
Extending to full length and tending towards mast canister.
Okay, and Jessica, just with the question you have about your palm bar, we need to look into that, so it'll be probably a little bit before I can get back to you on it.
Okay, copy.
And you can see Chris Williams is now working to extend that right mid-strut to its full length. When it's inside the strut bag, it's in a condensed form. That strut bag is actually 8 feet long, but you can see here again he's working to extend that mid-strut out to its full length before they do install it on the mast canister.
I found the long handrail.
You can see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir across from Williams. She's in that spacesuit with the red stripes. She's going to work to get her pistol grip tool to install the side pad on the mast canister.
Okay, you see those connectors by your left?
I do.
Copy.
Okay. Ready to receive the side pad.
Copy, there you are.
See the arrow is up.
Okay, Jessica, there's a warning I need to read to you that there's a pinch point between the side pad and the mast canister.
Copy.
And for you,
And my red is locked out.
Thank you.
Mike, I'm going to try to...
Yep.
So now that this right mid-strut is fully extended, Meir is going to work to install it using that side panel. She'll utilize the pistol grip tool to do that. We did just have a good view of it a moment ago, and we will get another here shortly. But she's going to line it up with those holes and use the pistol grip tool to safely secure it.
Hand it back in.
And there you can see that view again.
Okay, I've got to try to...
Hey, Chris, we'd like you to hold the strut not just by the bolt, but the clevis of the canister. Thank you.
I'm trying to push down on the left side, but I'm not getting anything. I'm not getting it to engage.
Copy.
Chris, it's a bit side-loaded, like right now. Can you lift your end up?
My end up? Yep.
Yeah, okay.
So, Jessica, the tab that is on the side pad, it looks to us like it needs to go up a little higher on the mass canister there. There's more centered.
Okay.
There's ribs that are on the sides, and that tab goes between them. You probably can't see the tabs from here, but
I see
yeah,
that.
there you go, girl.
Oh, I got it.
Nice.
You got it. Got it on. Okay, yeah, I was just too far down. Oh, yeah, I was expecting it to go on that easily, but I guess I was way too far down. That is on there now in a soft dock.
Well done. Okay, let me read another caution to you before we get into these slick fasteners. Okay, verify proper alignment for Fairchild fasteners installation due to side load crossing and, side load cross-threading sensitivity.
Copy.
All right, get out your...
And is the order does not matter?
Correct. And we'll just get out your PGT. Let me know when you're ready for settings.
In work.
Okay, how are you doing, Chris?
Doing great. I'm just holding this here.
And now that Mir has aligned that side pad on the mass canister, she's going to utilize the pistol grip tool to install it.
Calibration here first. GT's coming on. Go to ratchet. I'll pass. Coming back to motor. Good LED test, battery for 1.17 volts.
Just like they taught you. Nice work. Okay, you're looking for alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Copy, alpha. Alpha 2. Alpha 2 clockwise 2 is set.
Copy. You're going to drive Mike 9 through Mike 12, any order, exactly 2 turns, and call it out after each bolt.
Okay, copy. I'm going to start with bolt 10.
We are now driving the first bolt.
2 turns on bolt 10.
Copy, 2 turns, bolt 10.
And I see 2.49 on the counter on the revolution. I counted 2 on the EGT itself.
And that's a good turn count, and for now, these 2 turns, you don't need to reference the display on the PGT, just count them and report what you count.
Okay, copy. Ideally, I would kind of go to the left corner since I just did the right top. That matters because I have better access right now to 12.
Any order.
Turns on 12. Oh, no, that actually did not engage. Now I've got 2 turns on 12.
M12, 2 turns.
And if you're just joining us, we are now 1 hour and 40 minutes into the 278th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is currently using the pistol grip tool to install the side pad on the mass canister of the right mid strut. Today's focus on the spacewalk is to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. And as part of this, the crew is working to build a mod kit. And that modification kit build is in work, as you see on your screen. A portion of this mod kit has already been built. On May 1st, 2025, NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers worked to build a portion of the modification kit, and the main goal of today's spacewalk is to finish up the build. We are getting some great views of the Earth from Jessica Meir's spacesuit here. The International Space Station is currently flying 268 miles over the South Atlantic Ocean, approaching the southwest corner of Africa.
I've got 2 turns on M9.
Copy, 2 turns on M9. And Jessica, just a reminder to minimize as much as you can the wobble on the wobble socket.
See?
I know we're asking a lot.
I might need to move my BRT.
And this view of NASA astronaut Chris Williams as he continues to help support that right mid strut as Meir installs it using the pistol grip tool. This is Williams' first spacewalk and the 4th for NASA astronaut Jessica Meir in the spacesuit with the red stripes across from him on your screen.
Not ideal here with the BRT on the wrong side. I'll try to get a different body position here, GC.
Yeah, we appreciate it, Jessica. We see what you're doing there, and we want you to take your time and get in a good position, good control of that PGT. So you do what you need to do. Nice. Nice position.
Looks like a great idea.
A little bit too far away from it.
Sorry. Just what if you release or loosened up the collar on your BRT?
I think I'm in an okay position right now.
Good.
And and I've got 2 turns on M11.
2 turns on M11. Nice. Okay, well done. So after those initial turns on M9 to M12, I think, Chris, you already have the clevis, the mid-strut clevis aligned with the upper strut clevis. Awesome. Okay. So let me get you started. Jessica, first, you can drive M9 to M12 an additional 3 to 7 turns with the same PGT settings. And then, Chris,
okay.
I'm going to have you stand by.
3 to... Was 3 to how many turns, TC?
Yeah, you're going to drive to torque an additional 3 to 7 turns and give me the torque turns and light after each bolt.
Okay, copy. Find a different BRT position now.
We are continuing to use the pistol grip tool to drive those bolts in securely.
Okay, I've got M10. I have a value of 3.7 torque, 4.72 turns. The green light.
I copy 3.7 on the torque, 4.7 on the turn, and a green light on mic 10. And Jessica, that's a good bolt.
Copy.
Okay, and just a suggestion that came from the room that your mini workstation end effector might help you out if you had it at the upper stanchion on the long handrail to triangulate where you have your BRT.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. I have it a little bit lower. Move it higher.
Okay, and while you're turning your next bolt, Jessica, for you, Chris, you can get out your PGT. Let me know when you're ready for settings.
Copy. Getting my PGT.
And on M12, have torque 3.6, turns 5.42. The green light.
Copy torque 3.6, turns 5.42, and a green light on mic 12. And that's another good bolt.
Copy.
And I got my PGT cell, battery 4123. And, oops, it's drifting out. Bye. I am ready for settings, TC.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Copy Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
And TC, I've got mic 9. I've got a torque of 3.4, 4.65 turns, good green light. Actually, 3.7, sorry. 4.65 turns and good green light. 9.
Okay, Jessica, I copied torque of 3.4, turns of 4.65, green light on mic 9, and I didn't copy the rest.
It was not 3.4. The torque was 3.7. The rest was a good copy.
Thank you. 3.7 on the torque, and that's a good bolt.
Okay, and I've got Bravo 1 clockwise 2 sets.
Okay.
And drive to turn, CC?
Yeah, so on mic 24, you're going to turn to torque, and you can expect 7 to 9 turns, and when you're finished, I'll expect the same reports from you of torque turns light and the black line flush.
Copy. 7 to 9 turns, starting turns.
And at this time now, 1 hour and 51 minutes into today's spacewalk, both astronauts, NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams, are using the pistol grip tool to secure the right mid-strut securely onto the mass canister.
And I've got the bolt torqued out. I counted 8 turns, 8.5 turns, 12 on the torque, and green light. Play shows 9 turns.
Okay.
And I see a flush black line.
Okay. I copy, you said 12 on the torque. I think you said 8.5 on the turns, a green light and black line flush.
That is it. Confirm.
And Tracy, I got on mic 11, I have 3.6 torque, 4.53 turns, and a green light.
Copy on mic 11, you've got 3.6, 4.53 on the turns, and a green light.
Sure.
All right, guys, we got good bolts on mic 24 and mic 11. You guys can stow your PGTs.
Copy.
PGT is stowed.
And as you just heard there, that right mid-strut bolts have safely and securely been attached to the mass canister.
The grounding pin is in the block, and I'll get the MLI back in place.
See, you don't need me. I appreciate it. Cut those checks. And you release the rest from...
We need you.
Oh, that feels good. And then...
I have not released the ret.
Okay, whenever you get to that, just let me know.
I am going to release the ret right now.
Copy.
Ready to receive it? I think it's locked, Chris.
Yep, standby 1. And TC, I've reduced my TCV to 4.
Copy TCV 4.
Here it comes.
The ret. Got it.
And with that right mid-strut now installed, next up for our spacewalking duo is to work together to install the left lower strut.
And for EV2, do I grounding pin up here as well?
Okay, copy. You're getting the grounding pit pin installed?
Yep, I've got it. I'm ready to install it if I can go for that.
You got to go.
Off you go.
And these views of the Earth from NASA astronaut Chris Williams' perspective here as the International Space Station flies 264 statute miles over Ghana.
Hey, and TC, I've got my BRT off. I think I'm now heading back to the bag.
Hey, Jess, before you leave there, give me a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Okay, my hap is dry. Gloves, no change from previous report on the left, and no change from previous report on the right.
And EV2 has the grounding pin installed.
Okay, copied. Jessica, your glove, I missed your hap and gauntlet, and Chris, if you could check that the mounting bracket upper surface is clear, minus that adjustable that's in the middle.
Copy all.
My gauntlets are down, hap's dry, and the glove check was no change from previous.
And TC, the mounting bracket upper surface is clear except for the adjustable in the middle.
Copy, Chris, copy, Jessica. And just before you go too far, which it looks like you've already gone far, we just wanted to, can you tell us the status on the MLI at the side pad?
Yep, I checked that the grounding pin was in place, and I put the MLI back in place as well. I had moved it off that little stanchion area because I couldn't access the bolts, but it's back on there.
Of course it is. Thank you.
No worries.
And this view on your screen, we're seeing essentially half of the mod kit that is currently built. The Duo is going to work to mirror that on the other side with the remaining struts that are yet to be installed.
So my gloves are no change from the previous reports. No change right glove, no change left glove. Is dry, gauntlets are down.
Those are the kind of checks we like. All right, guys. Well done. Okay, we're getting ready to take care of the left side now. Moving right along. So, Jessica, I know you're right there at the strut bag. Good. You'll be getting the left mid-strut first, and Chris will be receiving the left strut, and your BRT ret will go to the handrail stanchion nearest the side pad as before.
Copy that, handrail stanchion.
And as you just heard our ground IV for the day, Tracy Dyson, call up to the crew. They're going to essentially do the same steps here as they work to install the left mid-strut. So first they're going to get it out of the bag there and extend it out to its full length, and then use the pistol grip tool to install it on the mass canister.
Okay, I see the lift left mid strut. 9 and 10. How's it going, Chris?
Going great. I see you working on the struts there.
Hey, can you grab this one?
Copy. Grab it. Hey, I have control of it. Stand by while I get my ERT and ret on it.
Anybody?
The chain was good. ERT is on. ERT is on, jaws close, throttle out. Ret in work. And I have it on my BRT ret.
You can send that right back to the bag.
All right, going
You can
back to
drop
the
it. I see it back in the bag.
Copy.
Look up. It's very beautiful right now. Must be Africa.
That looks like the, yeah. Full.
Where are we right now, TC?
Jessica, you'll be retrieving the left strut and then handing it to Chris when he's ready.
I actually meant, where are we on Earth? It looks like Africa.
Are you doing geography?
I am retrieving. I am retrieving the left strap.
Hey, Chris, just a heads up for you. When you receive the lower strut from Jessica, you're going to rut to the handrail stanchion that's closest to the clevis.
Copy. Handrail stanchion closest to the clevis.
Caught in the strap. Hey, Chris.
Yes? The strut.
Am I going to release this? End effector.
Copy.
Okay.
Okay. I've got the stop end.
Okay, I think you want the other end, but can you rotate it?
Yep, I'm going to rotate it. And I'm going to just kind of move it over. That's where we're putting it eventually. Okay. Looking on my reps.
And that rut that I saw, guys, was from the bag, right? It's on there right now? Yeah, okay.
Confirm. Bag rep still on.
Gotcha.
Okay, I've got ret on the handrail closest to the clevis.
Okay, and can you still reach the other one to release it?
Yep, working on it.
If not, I'll get into position for that.
I got it.
And you can just drop it back to the bag.
Yep, stand by. Around. Okay, ret is going back to the bag.
Okay, I see it. It's in the bag.
All right.
Okay, well done, guys. We are about a minute and a half from another 20-second handover. Now that we've got the left struts on Chris, Jessica, you can translate to the APFR, and we recommend inboard around the IEA, cross over the top of Chris's safety tether. It'll be uncrossed after you come back from that area, but we'd ask you to fair lead along the radiator side and then come onto the keel frame. And I'll give you settings when we come back.
Okay, copy. Got to turn the GoPro a little bit.
The next major task that Mir and Williams are going to work together to complete is to install the left lower strut on the mass canister. The right lower strut was already installed when the duo came out to the International Space Station today. That was previously completed on May 1st, 2025 by NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers. So they're going to work to install that left lower strut, and then we'll complete the portion that they just did on the right-hand side and install the left mid strut.
Chris, I see your tether. I'm coming up this side now.
And as NASA astronaut Jessica Mir continues to make her translation, we are looking at a live view inside Mission Control Houston while we are in a handover period between our satellites. The team here in Mission Control Houston is being led by NASA Flight Director Deanna Trujillo during today's Orbit 2 shift. Serving as the ground IV and communicating with our spacewalkers is NASA astronaut and ground IV today, Tracy Dyson. We are now 2 hours and 6 minutes into today's spacewalk, and thus far our spacewalking duo has successfully installed the right mid strut. Next up, they will be working together to install that left lower strut as discussed. This is the 278th spacewalk in support of station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades.
Actually in the same place at the end of this handrail.
Copy.
Okay, guys, we're back with you.
So I'm on top of your tether.
We're with you with audio and video, except, Chris, just a heads up, we're going to be, from the ground, turning off your HECA so that it can cool down. So we won't have views from your helmet yet.
Copy, turning off my HECA. Copy, you're doing that from the ground.
Yes, no action for you.
Okay, and I am over at the APSR.
And a great view of our spacewalkers today. On the top of your screen, NASA astronaut Jessica Mir in the suit with the red stripes. On the left, NASA astronaut Chris Williams.
I am right by the top of the mounting bracket. I could hold up like within 15 centimeters or 15.
Just watch what you're doing with the strap because it's right in front of my helmet right now.
Okay, yep. I will hold it a little back.
Okay. Yeah, I think if you react against that, it will really help get our momentum.
Copy that.
Okay. Are you in a good position for that right now? I'm right next to the pedal.
I'm in a good position.
Okay.
Hey, Chris, just to answer your question about touching the...
And I can see hotel. Can he do that, TC?
Sorry, so, okay, you've already got him at a setting of hotel. Copy that. And, Chris, we were just going to say that we're...
Negative. I have not rolled.
Say again, Jessica?
Negative. I haven't rolled him. I haven't rolled.
Oh.
I have not rolled him yet. We were waiting to hear your response if he's okay to react against the mounting bracket.
Okay, great. We just asked that you not hold on to the mounting bracket until you're at the full swing. And at the end of the mounting bracket, 15 inches toward the center is the area that you can react against when we get to the crevice operations there.
Okay, yep, I'm ready for the roll.
Okay, my hand's on the pedal.
Copy. I see good roll.
And Chris Williams getting into good position now to install that left lower strut.
Double check the settings. I see hotel.
They should be able to access everything I need from here.
It looks actually like it's just short of hotel. Going back to golf. Okay, stand by. I'm going to keep you coming.
Yep.
now I see hotel. Do you feel stable?
All right, stand by. Yeah, this will work.
Okay. All right, now the strut is right in front of me. I'm going to come down.
And Chris, just
Okay, that's the mid-strut.
Chris, I've got a few check boxes. I just want to make sure that we're clear about what you have access to. The lower strut clevis, the mid-strut clevis, and the mounting bracket pin grounding block, all three of those.
I see all three of those, and I should have access to them from here.
I'm tending the PGT, my 5 volts.
Okay, and Chris, so I copy you've got access to both clevises and the grounding block. And Jessica, don't forget to tend. Yep, I see you got the torque wrench and PGT. Tending that over to the left side so you have access to those. Getting in position for that left sob. And Chris, you'll be standing by to assist with the lower strut positioning.
See that?
Hey, Chris, can you lift that strut up a little bit? It's right next to my helmet. I need to translate by.
Oh, sorry, the one that's on my BRT?
Yeah.
Oh, working on it. Yep, there we go.
And guys, we're about 4 minutes to sunset. FYI. And Jessica, I have a handrail number for you on the mass canister. I think you'll know which one it is, but let me know if you want the number.
Okay, yeah, I see it, 5170.
Bingo.
And we are approaching an orbital nighttime. The International Space Station orbits at 17,500 miles per hour, which means every 90 minutes the space station orbits the Earth. So a sunrise and sunset occurs every 45 minutes. Before we lose views here while we're in the daylight, you can see our two astronauts, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and Chris Williams, as they work to get that left lower strut into position to be able to install on that mass canister, the circular portion right in the middle of your middle top of your screen there. Once this mod kit is fully installed, the ISS rollout solar arrays will be installed onto the modification kit and be placed over the current solar arrays, which you see on your screen.
Top bearing.
Yeah, I've got my BRT down and I see the bearing.
Excellent. Jessica, I got a warning for you.
And I can...
You ready for it?
Okay.
I've got a warning for you. Are you ready?
I'm ready for it.
Pinch point. Keep your fingers clear of the lower strut pad to the BGA interface when driving the bolt.
Copy. Fingers clear.
Great. You ready for the settings?
Yeah, I don't have it lined up yet, but I can get the settings.
Okay.
I don't think it's my soft dock at first, like I can give it a little hand. Chris, it needs to come to your right.
Yep.
It's a roll.
A roll.
Diagonal right now. It's not like square on. So it's not, so look at the other strut. Can you see the orientation, how the rectangle is going straight up and down?
Yeah. That.
And come to your right a little bit more, like roll right.
Roll right, yep.
Keep coming.
Sorry.
Yeah, like that, yeah.
Okay.
Well, now that I'm going to be able to hand start this, okay. Can you hold it there?
I'm trying, yep.
Okay. CC, going to calibrate this one first.
Copy. Calibrating. We will be about a minute and a half from handover, so I'd like to get you the settings before we do that.
Okay, cow passed, but I've got a caller error.
Copy, caller error.
I took it out of motor and went. I'll start over, tricked cow, now I'm going back to motor. And I've got another caller error. Every time I bring it back to motor, I'm getting the caller error. A red fault button.
Stand by, Jessica, I'm getting words. Check your speed and torque collars. They may be in between settings. That's the signature.
Okay. I still have the red fault, so should I start over with the cow after I adjusted the collar? And actually, I think we're good now. I see LED test, and I see all the LEDs, and a battery 41.22 volts. Obviously, in the LED test, the red fault light's on, so let me know if you want me to repeat that process.
10 seconds. Go ahead and put it into mode and see if...
By the signature I'm seeing, I think we're good.
Okay, we are 3 seconds from a handover.
And we are in a handover period between our satellites. NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is working to get her pistol grip tool configured to the proper settings ahead of utilizing it to install that left lower strut as part of the mod kit build out today. We are now 2 hours and 17 minutes into today's spacewalk.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I have a little numb spot on my left hand, but it's nothing to write home about.
All right, we'll watch it.
Yep. So when we were aligning that, I could put it to the right, but that puts it a fair bit right of where it slides in the clevis. But I think if we get it lined up for you and started, then I can,
Yeah, because I got to make sure it's lined up, or otherwise it's gonna.
Yeah. And once you get it started, I have a long lever arm to position it.
That sounds good.
Okay, we're back with you guys.
All right, TC, I think that we're in a good config because I got the LED test. The caller error message went away, but let me know if you want me to repeat the cow.
Okay, Jessica, we don't think you need to repeat the cow, and you can go ahead and set your PGT to alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Okay, copy. Alpha 1, clockwise. Alpha 1, clockwise 1 is set.
Excellent. Okay, you're going to align the lower left strut M21 bolt to the sob spherical bearing. Extend the bolt through the square boss so that the threads are visible during alignment.
Copy. Chris, again,
Yep, I'm getting it back.
Okay. Can you rotate more to your right? Oh, so again.
More to the right.
Come up, left.
Come left.
Okay, now rotate it to your right.
Right.
Just the top.
Yep.
Okay, and TC, how many turns am I going to start with? 4?
Exactly 4.
Starting turn.
And Jessica Meir beginning to drive the first bolt into the left lower strut.
Okay, that's 4 turns.
Copy. 4 turns on Mike 21. You don't have to give me torque turns. I mean, the display.
Okay, copy.
Okay, we're going to change your P.
It does look like it's
Go ahead.
Just checking. The bolt, they definitely drove well. Now it should be able to move a little bit right and left. Like the rectangle is not engaged yet.
Yep.
It is not quite straight vertical. Is that okay for now?
That's expected.
Okay, copy.
You ready for your next settings?
I am.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Oh boy, here we go.
And for you, Chris, now that we've got 4 turns on the saw bolt, you can align the lower strut clevis with the mounting bracket. And then just check that the pit pin.
Okay, I got the clevis aligned.
Excellent. Check that the tip pin, that's how you say it, is free of the clevis.
Pin is free of the clevis.
I've got Bravo 7, clockwise 2 set.
Copy, Jessica. And for you, Chris, you can get your PGT out, and I'll have settings for you.
As Mir works to drive this next bolt, Williams is going to get his pistol grip tool out to begin doing the same on the other portion of the left lower strut.
And Jessica, just a heads up, I'm going to have Chris drive his bolt before we have you go to torque.
See.
I got my PGT out.
All right, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2 is...
Copy. You're going M22, exactly 2 turns.
M22, exactly 2 turns. Copy that. Get this lined up. Okay, I've got it lined up. Exactly 2 turns.
Copy, 2 turns. Mike 22.
Turns. 2 turns.
Okay, Jessica, you can turn Mike 21 to torque, and that'll be an additional 8 to 9 turns. And I'll expect torque turns and light when you're finished.
Okay, copy. I'm going to adjust my body position a little bit here. Okay, TC, I got a low torque fault I got 7.6 torque. I can try a better body position.
Jessica, so you said 7.6 on the torque. Can you tell us how many turns?
It was about 3.5 turns.
You said...
I don't have a turn count on the PGT.
You said about 3.5 turns?
Yeah, maybe 4. I can see that the black line is not quite flush, but it's very close.
Okay, we'd like you to hit the bolt again. Not really hit it, you know what I mean? Just turn the bolt. Try it one more time, see what we can get with those same settings.
Copy. Copy, and work.
And NASA astronaut Jessica Meir continuing to use that pistol grip tool to get that bolt in a good position. We're now 2 hours and 26 minutes into today's spacewalk.
It torqued out right away. And I got torque of 25.6, and it was a 0.44 turn. It looks good, good green light.
Okay, I copied 25.6 on the torque, 4.4 on the turns, and a green light.
And negative, that was 0.44 turns, so it was less than half a turn, and then it reached the torque.
Okay, Jessica, I copied. Then it was an additional 0.44 on the turns. Copy that. So we're going to have you now switch over to the torque wrench, and we will just expect to have more turns on the torque wrench.
Okay, copy. I can see that the black line is flush. I can see a tiny sliver of silver underneath it, so maybe it could go a little bit more, but it does look pretty flush. Am I finished with this PGT then? Does this get turned off or left on?
You can leave it on for now.
Okay, and I'm not going to use it again right now, though, so I can let it tend back a little bit, right? I'm just going to use the torque wrench.
That's okay.
Copy. Okay.
We're going to now use the torque wrench to get that bolt securely fastened.
And while you're setting that up, Jessica, for your anticipation, we think it'll be about 4.5 more turns using the torque wrench.
Okay, wow. My turn count may have been off, FYI. That's the initial turn count that I gave you.
Okay, and look, and keep in mind we're looking for the torque wrench to break over 2 times, so keep track of that.
Copy. You have to come from the bottom side here, Chris. The geometry's a little bit...
Yeah, I think that's a little bit better, and you can crank the wrench a little bit more.
Yeah.
It looks like a great body position and great leverage.
And TC, I torqued out at what was that, Chris? Not even half a turn.
Yeah, that was like a quarter turn.
Yeah. It was like a quarter turn, and I got 2 pops. I can see the pop bolts as well.
Okay, we copy. And about a quarter turn, and it broke over twice, and we're checking.
TC, a little bit more information for you for the black line. If I line up perfectly so I'm looking straight on the side, the black line is flush. If I come, now if I have parallax and I'm coming more towards the front of the bolt, I can see like a tiny sliver of silver beneath the black line. But again, when I view it straight on from the side, the black line is flush and it's parallel.
Okay, we copy that. That's a good check. We would like you to verify on the torque wrench that it is set to 60 foot-pounds. And then we will come back and get as many of these checks on the bolt as we can, and before we take any other measures.
Copy, I'm looking at it. I don't know if you can see it in my HECA, but I see 60 set.
60 set. Copy that. And on your sub bolt checks, that's a good check of the torque wrench. Okay, and
then I'll try to get a view of the strut bearing. Actually, I have a really good view of the strut bearing. I can see the strut boss, and I can see the bearing boss, and it looks just like the picture for a good check, I'm really happy to say. I do not see any bolt. I can only see the black line of the spherical bearing in between the two bosses.
Okay, and that's great. And go for the wiggle test. There should be no motion between the strut and the bearing.
Okay, and so just wiggle like using the handrail on the strut, or?
That's affirmative.
I'm on it, and I see no motion.
Okay, Jessica, well done. We are now just conferring with our folks in the back rooms to make sure that's a good bolt, but for now we'll stand by.
Okay, copy, standing by.
Nicely done, Jessica.
Thanks. Basil was right. It was not as
daunting
as it seemed. Getting a little chilly here, so I'm going to change my TCV.
Copy.
And Chris, we have your HECA view back.
Hey, my HECA view is back. I see the green light.
And TC, I have brought my TCV down to a setting of 3.
Copy, Jessica, EV12 to a TCV of 3. And drum roll, Mike 21 is a good bolt. Well done.
Woohoo! Thank you.
And we did have confirmation that that bolt was successfully installed by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. Her next steps are going to be to install some multi-layer insulation over the pad where she just installed the bolt.
Finish the bolt up here, though, I think.
Yeah, let me.
Copy.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, guys. There's a pause here. I need you to just stand by for a second because, Jessica, we're getting some words on back to you about your gloves, so just stand by one. But for you, Chris, sorry, you can. You've got the same settings, and so stand by.
Yep. See that? Bravo 1, clockwise 2 is set.
And the next steps for NASA astronaut Chris Williams are to use his pistol grip tool to drive a bolt as well. This is all part of that left lower strut installation that the crew has been working on. Now, 2 hours and 34 minutes into today's spacewalk, the duo has already installed the right mid strut on the modification kit and are continuing to work towards the completion of the left lower strut before they move on to the left mid strut installation.
Okay, thanks for your patience, guys. For you, Chris, you can drive M22 to torque. It'll be an additional 5 to 7 turns. I'll expect the torque turns light and black line flush report. And for you, Jessica, if you could make sure that the lower strut MLI is over the pad.
Lower strut MLI is over the pad.
And EV2 copies will be driving M22 to torque. Putting turns.
Good read back.
Chris Williams now driving that bolt utilizing the pistol grip tool.
And EV2 M22 is torqued out, an additional 5.5 turns, torque of 11.8, green light. And I've got a black line flush.
Okay, Chris, great. I copied a torque of 11.8, turns additional 5.5, green light, black line flush. I'm hearing that's a good bolt, too.
Stay firm.
Okay, you can stow your PGT. And now, Jessica, for you, before we have you move, I just wanted to give you an update on your pump. So before we take any steps to relieve the pressure, we just wanted to ask you some questions about whether that's something you want to tend to right now, or if you think you can go longer. Is it something that you think that by the end of the run it's going to cause an issue, or is it something that you want to take care of right now?
I would definitely like to take care of it right now, if that's an option.
Stand by. Okay, Jessica, as you can imagine, we're doing a little bit of discussing because there is some risk to it, and I'm going to come back to you with some clear words so that we can make a good decision there. So I ask you to just stand by for 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. And then
I'll give you a little...
Go ahead.
I'll give you one bit of added info. My palm bars are not very tight, so I think it would be a very small change to the overall glove, but one that would like loosen it up a little bit. I only do like a really medium tightness, so just if that helps with the analysis at all.
Yeah, those are helpful words. Thank you very much. Okay, then just stand by one. We'll give you a minute back. And for you, Chris, your PGT I could tell is stowed. I'm just going to read this note to you. I think it'll be helpful to you. After both the lower struts are fully installed, which they are, crew may translate on the upper triangle and lower struts up to 40 pounds if needed, but no simultaneous large body movements or translations. And if you haven't yet already, you can remove your ret from the lower strut, Chris. Install the lower strut grounding pit pin to the mounting bracket grounding block, and then take care of the MLI around the clevis.
Copy all. Up to 40 pounds. Ret is removed and working on the pit pin.
And with this split screen view, we see on the left-hand side of the screen the perspective from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who is our EV1 today, and on the right-hand side of your screen, the perspective of NASA astronaut Chris Williams serving as EV2. The left mid-strut has successfully been installed. The left lower strut, rather, has been installed, and the crew is going to work on the left lower strut next. Just as was done previously for the right mid-strut that has already been installed.
What I'd like to do is have you move on to the next task, which is the mid-strut. We're working on a plan on how to relieve the pressure on your glove, but our hope is we can get through the mod kit task and then address this before you get into the DDCU activity. How do you feel about that?
Okay, sure.
All right. Then we'll have you translate to the left side pad installation location, and as you're coming out of the truss, check your safer handles for me.
Okay, copy.
And see, I'm working on this tip pin here, but it's not wanting to go in. I'm trying to remember.
That's the one that,
Yep.
Yeah, that's the bad one. I think we're going to not expect that one to go in.
That
Did not go in inside.
okay, copy, guys. I'm getting words here, so stand by.
Okay, and it looks like it's actually partially in, but I'm now not able to get it out.
Copy.
Okay, you said that the pit pin is in the mounting bracket, but you're not able, I'm sorry, not the mounting bracket, but the grounding block of the mounting bracket, but you're not able to get it out?
Yeah, it is partially in. It is not fully installed, and I am not able to get it out either. Well, I'm working on it, but it appears to be stuck partially in. Oh, I was able to remove it.
Oh. Okay. Stand by.
Hey, Chris, can you get a good view of my safer handles just to double check me?
Yep, your right safer handle is down. And I see your left one as down as well, but I don't have a great view of it, but it looks down.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Chris, since you already got that pit pin out, what we're going to do is we will not try to reattempt the install. We will just tuck it into the MLI.
Copy, tucking it into the MLI. Yeah, I tried both holes on the grounding block and no joint on either.
Copy that. Good effort.
And NASA astronaut Chris Williams is now working to install that multi-layer insulation around the portion of the mod kit.
The MLI has been tucked around the clevis, and the tip pin is tucked in the MLI.
Okay, copy that, Chris. You can now start working on retrieving the left midstrut from your BRT, extending the midstrut to full length with the side pad toward the mass canister.
Copy that.
I'm in a good position to receive.
Okay, I got looks like it's spun behind me a little bit. I'm just trying to bring it out.
And just get your BRT, I think I can see that. Is that right?
I am BRT to the long handrail.
Gotcha.
I think it's going to be much more stable on this side given the BRT placement.
Okay, copy.
Jessica, can you walk me on here? I think it swung behind me a little bit.
Yeah, it did. It's right behind your left hand.
Oh, there we are.
There you go.
Thank you.
And before you get that off and into your hands, you guys, the sunrise is happening in about 5 minutes if you need to adjust your visor.
Copy 5 minutes.
Now 2 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk, and NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams have worked together to install the right mid-strut as well as the left lower strut of the mod kit. Next up, they're going to work together to do the same on the left mid-strut.
All right, Chris, what's the connectors?
Yep, watching the connectors.
Okay. Stand by. Okay, we're on soft dock. Get my BRT rigidized.
Okay, Jessica, did you see you had it soft dock?
Confirm, I've got soft dock, and I'm got my BRT in a pretty good position here. This side is a much better body position given the location of the handrail respective. Oh, look at that soft dock.
Oh, hold on. Do you want me to lock out my ret?
Yes, I was just getting to you.
Yeah.
And
all right, ret is locked
got
out.
that. Ret locked out, and when you're ready for PGT settings, let me know, Jessica.
Okay. I'll get my PGC. ATC, I'm ready for settings.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2 is set.
Okay, you're going to turn M1 to M4, any order, exactly 2 turns.
And actually, that turned off. Do you want me to give you another cow? I see a need to cow, so I'm going to give you another cow.
The PGT speaks.
It does. I'll pass. See, good LED test battery, 40.88. That was Alpha 2 clockwise 2.
You got it.
And Meir now using the pistol grip tool to drive 4 bolts into the left side panel of the mass canister as part of that left mid strut.
Okay, we got 2 turns. Oh, that did not quite engage.
We are starting to approach an orbital sunrise.
I've got 2 turns on M1.
Copy, 2 turns, M1.
Turns on M2.
2 turns, M2.
And NASA astronaut Jessica Meir has driven 2 bolts, 2 remaining on this section.
Turns on M3.
2 turns M3.
Turns on M4.
And 2 turns on M4. Okay, after this, Chris, for you, you can align the mid strut to the upper strut. Looking for L8 is the label you should see. And when you're done with that, you can get out your PGT.
Copy L8/M28. And getting out my TGT.
Okay, for you, Jessica, you can drive M1 through M4 to torque, and it'll be an additional 3 to 7 turns, and I'll expect all the checks. Torque, turns, and light.
Copy.
And from this view on your screen, you can see both NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and Chris Williams as they work to use their pistol grip tools to drive different bolts respectively as part of that left mid-strut installation.
NTC on M3, I have a torque of 3.8 and 3.49 turns. The green light.
I copy on Mike 3, you got 3.8 torque, 3.49 on the turns, and a green light.
Confirm.
And as you're looking at the view on your screen, on the left-hand side is Jessica Meir's perspective, and on the right hand is Chris Williams' perspective.
You can expect 7 to 9 turns, and I'll expect the same checks, including the black line flush.
Mike 28 torque, 7 to 9 turns. Copy all. Starting turns.
TC on M1, I have 3.6 torque, 4.51 turns. Good green light.
Copy 3.6 on the torque, 4.51 turns, green light on M1. And just to give you status, M1 and M3 were good bolts. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, on M28, I got 8.5 turns, green light, 11.2 on the torque, and the black line is flush.
Okay, Chris, I think you said 12.2 on the torque, 8.5 turns, green light, and black.
I see 11.2 on the
11.2 on the torque, 8.5 turns, green light, black line flush. I got 3 out of the 4 right.
Confirm. You got them now.
MTC on bolt M4, I have 3.6 torque, good green light, and I forgot to set the turn counter, so it's 10.16 minus the previous turn count I gave you for the previous bolt.
It makes sense, yes. I copy 3.6 on the torque, and without the counter reset, we got 10.6 on the turns. We'll do the math, and a green light.
It was 10.16 for the turn.
I don't know what I said, but that's what I wrote down. So 10.16 on the turns.
I copy, and I've just got M2 remaining.
That's correct. And And Jessica, you can count manual turns for us if you want. And then for you, Chris, M28, good bolt.
Copy, good bolt. I've got the pit pin if that's next for me.
copy. You got the pit pin, and I assume you stowed your PGT. And you can go ahead and install the MLI over M15 and 16.
Okay, I'll get the pin installed just to confirm.
Yes, sorry, I thought you said you had it installed, but you can install that now.
Copy that.
TC on M2, I have 4.0 torque and 4.98 turns. And a good LED.
I copy 4.0 on the torque, 4.9 on the turns, green light, and that's a good bolt on mic 2. We're still waiting for words on mic 4 from the ground, so stand by on that.
And this view of NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams. Meir, in the suit with the red stripes, is working to wrap up driving 4 bolts using her pistol grip tool.
Excellent.
And I will work on the MLI.
Excellent. And also the ret, whenever you get to it, you can release that. But keep out your PGT.
And TC, I've got the grounding pin installed, and the MLI is already over mic 15 and mic 16.
Excellent. And if you could check the mounting bracket upper surface that it's clear, except for, of course, the adjustable.
Mounting bracket upper surface is clear except for the adjustable.
Chris, I'm ready to receive the rep.
Yep, I'm ready to receive it. Wait, let's see. It's through the middle. Yep. Got my rep back.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay, guys, sorry, Jessica, if you could, I saw you working on the MLI there, and we need it tucked a little bit more snug around the bolts there at the end.
Okay. That looks.
I like it. Let me see if the rest of them like it. And we're 2 minutes from a handover.
I'm supposed to be covering the... And it's over M27, but it's not supposed to be covering M1, 2, 3, and 4, is it?
Stand by, checking. Okay, Jessica, with your PGT, we'd like you to try M3 a second time. Just turn it and see if we get any turns.
Okay, copy, M3.
Hey, Jessica, just FYI, it looks like your helmet lights are loose.
What?
Like your WGS looks like it is loose. It's attached by the straps, safer straps still. The assembly looks like it is loose, has come loose.
Okay.
Okay, guys, we're about 30 seconds from a 20-second handover. We copied your words, Chris, on Jessica's helmet. We've seen this before. We're not too concerned. That's why we have the straps in place, but we'll give you more words when we come back from the handover.
It feels pretty secure right now.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's held well by the straps.
We are now 3 hours into today's spacewalk outside the International Space Station, the 278th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Thus far, NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams have successfully installed the right mid-strut as well as the left lower strut and are continuing to work through procedures to install the left mid-strut.
Is that a good green light as well? Okay, good green light, another 0.5 and 3.7. Let me start over. 3.7 on the torque, and did you say an additional 0.05 or 0.5 on the turn?
0.05, yeah, I barely moved. Parked out right away.
Checking.
And this view from inside Mission Control Houston, where the flight control team is being led by Deanna Trujillo, who you see there speaking with the team here. NASA astronaut and ground IV today is Tracy Dyson. She is the voice that you have been hearing communicate with NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir, today's spacewalkers. And now a good view of our spacewalking duo coming into view. Meir is on the right-hand side of your screen wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes, and Williams is on the left-hand side of the screen in the spacesuit with no markings on it. Today is his very first spacewalk, and today is the 4th spacewalk for Meir. The primary goal of today's spacewalk is to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. There are currently 8 ISS solar arrays, the original solar arrays rather. They are about 115 feet long, as you can see on your screen there. The new IROSAs, the ISS rollout solar arrays, are much smaller, only about 60 feet in length. Today's spacewalk is to install the modification kit where the IROSA will be installed. And we're getting a view now from Chris Williams' perspective here as he looks head-on at NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. Again, they're working together to finish up the installation of the left mid-strut on the modification kit.
Okay, you two. Thanks for all your patience. Jessica, before we move on anymore with the mod kit, just wanted to let you know that the option is on the table to loosen the palm bar. However, we believe that the adjustment, though, could be difficult and potentially affect your grip. And so I think you know this, once you loosen the palm bar on the glove, we'll not be able to retighten it in this environment. And so our preference would be that we finish the mod kit all the way through collars, cables, and MLI, and then tend to this. But we want to hear your thoughts on that because it's your left hand.
I'm fine with that. I don't think it's going to, I mean, I think loosening it will just open up the circumference a little bit. I'm never really that sensitive for my palm bars. Like, they don't really, adjusting them doesn't make a huge difference to me. So I think that it would be worth trying to alleviate the pressure, and I don't think it would have much effect on my grip.
Okay. We copy. We hear you. And let's get through this.
I'm fine waiting for now.
Okay, you're a trooper. I appreciate it. We're going to get through this mod kit, and then we're going to take care of your palm bar. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. Thanks for being a sport. And Chris, I've got some words for you. Stand by.
Your visor up, I can see your face.
Okay. I'm going to move to you, Chris, real quick. We heard a comment that you made right when we were... Stand by. So we heard a comment that you had made as we were coming back from a handover, that you had a numb spot on your left hand. We weren't sure if you were intending for us to hear that or not, but of course all ears were perking up. So can you give us a bit more of a description as to the location, and if it's due to a pressure point, and if it's affecting your ability to perform any actions? Your voice sounds like you're in good spirits, but we're just wondering if you're grinning and bearing it.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty okay. Like, basically, it's just the tips of my left thumb and left index finger feel a little bit. I feel like I just got a little pressure point at one point, but it doesn't appear. It's not really affecting me at all.
Okay, I copied all of that. That it's you feel okay. It's your thumb and index a little numb, but it's not affecting your work. And you're okay.
Firm. That's a good copy.
Okay, we appreciate that. I'm still owing you some words, Jessica, on bolt M3. And just like that, I found out that M3 is a good bolt. So you can stow your PGT.
Awesome news.
That is great news, you guys. So your PGT can be stowed, and I assume you got the ret back to Chris?
Firm.
And I know you got the cover, the side pad MLI is covering, and I'm waiting for Farouk to tell me it will look good, so stand by. MLI is good. Okay. Next thing I've got is the glove hap and gauntlet check from both of you.
All right, EV1, my glove, I see the same black mark. I see one little tiny white flake just slithered my pinky finger. It came from the top side, but I don't see anything there. The glove looks nominal. And the right glove looks no changes, and my hap is dry. Gauntlets are down.
And for EV2, I still have a little small, what looks like RTV flap on the back of my right fourth finger. The little fleck of RTV on the right palm is gone. So it looks like that little piece got liberated. Left glove looks nominal. Eye hap and gauntlets are done.
Okay, I copy the checks on both of you. Going back to you, Jessica, did you report a slice in your RTV or a flake?
Yeah, a flake. There was a small white flake. It wasn't RTV. It came from like the area, like where the outside of the glove, like the MLI meets the underside of the glove. But I don't see like any spot where it came from. So maybe it wasn't actually fabric or anything part of the glove. Maybe there was just something on my glove. Very small flakes that then floated away.
Okay, we copy. Just a flake. And we got good glove, hap, and gauntlet check from both of you.
And following that glove and hap check for NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir, we did just a short time ago have a conversation between NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and Tracy Dyson here on the ground involving the snugness of Meir's glove on her left hand and steps that can possibly be taken to adjust the comfort level for her as that glove is in the pressurized vacuum environment of space. We are now 3 hours and 11 minutes into today's spacewalk, and Meir and Williams have successfully completed the build and installation of the right mid-strut, left lower strut, and are working to complete the left mid-strut as we speak.
And Jessica, the strap, you push it, or you'll pull it toward your pinky to relieve the pressure away from you, toward your pinky.
Yeah, pull the copy. I'm familiar with that mechanism, so I have a go to do that?
You have a go.
Okay, I did it, and that was extremely helpful. Not affecting my grip. It was affecting my grip in the way that it was tight because it was quite painful in that area. So that feels much better. Thank you guys for that. Really appreciate it.
That's good news, Jessica, and all the thanks goes to you for your patience and endurance.
And those words from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, letting the ground know that the adjustment on her glove was successful.
Okay, crew, good work. We have good bolts all around, and we are ready to move on to the strut collars and cleaning up that strut bag. So, Chris, you can start getting out of the APFR and unlocking your safety tether. And for you, Jessica, you have a socket swap from your 2-inch, you're going to socket swap to the 2-inch rigid on your own PGT.
Copy, in work.
And Chris, copies in work as well.
And just a reminder, Chris, that my tether is on top of yours on that side.
Copy.
And next steps for our spacewalkers today, NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who is in the unmarked spacesuit in the top center of your screen there, has egressed or exited the articulating portable foot restraint. Jessica Meir is going to continue to use that pistol grip tool, which she has been using for much of this morning, to drive a couple more bolts as part of the left mid-strut collar installation. Meanwhile, Williams is going to store the pistol grip tool and the torque wrench inside of the cable bag. And he's going to retrieve the IROSA cables from the cable bag.
From EV2, I've egressed the APFR, I've unlocked my safety tether. Recollections, I should be gathering the EV3 PGT and work wrench?
Yes, but before you do that, we'd like you to roll the APFR back to center, so that would be a setting of Foxtrot.
Yep, AFIRM, that has been completed. APFR is at Foxtrot.
Way to go. All right, then yes, you can retrieve the adjustable and put the, yeah, so you're going to get the adjustable to the PGT torque wrench, and then take that, I'm reading notes, you can totally tell. The adjustable free hook is going to go to your mini workstation as you translate back to the cable back.
Copy that.
TC, I have completed the sock. Is in my trash bag, had a good pull test on the rent, and the 2-inch is now on my PCC, also good pull test.
Well done, Jessica. Okay, let me give you a caution about the bolts you're about to drive. You want to minimize non-axial loads into the mid-strut while driving the collar bolts.
And I'm going to have to reposition, obviously, so I'm going to translate over there. I'm going to watch the connectors above my head, and I'm going to guarantee to the mid-strut handrail itself, correct?
That is good words. And we have a note here for your feet to be down, outboard, looking towards the right side of the mod kit. And just ensure that once you're in place, I'll wait till you get there to remind you of some of these things.
Okay, copy.
And Chris, just so you know, we're going to be turning off your HECA from the ground. No action for you, just awareness.
Copy, no action for me.
And if you're just joining us, we are now 3 hours and 17 minutes into today's spacewalk. You are seeing a view on your screen today of today's spacewalkers. On the upper left of your screen is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir completing her 4th spacewalk of her career. And towards the middle of your screen is NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who is completing his 1st of his career. On the mass canister, you can see the modification kit that has been being built by our spacewalkers today. So far, they've successfully completed the right mid-strut, the left lower strut, and are wrapping up procedures on the left mid-strut.
Just a standby here or cross over the IEA?
Copy your RET config. Stand by on the translation while I check. And for you, Jessica, ensure that the collar pit pin lanyard is clear of the collar interface.
Yes.
Once the modification kit is successfully installed, it will be ready to receive an IROSA or ISS rollout solar array after it's delivered to the International Space Station and be installed during a future spacewalk.
The cable bag and back to your location before Jessica starts coming back inboard, and that the crossing of the tethers will be okay for now. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I copy that, so I will walk around to the cable bag, and we'll just keep an eye that I'll have my tether kind of double back here.
Yeah, that's good words, and then as you make your way back with the cable bundle and all of that, we'll make sure we pay close attention to snag hazards and things like that.
Copy that.
NASA astronaut Chris Williams is now working to translate to the cable bag that was brought out on the spacewalk with our duo today. Once there, he's going to stow the pistol grip tool as well as the torque wrench that was utilized earlier in today's spacewalk, and he's going to retrieve the IROSA cables from the cable bag. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is continuing to use her pistol grip tool to drive bolts on the left mid-strut.
Okay. Hey, Jessica, before I give you the settings, can you ensure that the collar pit pin lanyard is clear of the collar interface?
Yep, I gave you an A-firm on that one as well. It's clear.
Sorry, I didn't hear it. Okay, your PGT settings are Bravo 7 clockwise 2.
See? Bravo 7 clockwise 2 is set.
Copy. You're going to drive M29 and M30 to torque. You can expect 4 to 6 turns, and I'll take the torque turns and light for each bolt.
Torque.
And Meir continuing to drive bolts.
ATC, I drove Mike 29. Just so you know, I did see some stuff like some flakes of something being liberated from that bolt interface when I drove. They're floating away. They were kind of yellowish. I don't know, kind of like rust or something that may have been on there. And I have a torque of 25.4. 7.1, 7.72 turns, and a good green light, M29.
Okay, Jessica, I copied 25.4 on the torque. I think you said 7.1 on the turns, a green light, and your words on the flakes that were liberating from the collar were yellowish as you started to turn the bolts.
Yeah, and the turns were 7.72.
Thank you, 7.72.
We go for M30?
You're good for turning M30 and good turns and torque on M29.
Great.
And I've heard that we're going to look into the yellowish flakes that you were saying. We'll get back to you on that.
Okay, copy.
And TC, I'm back over by the cable bag with the PGT and torque wrench on the adjustable. Can you remind me of the expected configuration of where you'd like me to put these?
And you can put that on any open hook on the fish stringer. And I think we had the fish stringer on the layer below the cable bundle, conveniently for you right now.
Copy that.
And see, unfortunately, I did get a low torque. I'll try to get into a better body position on this one. I got 11.9 low torque red light.
Okay, we copy low torque on M30, 11.9 red light, and you're going to try to reposition.
A-firm.
Did you count turns up to that point?
I think it was like 4 turns.
Okay, we copy 4 turns and concur with you hitting it again. Not literally, but turning it.
Copy.
Meir continuing to drive bolts on the left mid-strut as Williams stores the pistol grip tool and torque wrench inside the cable bag. He's going to...
TC from 82, I'm not seeing an open hook on the fish stringer. Is it okay if I just put the adjustable to one of the bag D-rings?
Absolutely, Chris.
All right, and work. I'm going to use the rep that's on that adjustable to attach to one of the bag D-rings.
Good plan.
And Williams working to configure tools inside of that cable bag. He is also going to retrieve the iROSA cables from the cable bag, which will be installed later on during today's spacewalk.
And TC, I'm getting the same thing. I think I'm in a good body position, but it keeps actually, I think it torqued out that time. Okay, I thought it was just skipping, but it got a good green light, and it got 25.3 torque, and it was just another 0.4 turn.
Okay, Jessica, copy on M30. It was 25. I missed the 10th place. Point what?
5.3 and a 0.92 turn.
Okay, we got 25.3, 0.93, I think you said on the turns, green light, and I'm hearing good bolt.
Confirm. 0.92, but I think that's in the noise.
We got... Okay, Jessica, I got the verbiage right. We got good turns on M29 and M30. Now you can set your PGT to the manual ratchet clockwise.
Copy.
And TC, I've got the EV3 PGT and torque wrench stowed in the cable bag.
Excellent, Chris. Now you can do your socket swap now to your 6-inch wobble. Using the socket caddy there in the cable bag. And then once I get the requisite pull tests from you, we'll work on the cables.
In work.
And we are approaching the 3-hour and 30-minute mark in today's spacewalk. This is the 278th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and is the first outside the International Space Station of 2026. This is the 4th spacewalk for NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who is wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes today, and is the very first for NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who is wearing the unmarked spacesuit. Thus far in today's spacewalk, Meir and Williams have worked to install the right mid-strut and the left lower strut, and Meir is now working to finish up bolts on the left mid-strut. All of this work is being done to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. And once installed, the array will provide additional power for the orbiting laboratory.
And TC, a couple notes. Veracity is definitely difficult, but in doing so, I noticed that I know we had good torque on both of them, but I was expecting the collar to be kind of equally flush. Right now, the M30 side, there's like a much bigger gap in between the collar than there is on the M29 side. Would have expected those to be equal. Is that accurate?
Checking.
I will enjoy this gorgeous view.
And TC, while you're checking, I've got a performer socket swap. The 2-inch rigid has a good pull test on the socket caddy, and the 6-inch wobble has a good pull test on my PGT.
Well done, Chris. Thank you. And so once you've cleaned up from that, you can retrieve the cables, and we expect mini workstation ret to the adjustable of the cable bundle.
The mini workstation ret to adjustable of cable bundle in work.
And Jessica, I'm getting words for you on that difference you're seeing in the collar bolt between the two, the collar between the two bolts. And if I'm being asked to have you point to it, if you can, so we could see it in the HECAs.
I'll point with my PGT
okay.
side. You can see where my PGT right now. My PGT is touching the M30 side. And that gap in between, like the two halves of the collar, is larger. At least from this perspective, it looks larger than the one on the bottom down here on M29. I'm not sure exactly how it's designed, but I would have assumed that when you drive the bolts, they're like bring the two sides of the collar together the same amount. That's not what I'm seeing.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for pointing that out. The fact you got more turns on M29 initially, it doesn't surprise us that smart folks are looking into the data to see what we can tolerate.
Okay, copy. And I got about like half a turn on each one with the ratchet. I'm not sure that I really got good pops. I try to hit that again.
Okay, Jessica, we're going to, we got to go to try the ratchet again to get pops. Keep turning until you get pops and start with the M30.
Copy. It's difficult to get the right leverage on it with this connector panel right above my head. I will try and see what I can do.
Yeah, we can see those connectors in your HECA, so we understand. And Chris, we got HECA view back for you, and we can see you with the cable bundles there.
Yep, I got the cable bundles ready to, I got a ret for my mini workstation to be adjustable, and I unvelcroed them and took the ret off of them from the cable bag, so I've got them. We'll bring them back to the mod kit.
Okay, yeah, your next steps will be to translate back to your APFR, and you can use the APFR, of course, to gain access to that adjustable on the mounting bracket and stow your bundles there.
Copy that. Work.
NTC, I got about a quarter of a turn on M30 with a ratchet, and then I did get a good pop.
Okay, Jessica, copy that. A quarter turn, a good pop on M30. You have a go to do the same on M29.
Okay, and just remind me, is that supposed to get 2 pops or just 1?
2 good pops.
Okay, I'll try. Should I try to get the second one on M30 while I'm in good position for that?
Yeah, sorry. I misinterpreted your pop to be 2 pops.
Oh, and there's a second pop. Okay, 2 pops on M30.
2 pops on M30.
And as Mir wraps up with that pistol grip tool on those bolts, we do see NASA astronaut Chris Williams starting to come into view here. He does have those IROSA cables that he retrieved from the cable bag earlier. Those cables will be installed later on during today's spacewalk. And a view here on the right-hand side of your screen there of the cables.
It's very satisfying.
Copy. 2 pops on M29. And while we're talking about that bolt, I got some news on the yellowish material you were seeing, and it looks to us like locking material. It's from the bolts, and there's no concern.
Okay. Okay, that's good news.
I'm back over at the APFR and am working the cable bundle still.
Copy, Chris. And for you, Jessica, we heard the 2 pops on M29, but did you get any more turns on it?
Negative. There were no more turns on M29. It popped right away. So the previous attempts, when I did it previously, I got about maybe a quarter of a turn, and then I had the 2 pops.
Okay, copy. No additional turns, but you originally got about a quarter of a turn, but you did get 2 pops.
Confirm.
Okay, we're still looking into the data on that bolt, so stand by on the status. And Williams has made his way back to the mounting bracket and has gotten back into the articulating portable foot restraint. You see he does have those cables that he retrieved from the cable bag moments ago.
If you see, I've got the cable bundles on the adjustable on the that bracket in the center.
Well done, Chris. All right, we'll have you just kind of hang out for a little bit.
Copy that.
And as Williams has a moment before he steps into the next set of his procedures, the International Space Station is currently flying 266 statute miles above Earth. The space station is currently approaching the northern coast of Italy.
Hey, Jessica, as you were looking at the collar bolt, I'm sure you would have called out if you saw it, but can you tell if there's anything in that interface, MLI, the pit-pin cable, anything that could be producing that gap?
No, I don't see anything in the gap. There is like a little over tab coming up the top there that looks like it's supposed to be there.
Yeah, that tab is supposed to be there.
In my top view. So other than that, I don't see anything else.
Okay, thanks.
I can't get a direct view though from this angle.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
I think if I change my location to work on the tip pin and stuff, I might be able to get a better view. I'm actually coming over to the front side of it now. You guys see my HECA?
Yeah, we've got a...
But definitely there's a wider...
We've got...
definitely a wider gap at the M30 side.
Okay.
We don't see any fog or anything.
Okay, that's helpful. We see the view, but it's getting dimmer, so I think that's the sun about to set. And we got about a minute to a handover.
You want me to take a picture of it with my camera?
It sounds like a good idea. We'll take you up on that.
Okay.
And Mir going to use her camera to take a photo of those bolts that she drove using the pistol grip tool a short time ago.
Okay, 10 seconds from a handover. Jessica, good news. We're good with the clamshell. Your next steps will be to take your TGT to motor and stow it.
And we are in a brief expected handover between our satellites. You're getting a view here in the room inside Mission Control Houston. The team of flight controllers is currently being led by NASA Flight Director Deanna Trujillo. The current ground IV for today is Tracy Dyson. She is the voice that you have been hearing interfacing with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams. We're now 3 hours and 42 minutes into today's spacewalk. So far, Meir and Williams have installed the right mid-strut as well as the left lower strut and are working to complete the left mid-strut collar. Once this is wrapped up, they'll move on to the right mid-strut collar. Today's spacewalk is the 278th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
That collar bolt being wider than the top, is that it?
The top, well, I wouldn't know what you're deciding top and bottom, but the side on my right side is narrower and the side on my left side is wider.
Yeah.
They seem okay with it.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah.
And we're back with you, and yes, we are
See if the other side looks like
okay
that?
with it.
Well, we haven't driven those, but...
Yeah.
All right, Jessica, get me caught up. Is your
copy.
PGT in motor and stowed?
My PGT is stowed. I didn't change to motor first, though. If you need to do that now, I can. Otherwise, I can do that when I use it next.
We'll remind you when you're on the other side, so it's okay. All right, so install the collar pit pin in the final location. And I think you know where that is. I can tell you more words if you need them.
What?
The lanyard will be at full extension.
That's right in front of me. The pit pin is installed. And a good pull test.
Copy that. Okay, you can translate to the right mid strut, and this is where we hope your tethers will be deconflicted as you go inboard around the IEA.
And you're looking at a view as NASA astronaut Jessica Meir translates to the right mid-strut.
Jessica, just for your heads up, looks like your right gearing extender is kind of caught inside your PG swing arm.
Okay, yeah, I saw that, and I got it out once, I thought, but... Oh, I see that. Okay. I got the tether on the other side, but not the...
Not the whole, yeah.
And you can see Jessica Meir coming into view on the top of your screen there. She is wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes and is designated EV1 today. You can see Chris Williams there. He's EV2 and he's wearing the spacesuit with no markings on it today. And just as a recap of the tasks that have been completed thus far, now 3 hours and 46 minutes into today's spacewalk, Meir and Williams have successfully installed the right mid-strut, the left lower strut, and just completed the left mid-strut collar, and are now going to work on the right mid-strut collar. Meir will utilize the pistol grip tool again, which has been used frequently during today's spacewalk to drive additional bolts as part of this installation.
And guys,
So I need to go this way, right?
Yep, if you go that way, yep, go over that way, that will then do it.
it might be obvious to you guys, but we have sunset coming in a couple of minutes.
If you can just hold it there and then bring your swing arm out, then I think you'll be in good.
The PG2 that is.
Copy.
And this view as we enter into an orbital sunrise. The International Space Station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes as it's traveling 17,500 miles per hour. So that means the crew living and working aboard the space station sees a sunset every 45 minutes as well as a sunrise every 45 minutes.
There we go.
Yep, that did it. Yep. There you go.
Hey, perfect. Thank you.
Nice, yep.
All right, way to go. We couldn't tell what you did, Jessica, but it sounds like you got the tether snag taken care of.
Yeah, it wasn't a tether. It was just, my safety tether just got on the other side of my swing arm when it was out. Bayonet fitting is doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're looking at a view from Jessica Mears' perspective as she continues to translate to the right mid-strut collar. This is Mears' fourth spacewalk of her career.
There's my fair lead.
Yep, I see it coming off on top. That looks great. Let's stay in the middle here.
And if you are just joining us, we're now 3 hours and 52 minutes into today's spacewalk as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams continue to make good progress to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of ISS rollout solar arrays. Thus far, the duo has completed the right mid-strut build and installation, as well as the left lower strut, left mid-strut, and is now working to begin work on the right mid-strut collar.
And do you see anything I can be doing here to help push things along?
Here's you, Chris.
Yeah, Chris, back with you on here. So there's not a whole lot that we can do for you right now to get you going on anything else. Once you are sure that the tethers are clear, no longer crossed, you can go ahead and stow the GoPro on there. But at that point, we really have to wait until Jessica finishes up the right mid-strut before you can move on. How copy?
Copy. Copy all. All right, yeah, I can work on that.
I just went right by it.
Sounds good.
Okay, Jessica. We're seeing views through your helmet cam of the MLI, and it's probably bothering you too. So we'd like to have you tighten that up like you did on the other side.
Yeah, I see that. I will fix it.
I could feel it. I knew you were feeling the same way we were about it.
Yeah, remind me to check it again when I exit this area, because I think I bumped it on there better before. So, yeah, just to remind me after I'm done with this bolt.
We copy. We'll remind you.
I've got my BRT down here, and I'm going to get my PGT.
Sounds good. And when you get a good position to ensure that the collar pit pin lanyard is clear of the collar interface.
Yes. And remind me, these connectors, were they hot on both sides? I thought I was remembering that they were only low touch and hot on one side, but they look exactly the same, so I'm guessing they're the same on both sides.
Yeah, Jessica, it's a concern for both sides. They're both hot.
Okay, copy. Yeah, I'm coming back to motor.
Good check. And did you see the collar pit pin lanyard clear of the interface?
Affirm it is clear.
Excellent. Okay, we're looking for Bravo 7 clockwise 2 on the PGT. And a copy, you have it in motor.
Bravo 7 clockwise 2 is set.
All right, you're going to drive M25 and M26 to torque, and you can expect 4 to 6 turns, looking for torque, turns, and light.
And Mir is now using the pistol grip tool to drive 2 bolts into the right mid-strut collar.
Okay, that was M25. And I got a good 35.4 torque and 6.2 turns.
Okay, copy 25.4 on the torque, 6.2 on the turns, and a green light.
Confirm, that was for M25. And M26, I got good green light, 25.4, 11. I think that's because I didn't reset the previous 6.
You said 11 point what on the turns? And I understand you didn't reset it.
11.55.
Okay, 11.55 on the turns on M20.
Just really.
Say again?
Yeah, and I can tell you that this looks like the other side, except so like M25 looks like it's in tighter than M26, and M26 on the side, because it's the side that has the tang coming out of it. So it is also like looks like the other side, where it's not completely driven all the way together on each side.
Okay, Jessica, I'm hearing good torques on M25 and 26. You can take your PGT to ratchet clockwise.
I copy, ratchet.
And we are continuing to utilize the pistol grip tool to get a tight and secure bolt for both of those bolts on the right mid-strut collar. And we have now surpassed the 4-hour mark into today's spacewalk.
About another quarter turn on M25 and 2 good pops.
Copy, quarter turn on M25 and 2 good pops.
And EV2's back at the Mutt GoPro. I was just, looks like it's still tethered to the strut bag. I'm just going to take it off and send it back to the strut bag if that works.
Okay, Chris, copy that. Good plan.
An eighth of a turn on M26 and 2 good pops. That's work.
Okay, copy, an eighth of a turn on M26 and 2 good pops. M25 was good bolt, by the way. Just waiting to hear on M26.
Copy.
All right, M26 is a good bolt. You can set your PGT to motor and stow.
Okay, it's back in motor.
And with those words, all of the bolts have successfully been installed in the mod kit for today's spacewalk.
Okay, Jessica, I see you working on the pit pin. This is the one that we don't have high expectations for. You can give it a try in the final location.
The other side went in really easily. This one is like going in for now. It's a little bit stuck, but it's not popping down all the way. It is in there, though, just not all the way.
Okay, Jessica, you can go ahead and pull it out. If we can't get it in all the way, we'd rather it not get stuck. So can you pull it out?
Maybe.
Sounds like what happened to the other one.
Okay, I got it out.
Good, good. Okay, now we'll just have you tuck that under the blanket. And probably should have had you, Chris, heading over to the left side if you might be on your way there, because we'll start the MLI ops.
Yep, I'm headed back that way.
Okay, excellent.
Yep, I'm headed back that way.
And before we get to the MLI, let me read some cautions to you guys. You ready for those?
Ready.
Get you ready.
Okay, first of all, from this point forward, translation on the mod kit is allowed. That's just a note. And then the 2 cautions for you is that when 2 crew are on the mod kit, do not translate on the mod kit simultaneously. So we'll expect you to coordinate there. And then max lateral load into the BGA while on the mod kit is, again, 40 pounds. And so maintain translation rates that are slower than 3 seconds per foot.
Copies.
EV2 copies.
And TC, I've taken my TCV back to a setting of 6.
Copy, TCV of 6 on EV1.
And with the mod kit now successfully built and installed, both Mir and Williams are going to work on installing MLI. MLI is multi-layer insulation and is used to help protect hardware against mainly temperatures, as the temperature outside the space station can range from plus 250 degrees Fahrenheit to negative 250 degrees in the shade. Mir will work on installing the right mid-strut MLI, while Chris works on installing the left mid-strut MLI. Again, that MLI is multi-layer insulation.
I thought I remembered I would just be pulling up and this would kind of telescope out.
Yeah, so just you're going to untwist the single pre-integrated wire tie stiffener that's bundling it to the mid-strut and then unroll it toward the mounting bracket. Can you? There you. I think you got it. Yep.
Yeah, it's hiding on the other side. There it goes.
Okay, Chris, I see your hands at work. Same thing, untwist, and then unroll toward the mounting bracket.
Do that.
And then you guys will work your way backward with the stiffeners, tucking it around, and the highly technical term, squish the MLI around the mid-strut as you go.
Right. We said we would say that word.
Feel free to use it.
And as you can see on your screen, both Mir and Williams working to install that multi-layer insulation.
You will hook the MLI over the bolt canister and secure it there first with the integral wire tie stiffeners before you start working your way back toward the side pad.
I'm trying to get it. It's not quite reaching.
And Jessica, we're thinking it might just be a fold that remains. Oh yeah, you almost got it.
Yeah, I just went back down that way and looked for a fold. I don't see a fold, but it's just a little shy.
Mine is quite tight also.
Mine is still shy.
And if you're just joining us, we are now 4 hours and 9 minutes into the 278th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. NASA astronauts Jessica Mir and Chris Williams have successfully built and installed all of the struts on the 2A mod kit that were remaining. They are now working to install multi-layer insulation on the areas that they built, and after that we'll move on to routing cabling. Everything proceeding as expected during today's spacewalk. This is the 4th spacewalk for NASA astronaut Jessica Mir and the 1st for Chris Williams.
So,
And teacher, are we expecting like M16 to be encapsulated in the MLI, or to go underneath M16?
Let's see, and before I give you information...
The bolt, like the canister for that bolt.
Yeah, first of all, I want you guys to make sure you're coordinated and that only one of you is translating at a time on the mod kit. And Chris, I'm looking, so you're hooking over the M28 bolt canister, which you already did. And you're asking about 15 and 16?
Does the MLI just get tucked underneath them, or does it try to go over those as well?
You can tuck them underneath.
Copy that.
Okay, finally got it.
Nice. Way to go.
And Mir has completed the installation of the right mid-strut multi-layer installation. Williams is working to complete the left mid-strut MLI. That MLI is mainly used for protection against extreme temperatures. It is about 250 degrees Fahrenheit in the sun and negative 250 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade outside the International Space Station.
Okay, and then it's narrow part first.
Confirm, I've got the middle part.
Yeah, Chris, it's that small part, and then the large part goes over the top of it.
Continuing to get some good views as that MLI is installed.
Copy, good squish.
Another good squish, and I think I've just got this one last part.
Okay. Copy, good squish.
Just along my BRT a little bit.
Once Mir and Williams complete the installation of this multi-layer installation, they'll move on to routing IROSA cables. IROSA is that International Space Station rollout solar arrays that will be delivered during a future flight and installed during a future spacewalk.
Take a look.
Copy, 3, good squish. I haven't heard any squishes from
this
Chris.
side, I see that mine...
Had a couple good squishes here. Does everything look okay, or am I a little...
I don't see anything exposed, Chris.
Yeah, some of these spinners...
I think you could squish a little bit more on the one towards the top.
Towards the top?
The first one you did.
Copy that.
You pull the side that's over toward me, the little strap over toward you, and just tighten. Yeah, that right there. One more up.
One more up, sorry. Let me just get this one first. And then...
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one could use a...
Can you get it down over that? It was over the flap, and now it's not.
Let's see.
Yeah, there you go. Pull that back up a little bit. Nope.
Nope. I can't see
that. So, see that underneath your left hand is holding a piece of MLI. If you pull that further up before you wrap the top, there you go.
Like that.
Yep, except now there's a little bit... Yeah, if you can squish that very tippy top in, I think you're good.
Copy. Let me just get this nice and squished at the bottom.
How did mine look on your side?
Yours looks, there's a little gap at the very top. I think the same spot that you were looking at for me.
I don't think there's any way to get that gap out.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
You can try to squish that top a little more. That help?
It kind of looks like it's kind of open, facing towards the nadir or up. Looks like it's sort of open at the top.
How about that? That feels better.
Let's see. You can still sort of see this. So it looks like, okay, yeah, I think, so there's, to the right of your right hand, there's a little flap. That flap could go underneath that front stiffener.
Yeah, that was the same. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, and there's actually the same thing. There's another flap on the back side away from you that is on top of the stiffener that might benefit from going underneath it. Yeah, right there. I think it's the same thing I had, actually, yeah.
Better?
Better, and then I think if you give a good squeeze at the top, like around...
And some teamwork between Mir and Williams to ensure that that MLI covers as much surface area as possible.
Like there's a tiny bit of a gap.
Yeah.
But I don't, there's no stiffener there, there's no tie.
Yeah.
And I can't see through to the metal.
Yeah, let me move a tiny bit and see.
And I can see the back side of the bolt if I come up. I think we're looking at the same thing on either side.
Yeah. I don't know if you can see anything in my HECA.
See, can you see the views that we have of each other's struts? Contract.
Sorry, Jessica, we were talking about your fine work there and the merits of putting a wire tie there. And you guys are about 4 minutes from sunrise, and we would like you to put a wire tie on, Jessica, on your side there, between the bolt and the mounting bracket, right there at the top where the MLI is kind of flared out.
Okay, copy. And can you see out of my HECA view, I think, kind of mirror images of each other because there's no wrap at the very top. So I can see that open edge on the top of Chris's side as well.
We're looking.
I think you mean putting a wire tie above M24?
Yes, above M24.
Like right here, Chris, you think?
Yeah.
Yep, right there. Right there, I think would do well.
And for you, Chris, if you see a gap there, if Jessica's noticing a gap on your side, then we would recommend a wire tie there as well.
Okay, if you think I should do it, I will do it. Do you think that's like a wire tie, or?
Yeah, I think it's the same on both sides because there's just no tie there. But I think if we talk each other on these, it might be easier.
Okay, yeah, I'll stand by and talk to you on it.
And Mir and Williams now going to use a wire tie to further secure that MLI multi-layer insulation on the right mid-strut as well as the left mid-strut.
The rest of the MLI looks really good for both of you.
Yeah, there's actually no tie up here, so it's like a natural. Is that going to be good, Chris?
Yeah, I think that looks like it helps. Can still see a tiny bit of metal through, but I don't think right where your pinky just was. But I don't. It's more away from the joint.
What would I have to do with a wire tie?
I don't know what you could do about it because I don't see any MLI that would flap over there.
Okay.
But I think this is probably as good as you're going to get. Unless there's something like folded inside.
No, I don't think so. That part is just...
It's like on the back of that part there, there's just like... I don't know what you're going to do about it, yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing on your side. I think a wire tie is actually open a little bit more now. I think if you put a wire tie for yours, I think you should put the wire tie underneath the bolt.
Like here?
Yeah.
Okay, and then around?
Yep.
Copy. I'm going to get that in work.
And I can tap you onto it. That will cinch it up nicely.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, Jessica and Chris, we're looking at your fine work there, and Jessica, we like your wire tie, and MLI looks good on your side. We'll wait for Chris to install his, and once that's in place, we'll call this portion good, and we'll move to the cable. While I have you, Jessica, if you could just so we can be clear with the check.
Wait, stand by, Chris. Stand by.
Standing by.
I am trying to talk him onto this. So you've opened it up now, so you're going to need to reach in the back. There you go. Now you're in. Now you got it. Now you can tighten it.
Copy. Air tie on. Working tightening.
Looks good.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, and we're about a minute from a handover.
Copy.
And we are approaching another orbital sunrise.
I've got 3 twists and low profile.
Copy. Looks good. And she said that they looked good, so I'm assuming we can...
Yeah, you guys are good. We're still with you for a couple more seconds.
He's here.
And so everything looks good, the MLI.
Okay.
Okay.
We're translating back down then, right? No, we got to do the cable.
Yeah, cables.
And Jessica, before we go into the handover, we do see another gap there, right where your hand was. Yep.
And we are in a handover between our satellites now 4 hours and 24 minutes into today's spacewalk. At this time, NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams have completed and installed all the struts on the 2A mod kit, and they are currently working to wrap up the installation of multi-layer installation on the left and right mid strut. They're nearing the end of that MLI installation, and then we'll move on to cable routing. Today's spacewalk is the 278th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades, and as the 4th for NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who is EV1 today in the spacesuit with the red stripes, and today's spacewalk is the 1st for Williams.
Do you think I'm going to be able to reach it from where I just was, or get my drive to move my BRT?
You might be able to reach it.
I'm back with you guys.
I see it. I'm not going to be able to reach it.
Hey, before we get to the cables, I'd like to do a systematic check of the MLI with you guys respectively, so if you're ready for that. Make sure that the MLI is covering the clevises. On your side, Jessica, it's the M24 clevis. On your side, Chris, it's the M28.
Confirm?
Copy. I see it covering.
Okay, and that it's fully closed around the telescoping end of the strut.
Fully closed. 1.
I see it fully closed.
Okay, and lastly, cinched around the collar as best as possible.
I am cinched around the collar as best as possible. I just gave it another several squishes, and it's tighter than it was for sure.
Okay. How about you, Chris?
Yep, I think it's cinched around the collar as tight as possible.
Okay, Jessica, I'm we're seeing a integrated wire tie close to the mounting bracket near your hand that we'd like a little more low profile, if you can make it.
One.
And this view here of both of our spacewalkers today, Williams and Mir, as they work to further install and tighten that multi-layer insulation around the left and right mid-struts.
Yeah, you can get that. Nice.
That looks better.
What do you think, Chris? Can you see that flap that Jessica just laid down flat? Is it look good on your side?
Yeah, that flap looks great.
Okay, you guys. That's great. We're ready to move to cables, and you are on your respective sides. You're going to, Jessica, did you say that you could reach the cable bundle or no from where you are?
So I'm gonna have to take off my DRT.
And with that call out, we did hear that the MLI, or multi-layer insulation, has successfully been installed in both the left and right mid-struts. Mir and Williams now going to move on to cable routing.
Okay. Oh, they flew over there.
Oh, yep.
Right now at the end of my waist tether, so I'll see if you can reach
translate.
it.
Yep, I'm going to translate. And I can.
And Jessica, you're going to be looking for the one with the red stripe?
One more time.
The right?
Do that one more time, Chris?
Yep, one more time.
I've got the one with the red light. And they are staying on this tether that's on the mounting bracket, correct?
It's standby.
Right.
Okay, sorry guys. Yes, so you want to release one twist on the wire tie to release a coil, and then at the alignment mark on the cable, you're going to secure it in the pre-positioned wire tie on the lower strut handrail. 3 twists, both of you.
Work.
In work. Time to bust, and I got the one twist undone.
Okay, that twist is undone.
I have 2 Sharpie marks that are about 6 inches apart. I assume just somewhere in between those.
I'm checking.
See Sharpie marks on my side.
I have 2 little Sharpie marks. It's about a meter from the end of the connectors that are there.
I've got a piece of tape. A white piece of tape, but no Sharpie.
White piece of tape, and then the Sharpie is like
Okay, I understand. You're seeing
2 centimeters further
a
along.
white piece of tape and a Sharpie mark? Is that what you're seeing?
That's on Chris's side. I see a white piece of tape, but no Sharpie marks.
Yeah.
Oh, I do see the Sharpie marks, but they're all the way at the second wire tie.
Okay.
And
Second set of twist.
yep. And I see Sharpie marks, but it looks like the Sharpie marks on there's one on each. They look to be about maybe 20 centimeters apart from each other. The cables are taped together, so I'm not sure how they would slide apart from each other, but I assume I can just put the wire tie sort of between those 2 Sharpie marks.
Yeah, Chris, Jessica, I'm just stand by. I'm getting words for you on which mark is your target.
Hey, copy. Yeah, my black Sharpie mark is right at the end of, like, I basically get to my next set of wire ties. So it would look like this if I tack it down here.
Gotcha. The 2 marks on mine are right here and here.
That. I think that's because if you look at the ends, you have where one of them's pulled in more.
It is, but they're also
taped down.
They're also taped to each other here.
I see that. I see that.
Okay, Jessica, so my understanding is that you've got a good mark on yours, the tape, where it goes to the lower strut handrail. And for you, Chris,
I have the same thing as Chris. I have a piece of tape.
Yes.
Then I have Sharpie marks. And the Sharpie marks are like right at the next set of twists. So are we going for tape or for Sharpie marks?
Sharpie marks. And Jessica, yours is good. For you, Chris, it seems as though the bundles may have slipped under the tape. And so anywhere between the 2 Sharpie marks is a good place to secure.
Copy anywhere between them.
Awesome.
I've got 3 twists. I'll tuck those in a little bit.
3 twists on my side and tucking down.
Copy, 3 twists. All right. Your next target is on the mid-strut handrail. There should be a pre-positioned wire tie for both of you. Same thing, 3 twists.
Hey, do you want to translate first?
Sure thing. I'll start now. Okay, I'm at that handrail.
Okay, I'm going to start moving.
Nice coordination, you guys.
And Mir and Williams are continuing to route the IROSA cables.
We're still looking for Sharpie marks because I don't see another set.
This follows the successful completion and installation of all struts on the 2A mod kit.
Jessica, you guys are just looking to pick up the slack between the first tie that you did and this one.
Copy. I'm translating over to the long handrail.
Copy, I'm holding. Let me know when you're done and I will resume translation.
Sorry, I'm back here. I gotta untwist more first.
No worries.
Okay, I'm transiting again.
Copy.
And I've reached the long.
And on the left of your screen there, you do see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she continues to work through procedures to route those cables. NASA astronaut Chris Williams is doing the same on the right-hand side of your screen. Meir is wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes on it, and Williams is wearing the unmarked spacesuit. For Jessica Meir, this is her 4th spacewalk in her career and the very first for Williams. We're now 4 hours and 36 minutes into today's spacewalk, and all struts have been installed on the 2A mod kit. And the duo is working now to route that cable on the left and right mid struts, for the IROSA cables rather.
Okay. Working on my middle handrail here.
TC, I've got the final wire tie. It's on the mid strut of the long handrail. So it looks like it's flying pretty nicely. I see a view from my HECA.
Yeah, we're looking at it now. It looks real good. Now, as you make your way back, well, of course, you'll coordinate with Chris your movement, but we do want you to check out the MLI that's over the M13, 14 bolts that are near the mounting bracket. So as you make your way back, we have you tend to that.
M13, 9 through 12. Oh, or M23. So it is all tucked in, I can see.
I'm going to start moving towards that long handrail, Jessica.
Okay, I'll remain still. And TC, I can see the MLI all the way down the strut, so from what looks good to me, and I think he meant the final end around M23 that we talked about, and it is still snug.
Yeah, it's actually on the upper strut, Jessica, to the mounting bracket, M13 and 14. So take a look there. We agree with you.
Oh, you mean on the bottom?
Yeah, so the upper strut that's coming from the mass canister center pad to the mounting bracket, the bolts that are right there at the mounting bracket.
Okay, so the other end from where I am, where I started, you mean?
No,
I'm already back at the long handrail.
Yeah, I think once you're on the other, when you get to the midpoint of the mid strut, looking at the mounting bracket, you'll be able to see the area that we're talking about.
Okay, but I was going to translate down the mass canister. You want me to translate back out onto the strut?
Yeah, that's affirmed because we're going to get a HECA scan from both of you. So we'll need you to...
Okay, copy.
Okay, good.
Chris, can I translate?
Yeah, I'm holding in position on the long handrail.
Okay, I'm translating.
I undid, this had like three twists, and I'm tying, it's kind of like a big loop. I'm tying the end of the loop to the middle stanchion.
Okay, guys, we're about...
That's kind of what you did, Jessica?
30 seconds from a handover.
Okay, TC, I am kind of in the position you were talking about, but I don't see any MLI. That's out of place.
Okay, we're 13 seconds from a handover, but if you go up higher, the M1314 bolts are the ones that are on the upper strut there. Yeah.
That's a good to translate.
I saw in the spot she was talking about, the little square M13 and 14 were a little bit uncovered.
And I can hear you, Jessica. I can't see you yet, but yes, bingo. We're talking about that corner that goes over the metal block at those bolts.
I've got the MLI over the corner now.
Sweet. All right, you guys. Excellent work. We have to just do some glove hap and gauntlet checks, and then we'll call it good.
My EV1, my hat is dry. I'm looking at my right glove. I don't see any changes. Changes to the left glove either. And my gauntlets are down.
Okay. And EV2, no changes to my, actually looks like those little flaps of RTD have just disappeared on my right glove. No other damage or anything noted on my left glove or my right glove. Hat is dry, gauntlets are down.
Okay, I copied good checks on both and the details from your RTV, Chris, and stand by.
Hi, Chris?
Mm-hmm.
The Velcro on your PGT?
Yeah,
okay.
Saw that and I'm trying to
Looks good.
fix it. It keeps wanting to pop back up though. I don't want the battery to...
It has, I mean, those things do have that memory pop up.
Yeah.
But as long as the Velcro's there, you're good. And it looks good now.
And after taking a second look at the MLI, the ground confirms that everything looks good with that installation. And we did get confirmation that the cables were routed successfully for the future IROSA installation.
And no changes for me.
Excellent. Glad you guys are feeling good. Okay. We're going to step into the next phase here, so give me just 1 minute while I coordinate.
And Chris, yeah, you've got the same thing that I have.
I do.
The recoil doesn't help, so if you loop the whole reel around your arm, I think it might help, because
Yeah.
you can get it up. There you go now, and then, there you go, you got it.
Yep, I got it, thank you.
Your camera lens cover's off.
So, popped off.
You're looking awesome.
Thank you.
And we are now 4 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk. So far, NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams have installed and completed all the struts on the 2A mod kit, have installed MLI or multi-layer installation on the left and right mid struts, and have routed the IROSA cables.
Copy.
Really playing favorites with your Hecka.
I know.
another wire tie on the bottom the handrail.
Huh.
What's that one there?
That must have been from the prior EVA.
No, that's right, because this was the air strap.
Mm-hmm.
I think when we have to go to translate, I'm going to just go down the strut.
Okay.
Instead of going back to the mass canister.
Yeah, that's what I was planning on doing too. That's how I got here.
All right, guys. We're doing good. And our next tasks are, as you expect, the DDCU jumper and the port sarge imagery. So I'm going to get you guys started on those. Let's see. Your next steps, Jessica, will be to retrieve from the cable bag the Canon connector tool, etc. So let's have you translate there. I heard you guys trying to coordinate your movement to your respective work sites. So your next steps, Chris, will be to, and you've got your camera, or is it in the bag?
I've got my camera.
Okay, great. You're going to be going, basically you two need to switch sides. Stand by.
No.
Yeah, I'm just going to come back to my corner and go over the...
Yeah, I'm going to go to the cable bag, and then I'm going down to the behind me.
Okay, you guys...
I'm going to translate down the strut right now.
Okay, with that. Copy, go for it.
It sounds like you guys have a good plan for translating to your respective spots. Your next steps, Chris, will be to translate to the port sarge cover 17 and remove your fair leads along the way.
Copy that.
And with those communications, NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir are now going to split up for the next portion of today's spacewalk. Williams is going to head to what you might refer to as port sarge, which refers to the solar array rotary joint located on the port side of the International Space Station. This is critical for rotating the solar arrays to track the sun. Once he gets to the port sarge, he is going to take some imagery of the International Space Station's port sarge side for the ground to do further analysis on. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is going to work on the DDCU jumper procedures. This is a redundancy on the power system to ensure that there's added redundancy aboard the International Space Station.
And Chris, just to give you a heads up as you make your way towards the sarge, a caution for you is to not use the sarge cover for stabilization or maneuver because it may deform the cover. I know you're a little ways from there.
Copy that. Copy all, and we'll knock.
And as we take a look at our spacewalkers today completing their translation, you do see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir inside of the cable bag there.
Jumper with you, right?
She is rearranging some tools there, and you can identify her based off of the red stripes on her spacesuit.
Okay, and there's an adjustable that goes with it. You're going to stow that on your workstation. And then there's also... you're going to use that adjustable for the dummy caps later.
See. Okay, I see adjustable with a Canon connector.
And Williams, on the lower middle portion of your screen there in the spacesuit with no markings on it, is continuing to translate to the port side of the International Space Station to take a look and inspect the solar array rotary joint, as well as take some imagery of that area. We are now over 4 hours and 52 minutes into today's spacewalk, the 278th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Today's spacewalk is the first outside of the International Space Station for this year, the fourth for Mir, and the first for Williams. So far, our spacewalkers today have successfully installed all of the struts on the 2A mod kit, as well as installed multi-layer insulation on the left and right mid struts and routed cables for future IROSA installation.
And I have crossed back inboard of the Sarge, and I'm going over to phase 3.
Copy, Chris.
Oh, good. That's the counting connector tool. I'm working on the jumper. It's kind of tangled up in the 3 PCBs.
Yeah, I can see that. Somebody got it.
I think I got it for you now.
Good job.
I'm going to take that adjustable with me so I can temp still.
Yeah, exactly. We had you taking your ret to one of the rings on that adjustable, and then you're going to, once you're out there, transfer the Canon connector tool to a second mini workstation ret so that you can use that adjustable for the dummy caps.
Copy. Good work.
Okay, TC, I am at 3854.
Good memory. Okay. I assume you can, you're looking right down the barrel of the Sarge at where the missing cover 17 with your head aft nadir?
Affirm.
Okay. All right, you're...
Affirm. I'm going to get my BRT down.
Excellent.
I've got both the jumper and the Canon connector tool.
Okay, just...
I'm going to just lift the jumper kind of around my arm.
Sounds good. And you'll work your way outboard. I have a...
And NASA astronaut Chris Williams has arrived at the Port Sarge area. Again, that refers to the solar array, solar alpha rotary joint located on the port side of the International Space Station. This is critical for rotating the solar arrays to track the sun. Williams is going to inspect the Port Sarge as well as take imagery of that area. And on your screen, you see NASA astronaut Jessica Mir in the spacesuit with the red stripes. She has received the tools that she needed from the cable bag and has stowed them on her mini workstation and is now going to work to translate to the non-radiator side of the P4, P5 interface ahead of that DDCU jumper. This procedure will help ensure that there is redundancy on the International Space Station's power system.
Was that 507?
It was, so Chris, we're good with your plan. Stand by while I give Jessica the hand rule number 5206, I think is what you're looking for.
think it's probably the one underneath it.
And once you've got an ID on that handrail, Jessica, let me know, because I'm going to switch over to Chris for some words.
I'm on 5206 right now.
Okay, that's where you're going to temp stow the...
I got it.
And then once you temp stow the jumper, you'll position yourself at the center panel, and I have some warnings for you. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, copy.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the Sarge, and at the, so I see the outer canted surface, and it does appear to have some lubricant berms. It looks sort of a darkish gray in color, and it's kind of a little bit splotchy or speckly, so it's not like a smooth berm. It's kind of like chunks here or there, and there looks like to be some flecks that sort of the outer canted surface, and then sort of a flat surface outboard of that, and it seems that there's sort of flecks on that as well. On the datum A, there are, again, the same sort of darkly colored berms that are sort of a little bit gloopy and discontinuous, so not kind of a smooth line. My best to get some pictures. The lighting is pretty tough. Okay,
Chris. We're copying down all your notes. We actually got a heck of view from you now. And, yeah, continue with your photos.
Copy.
And Williams now moving on to photographing that area following his inspection and report out here to the ground.
Number 10 stood on 5206.
Copy, Jessica.
And I have the Canon connector tool, so I think I'm coming down here to get the caps first. And I see them.
Yes, let me read some cautions to you first. Actually, it's a warning. Two of them, pinch hazard, Canon connector, rotating housing, as well as the EVA connectors may become hot if left uncovered, so handling may need to be limited to prevent plug damage. And also I want to remind you the interesting tether point on those Canon connectors. You remember those?
Do. Yeah, you have to go like sideways in order to get the adjustable on there.
Yeah, you got it. Okay. You're going to use that adjustable to tether to the dummy caps and rotate 90 degrees counterclockwise to white on white to remove, and you're looking for J43 and J44.
Copy. I see them.
And Chris, when you are set...
EV1, M1 when able.
When you're starting on...
M1 was calling me TC.
Okay, stand by. I'm going to stand by on comm for a
EV1
second.
from M1, just a heads up, we're beginning our geocast from the park position to the lens cover go-no-go position.
1 copy.
And you did hear some communications there from inside the International Space Station. NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway letting the crew outside, which is NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams, know that they are primed and in the ready position to operate the Canadarm2 for a portion of this spacewalk that will be later today to install a lens cover on a portion of the Canadarm2.
So I see sort of darkened berms. I do see, I wouldn't call it an oily sheen, but definitely looks So the opposite side looks quite reflective, whereas there looks to be a little bit of streaks on like datum A of the side that's in use. I wouldn't call it a sheen, but kind of streaks.
Okay, that's good. And so next is to compare the surface condition of the outboard race ring with the unused inboard race ring.
Yeah, I would say overall, the surface condition in terms of leaks or damage or anything looks the same. They both look in good condition. There just seems to be this sort of dark material, which I presume is the lubricant that is sort of flecked over the outboard surface. But I don't see any particular damage or any obvious signs of intensive wear. Maybe the corners look a little bit more rounded on the teeth of the outboard ring than the inboard ring, but they look pretty comparable to me.
Okay, Chris, sounds good. Now report any debris similar to metal filings if you see any.
I do not see anything that looks obviously like metal filings. There are some sort of shiny flecks in the darker lubricant. Could be metal, but it's not obvious to me what it is.
Okay, copy that. And stand by for you, Chris. Jessica, how you doing?
I am good. I have one of the caps off, J43. I'm working on the other one. A little bit hard to get my ret in there because the ret receptacle is flush against this raised structure, the way it's turned. I don't know if my ret will actually close. Oh, okay, it did.
Copy.
Okay, and I've got J44 as well.
Copy, J44 removed. Now you can reposition to the 4 alpha panel, and I have an optional BRT, or actually a couple of ideas for you if you need one.
Okay, the 4 alpha, that's the Papa 44 connector, correct? On the other side, not where I am now.
That's affirmative.
Copy.
Okay, Chris, how do you feel about the pictures you took? You got them all?
Yeah, I took as many as I could. The camera, unfortunately, because of like the lack of sort of contrast in the dark areas, was not auto-focusing and taking. I got as many as I could.
Okay, we're good. Great work on that task. We'll have you translate back to the cable bag.
Heading back to the cable bag.
And with that, Williams has completed the port SARS inspection. Again, that refers to the solar array rotary joint located on the port side of the International Space Station. He reported his findings down to the ground and took some imagery that will be analyzed later. At this time, he is now translating to the cable bag.
Cautions and warnings to read to you.
Once there, he will stow the camera that he just used to inspect this port SARS, and will also retrieve a racket wrench that will be utilized during the next portion of today's spacewalk.
Or 46, those are the thicker diameter cables that are adjacent to the target connectors that you're going for due to arcing and sparking hazards. How copy?
I copy all. I'm looking right at P44. I have a very good view of both of those cables, and I understand I will be mating P44.
Okay, let me get a go for you before you demate.
And in this view, you do see the Canadarm2 being moved from inside the International Space Station. NASA astronauts Jack Hathaway and European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adno are primed for Canadarm2 operations today.
Okay, copy. I'm going to demate. So I'm going to put my connector tool in. got that in, and so I'm going to turn that to the left to hard stop. Yep.
Sounds good. And how are you doing, Chris? You finding your way back?
I'm doing good. I'm coming back down this arch. I see the arm moving.
Well, that's fun.
Mir is continuing to work on the DDCU jumper. Again, this is for redundancy on the power system for the International Space Station. Meanwhile, Chris Williams is making his way to the cable bag to retrieve the racket wrench.
I'm going to look at the female end on structure. I see good sockets, Fidium I-band, no FOD.
Copy.
After he works on the cable bag, after he works to get the tools out of the cable bag, he is going to work on the next portion of the spacewalk called the ORU torque reset.
Now you're going to route that old...
Essentially what Williams is going to do is remove the torque and release it, then retorque it at a lower value. This is to allow future robotic operations if needed. At this time, the torque on these areas is a bit higher than the capability of the robotic arm, so once Williams resets the torque, future robotic operations should be able to occur.
It looks like the shortest route would be to go underneath the hot cable J46. I don't feel like it's going to actually make it there.
I'm checking. Does it look like you need to go under a strut too, or just the cable?
Well, just the cable, but even doing that, I don't know that it's going to actually reach J44. I can try it, and I see it's touchdown. Oh, that's not touchdown structure. I do see some A-clamps further back near handrail 5202. That could be released, but that'll at least know that it'll reach.
Okay, I'm checking.
And in this view, we do see NASA astronaut Chris Williams as he is working to stow the EVA camera in the cable bag. Following that, he will retrieve the racket wrench that will be used in the next portion of today's spacewalk.
You see, I'm back at the cable bag.
I see that, Chris. Good job. All right, you're going to stow your EVA camera as you wish, and then you'll retrieve the ratchet wrench with the 7/16 6-inch wobble.
See that?
TC, I was able to feed it behind this other cap, and I think it will reach.
Okay. Yeah, if it reaches, we're on a good config.
Do I have a go to make that on the J44 dummy plug?
Yes, you do. And you already gave me the no FOD good pins, and you'll turn it 9 degrees clockwise to a hard stop.
Okay, copy.
And Chris, we're turning off your camera, just so you know.
Good. Copy that. Jessica, just for your awareness, I'm trying to manage your safety tethers. I'm just barely leading it up the corner by the cable bag. It keeps kind of popping off.
Okay, copy. TC, even on these dummy receptacles, I need to line up the white on white and bring it to white on black. Is that correct?
You got it.
Okay. Unfortunately, that won't work. The cable won't reach that orientation. I don't know if you can see it right now. I have it in my hand, and it reaches the dummy receptacle, but the the white bar is 90 degrees off, and so I can't twist it because that's the wrong. There's not enough length on the cable.
Yep, I'm looking at it. Stand by.
And Mir is continuing to step through the procedures to mate and demate a series of jumpers and cables as part of a redundancy on the power system of the International Space Station.
I think if I loosen those, it might have a chance.
So,
let me know.
Jessica, what I'm hearing is that we think you have it in the right orientation, that if you push it on, you'll be able to rotate it to the right position.
It definitely won't be white on white when I push it down. It will be lined up with nothing. It's basically 90 degrees off from the white, and then the black is 90 degrees off from the other side of the white. To get to white on black from where I am, it's not 90 degrees, it would be 180.
Copy that, Jessica. Can you, on the connector that you're holding, can you verify that it is fully counterclockwise?
The
yeah. Shell. Yeah.
There are two TA clamps that are on the side of 5202, and I think if I undid those, might have the clearance to reach, but I might have to feed it back around the other thick cable that's out here, the hot one, because it's running on the side of that, and I don't think it'll fit between the struts.
I'm listening to you, Jessica, but I'm also listening to Farouk giving some details. So let me check with him.
Copy.
V1 M1.
Go ahead.
We are going to geocast to the lens cover clear position now.
Okay. EV1 copies.
Hey, Jessica, just a quick question. Which lines are you looking at? Are you looking at the one at the back of the shell that is the alignment for the tool, or the one that's at the base of the connector that mates with the jack?
So you mean on P46?
On the old cable, the P44 that you are taking to the dummy receptacle?
Yes.
So just looking at the cable that you're saying has the wrong orientation, we just wanted to verify which set of lines you were looking at that you said were rotated off from what the alignment is on the jack. Is that at the back of the connector?
Oh, I'm looking at the dummy plug, and on the dummy plug, I see a black line, and then 90 degrees to the left of it, it has a white one. I'm assuming for the Canon connectors, the dummy plugs work the same. You need to line up the white with the white, and then turn it white to black. So those are the markings that I'm talking about. Can you see it in my heck? I'm looking straight down at it right now.
Yeah, we can see the dummy plug. My understanding was that you were saying that the connector itself on the cable, though, that you're saying that wasn't lined up to where it could reach and line up with those markings on the connector. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we just wanted to verify that. So there's two markings on the Canon connector. There's the marking at the back where the tool goes in, and there's a marking at the base that lines up with the jack that you're going to. And we just wanted to make sure that the missile...
Oh, I see that.
You see it?
Copy. I see it
okay.
now. Yeah, you're right. I was looking at the top, so I think that it will work.
Whew, that was a close one.
Okay.
Nice job. Okay, at this point, you're going to, and you got it to the hard stop, didn't you, Jessica?
No, not yet. It's just on white. It's just on white right now, so I need to still rotate it. I think I'm going to need the tool.
Chris, how are you doing? I can't see you.
I am doing okay. I've got retrieved the ratchet wrench, and I'm making my way inboard, just getting a lot of retraction force that I'm trying to manage properly.
Okay, I've got a list of cautions for you, so let me know when you're ready for it.
Copy, standby 1.
NTC J44 is mated white on black, so I think I'm going to repeat that process for P43.
That's affirmative, and I copy your hard stop on J44. Yes, you'll reposition for the 2 alpha panel. I have some handrails if you need them, and then let us know when you've got eyes on P43.
Copy. I see P43.
Perfect. All right, you can demate P43 from J43, and then same thing. We'll route the cable to the center panel.
And we are now 5 hours and 19 minutes into today's spacewalk with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams. So far, all struts have been installed on the 2A mod kit. MLI has successfully been installed on the left and right mid struts. Cables have been routed for future IROSA installation. There was also an inspection of the port Sarge completed, as well as photographs taken of that area. At this time, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is working to
after the handover, I'm ready for words. I'm over.
Working to route and reroute some jumper cables as part of a redundancy on the space station's power system. And NASA astronaut Chris Williams is working to re-torque an area of the International Space Station that could utilize the robotic arm in the future. Today's spacewalk is the 278th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades, and is the 4th for NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and the 1st for Williams. This is also the first spacewalk outside of the International Space Station of the year. So far, everything continuing smoothly, as the main objective of today's spacewalk was to get the 2A power channel prepared for future installation of the International Space Station rollout solar arrays, and all of that work has successfully been completed.
Okay, let me first get a status from you, Jessica. You got that P43 demated?
Confirm, I've got it demated. Bring it a look.
Okay, and for you, Chris, are you ready for some?
I see good pins, no FOD, go to EMI band.
Copy.
And I'm ready for words whenever.
Okay, and just for you, Jessica, you can, after you route it, you can mate it beating Papa 43 to the center panel J43. Okay, and for you, Chris, first, ensure socket fully engaged. That ensures anti-rotation device tings are fully disengaged before you turn the bolt to prevent bolt damage. Second one is torque is broken when the motion is felt on the bolt head. To prevent bolt damage, do not exceed a half turn on the release. Once torque is broken, do not translate on the micro square until the torque is reset, and do not local or BRT to any box actively being driven. How copy? And I'll get the fifth one. I'll get the fifth one to you. The last one. I'll get the last one to you if we get over to those boxes where it applies.
Copy that.
Okay.
And I'm currently at the most outboard BDCU, just by Jessica's feet.
Okay, it should be conveniently located under the strut bag.
TC,
Go ahead, Jessica.
let you finish with Chris. Go ahead.
I'm at it on top of the strut bag. And I see Hotel 1.
Okay, so I understand you're at BCDU 2 Alpha 1.
And checking, but I believe that is correct.
I have P43 made it to the dummy receptacle. It's white on black.
All right, we copy, Jessica. Good, good mate there, and it's to a hard stop. You can close the TA clamps on the center connector panel to secure both Papa 44 and Papa 43 in place, and that'll be one TA clamp per cable.
North, I see those.
Okay.
And TC, I'm at 2 Alpha 1.
Excellent. Okay, so here's the drill. You're going to release with the ratchet wrench, 1/2 turn, exactly a half turn, and you'll go in order, H1, H2, and you'll give me a report. And then we'll use the PGT and drive with the PGT less than a half turn. But let's get started with the ratchet wrench, and I'll be listening for your turns.
Copy, starting Hotel 1.
And in this view, we do see Jessica Meir continuing to route and unroute those jumper cables. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Chris Williams is going to work to reset the torque at the BDCU 2A. You just heard those communications from the ground IV, NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson up to Williams, discussing the procedures of releasing with the ratchet wrench 1/2 turn and then utilizing the pistol grip tool following that. There are several boxes that Williams is going to remove the torque on, so he's going to release the torque and then retorque it just at a lower value. And the intent here is that will allow us in the future to do robotic operations on these boxes if we wanted to move any of them in the future. And again, continuing to get good views from Meir's perspective as she works on those jumpers, routing and rerouting them for redundancy on the space station's power system. Everything continuing to go smoothly now, 5 hours and 26 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Excellent. Okay, you can retrieve the DDCU jumper and then locate the J44 connector on the 4 Alpha panel.
Copy, inward.
on this bolt trying to get this rocket to engage on the bolt head.
Copy.
And we're looking at some live views as the International Space Station is orbiting in a orbital nightfall at the moment. On the left-hand side of your screen is the viewpoint from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she conducts her 4th spacewalk. She is working to route and reroute some jumper cables to provide redundancy on the space station's power system. And on the right-hand side of your screen is NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who is completing the 1st spacewalk of his career. He is working to re-torque to a slightly looser setting some boxes for future use by the robotic arm if needed. This is the 278th space station in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Hey, Chris, looking for a status from you. From here, it looks like brake and torque on those boxes is a little tough. Did you manage to get it?
Yeah. Not yet. I'm struggling to. It's been challenged to. I'm just working on trying new body positions to get good enough bracing, but also to try to get this. The wobble seems to be a little tricky to get into the anti-rotation.
Yeah. So we appreciate your.
So I'm just trying to get.
Stand by, because we appreciate your effort, but we're looking at the timing of Jessica finishing this task, and we're thinking that with what time we have left, it would be better time well spent if we had you stand down from the torque resets and get you cleaning up the WIFX APFR.
Okay.
Sound good?
Yes, copy that. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, I did not break torque out of that.
Okay, great. Then we'll have you return the wrench back to the cable bag.
Copy that.
And with those words from the ground IV Tracy Dyson to NASA astronaut Chris Williams as he worked to break torque on those boxes on the International Space Station, had a little trouble breaking that torque, and this operation is not critical for today's operation, so they are going to have Williams pause on that activity and move back to the articulating portable foot restraint to uninstall the WIFX or the worksite interface extension.
Before you translate.
Again, the main task of today's spacewalk was to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays, and all struts were installed on the 2A mod kit, successfully completing the main task of today's spacewalk.
Anything that looks like it's a... Do you see maybe a little abrasion on the back of my right glove? Hard to say. The palms, no other change other than the black marks. And then on my left glove, a few more black marks on the RTV, but no evident other damage. got a dry hop, and my gauntlets are done.
Excellent, Chris. We copy a good glove, hop, and gauntlet check. You can continue translating and stow the ratchet. I assume you left the square scoop in the bag. You didn't take that out?
Translating to stow the ratchet.
Okay.
Okay, and I have this jumper, and I'm over here at J44. Do I have a go to mate the jumper to J44?
Give me the no FUD, good pins, good AMI, good stuff.
Affirm, yes. On the jumper end, I have the same config. I have pins, no FUD, good EMI band, and the receptacle still looks unchanged as the previous report.
Excellent. Yes, you have a go to mate.
Here we go. Down, and that's by hand.
Okay, and you got it rotated clockwise to a hard stop?
Affirm.
Okay, and then making your way, you can route the cable to the 2 alpha panel and just confirm that your safety tether is not trapped by the jumper cable.
I will confirm that. I've got the jumper cable. It is all underneath each other. So I think I'm in a good config.
Copy, good config.
And as Mir continues to route cables and jumpers as part of a redundancy on the space station's power system, Williams is making his way back over to the articulating portable foot restraint that was used during the installation of the 2A mod kit earlier this morning. We are now 5 hours and 34 minutes into today's spacewalk. The main task of today's spacewalk was to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays, and all of that work was completed. The mod kit for the 2A power channel was successfully built and installed. Additionally, cables were routed for the preparation of the IROSAs. And in addition to that, there was imagery of the port SARS that was done, as well as a visual inspection provided by NASA astronaut Chris Williams. And as we speak, Mir is continuing to route those cables, those jumper cables on the DDCU.
So I've got this adjustable. I've now got the adjustable on my mini workstation that has I'm going to organize a little bit more. Move some bits around.
You see, I've got the ratchet bundled back in the cable bag. Back on the fish stringer.
Excellent, Chris. All right, that's great. We're going to have you move on to the APFR with X that's in with 25. And big picture, you're going to, I know you know this, I'm just going to say it out loud. You're going to retrieve the APFR with X bundle, and you're going to stow all of that on your BRT, and then we're going to start the translation port toward the CETA cart. And then once we get there, I'll give you more words.
Copy all. Copy all.
ATC, I did a little bit of reorganization here. I've got the 2 caps on adjustable. And then I have the other adjustable that was on the DD jumper for the temps, so I have that actually connecting the CAPS to my mini workstation. And now I'm going to route the cable over.
Okay, I copy your RET config with the dummy caps, and it's all connected to your workstation and your routing cable.
Ephraim, I have nothing on, don't have anything on the mated cable right now because that end was mated. I assumed I could release the adjustable from it.
I'm going to say yes until someone disagrees with me.
Okay, copy. That was the adjustable I wanted to use for the caps so that they weren't hanging down on a rack.
And Jessica, you're correct. You're okay to take that adjustable and put it take it off of the jumper since you already had one end already mated.
Okay, great. All right, I'm at J43. Make sure one more time that tether is not caught, and it is not. I've got good pins, no FOD, good EMI band on the J43 side.
Copy. Go to mate.
Copy, go.
And have a desired configuration for this APFR with X. I was going to try to make it as low profile as possible for translation.
Sure, Chris, you can make it low profile for translation.
Do that.
In TC, I have white on black. I've got a good mate on J43.
Excellent, and it's to a hard stop. That's what your marks mean. Okay.
It is to a hard stop.
Yeah, I assume that the markings that you gave indicate that it was clockwise to a hard stop, which is one of our checks. All right, so now you're going to assess the jumper routing and use wire ties if further cable restraint is necessary. What do you think?
Sam, I'm just going to move my safety cutter so it's out of the way.
And at this time, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is continuing to wrap up that P4 jumper routing as a redundancy on the space station's power system. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Chris Williams has arrived at the APFR, or Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, and he's now working to remove the WIFX, the worksite interface extension that was used during today's build and installation of the 2A mod kit.
It looks pretty clean to me. I mean, it's just lying here. It's not tacked down, obviously, because it's not in wire ties, but it's just right, right along the where the other cables are on that kind of center panel.
Okay, Jessica.
I have some wire ties on it.
I don't know that that's necessary, but let me double check.
Yeah, it looks like it's in a good config to me.
Okay, Jessica.
Okay, I've got my DOT jaws closed paddles out on the WIFX.
Copy, Chris. And so you're, is it still in the whiff, or you still need to remove it from the whiff?
It's still in the whiff. I'm taking it out now, and I've got the APFR pitched over to Yankee Yankee for low profile for translation.
Okay. Sounds good. And for you, Jessica, we like the assessment that you gave, and agree no more wire ties are necessary. With that, you are complete with this task. You can translate to the cable bag and stow the Canon connector tool on the fish stringer inside the cable bag, and the dummy caps, all that you've got there on your workstation, and just call it out as you're putting it back in the bag.
Okay, copy. It works.
And with that, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir has successfully completed the DDCU jumper cable installation and swap out for added redundancy on the space station's power system.
Anything over here?
Negative. I came up the other side to deconflict.
Perfect.
Meanwhile, Williams has made his way to the area where the articulating portable foot restraint is and has retrieved the WIFX off of it, and he is then going to start to translate to the port CETA cart.
I'm back at the cable bag.
Copy.
It looks like you route my other underneath the cable bag. Just I see it's underneath the hook now.
I didn't move the hooks or anything. I just notched it around the edge. Apologies if I got it in a bad config.
Okay, maybe the bag just swung around. That could have caused it, but I have good eyes on it. When I release the bag, it won't be an issue.
Copy that. I'm going to start translating back towards the port CETA cart.
Okay, copy.
And a copy, Chris.
And on the left of your screen, you do see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir translating to the cable bag to stow some of the tools she's been using for the DDCU jumper procedures. And on the right, NASA astronaut Chris Williams is making his way to the port CETA cart to store that WIFX, or Worksite Interface extension, that was used during the 2A mod kit build earlier today.
Just flipped over.
I think, I mean, it's just my safety tether right now is underneath the bag, one of the bag adjustables, but it's fine because I'm going to take it off. Well, actually, I can just take it off right now, put it on the other side.
Copy.
Okay, you two troopers, while you're busy doing other things, I'd like to give you the big picture for the remainder of our time outside. You ready for it?
Hey.
Ready.
I thought you might be. Okay, so we are about 10 minutes from a 6-hour PET. And so with the time we have left, our idea is to clean up. And so for you, Chris, we're going to have you finish up with the WIFX and APFR, stowing that on the port seat of cart. And then we will have you head back to the airlock. And then, Jessica, we're going to have you clean up at the P4 and have you come back in to the airlock as well. And we'll move you guys in concert to make sure that you're not separated by too much.
Copy.
EV1 copies.
Yep. And I'm coming back over to the Sarge because I think my safety tether has a little bit of a inadvertent fair lead, so I'm going to just get that out. And now I'm good.
Okay, the adjustable with the Canon connector cap is on a ret in the bag, and I am releasing the adjustable from my mini workstation. Those are in the bag, and then I have the Canon connector tool as well to stow.
Copy, Jessica.
And with those communications from the ground and in the room here in Mission Control up to NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams, letting them know the go-forward plan after taking a look at today's spacewalking time. We are 5 hours and 48 minutes into today's spacewalk. After the team here on the ground took a look at consumables, our go-forward plan is to begin to clean up and work through those procedures and head back to the airlock.
That's it on the 6-stringer.
I see a scoop. I see a...
Given the timeline, the ISS Microorganisms 2 swab experiment will not take place today, nor will the CLPA lens cover install on the Canadarm2. Both of these operations were not mission critical and can be completed during another spacewalk in the future.
I'm assuming then I'm going to leave the lens cover in the bag.
The main task of today's spacewalk was to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays, and all of that was completed successfully. All struts on the 2A mod kit are successfully installed and built.
You inventory the strut bag here in a minute.
Copy, and then the strut bag. I'll still bring the strut bag over here to put in the cable bag.
Yes. You're going to collapse the strut bag into the cable bag, and you're going to make it look easy.
Well, I don't know about that, but I will do my best.
And that's all we ask. And then we'll have you...
Good, I just got back to the FHRC.
Okay, stand by, Chris. So, Jessica, if it wasn't clear, we'll have you inventory the strut bag before you collapse it, of course.
In work.
And Chris is just back at his green hook. So you can pick that up.
Chris, say again.
Tracy, I am looking at the strut bag.
Stand by, Jessica. Say again, Chris.
I'm back at my green hook. Would you like me to pick that up now?
We'd like you to stow the APFR, and then we'll take care of the green hook. APFR and WIFX.
Copy that. APFR first.
Okay. Go ahead, Jessica.
Copy that. And work.
All right, Tracy, I'm looking at the strut bag. I see one ret that has the end effector and the GoPro. I see 2 long reach and tied-on tethers that are on the D-ring of strap 1. I see the wedge tool that is on a ret to D-ring of strap 2. I see strap 5, which has in a ret, goes to an adjustable that goes to the hammer and the AMS tool, which has a socket on it. Then the other end of the bag just has 3 empty large.
Copy, Jessica. I'm checking. Okay, Jessica, good inventory on the strut bag. And so you can now work on stowing the strut bag inside the cable bag.
I'm going to try to tie up this end first.
Okay. And Chris, for you...
All this stuff is bouncing around.
For you, Chris, we have you removing the APFR from the with X and stowing the APFR, installing it in with 3. And that's the zenith most.
With 3 for the APFR.
You got
all.
it. And then I have said it would be a clocking of 12, and I've got the rest of the settings when you're ready.
See that, and just to confirm, is with 3 the most, is that the one that's on the, looks like a swing arm?
Affirm.
Copy that.
And Chris, if you need to adjust the pitch to install in that swing arm, you're welcome to do that.
Copy that. Yep. Will need to, and I will do that. Have a desired final pitch?
Yeah, and I should have been more clear that we were talking about the pitch on the APFR, and that's a Papa Papa.
Papa, copy that.
You see, I've got this end of the back closed up that has all the stuff in it, because I think that's going to help things in check. I'm going to translate out to the other end, lease it, and then kind of start rolling it this way.
We like your plan. And the sun will be coming up soon. Hopefully that'll give you guys some help.
And NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is continuing to work on cleaning up the bags following today's spacewalk. She is stowing the strut bag inside the cable bag. As a reminder, that strut bag did have the pieces and parts of the 2A mod kit that needed to be assembled, including some of those mid struts, and they have successfully been installed and built, so the cable bag is now empty, so she is able to stow the cable bag inside of the strut bag. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Chris Williams is working to remove the articulating portable foot restraint from the worksite interface extension that was critical for building and installing the 2A mod kit today. Once he finishes that portion, both crew members are going to head back to the crew airlock and begin ingress and pre-repress procedures.
Okay, guys, just a status on our comms. We have an outage on KU coming up, about a 20-minute gap, and so we'll still have solid S-band and can hear you. So we might ask you to talk a little more than you would otherwise, since we will be down any camera views.
Copy that.
Copy.
And those words from NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson up to NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir, letting them know that we are expecting about a 20-minute long loss of video. This is expected and happens from time to time as we hand over satellites here on the ground. So we won't have video for the crew members for about 20 minutes during that time period, but we will have good communications with them, so we'll be able to communicate with the ground and up to the crew members conducting this spacewalk as they wrap up today. We're now 5 hours and 56 minutes into today's spacewalk, and all the critical objectives of today's spacewalk have been met. Again, that was to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. There you can see that fully built mod kit right in the center of your screen.
TC, I've got the outboard ends detached. I'm going to attempt to start rolling.
Copy, Jessica.
And before we do lose video, as part of that expected outage, we are seeing NASA astronaut Jessica Meir continue to clean up the strut bag and place it inside the cable bag.
We say stuff it in, best effort.
EV1, M1.
10 seconds from handover.
Right, we're about to take the arm back to the back-off position. It looks like there's EV2 on the front face.
And we are in a handover period between our satellites. You're seeing a live view inside Mission Control Houston at the Johnson Space Center. Here in the room, the flight control team is being led by NASA Flight Director Deanna Trujillo.
TC, I think what I'm going to do, because the cable bag's still like several feet away from me, is actually just put a ret on the strut bag and then detach it from structure and then just try to stuff it in out the back of the cable bag. Does that work for you guys?
Yeah, that works for us.
Okay, I got the APFR installed in width 3, 12, Papa Papa, Foxtrot 12, good pull twist, and the locking collar is black on black.
Way to go. And the pitch knob, it can be depressed?
It can be depressed, yes.
Excellent. Right. Okay, now the WIF-X is going to go into WIF 2, and it's starting off with a clock in of 12.
2 and 12, copy all.
And we have just surpassed the 6-hour mark in today's spacewalk, the 278th, in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. At this hour, the 2A mod kit installation is complete, as well as the 2A IROSA cable routing. The P4 DDCU jumper install was completed successfully, and the imagery of the port Sarge was conducted. The crew is working on cleanup procedures before they head back to the airlock to ingress.
Okay, this is going to be...
WIF-X installs, 6 on the double line, 12 on the single. Good pull twist, locking collar black on black.
Copy, Chris, and we'll take a setting of Golf 1.
Copy Golf 1, which is already is in.
All right, superstar. Okay, Chris, well done. Well done handling those big pieces of metal. We're going to have you hang out here on the CETA cart until Jessica starts making her way toward you, and then we'll have you pick up your green hook and head back. Sound good?
Copy all. Sounds like a plan.
Okay, I am at the cable bag and I have the strut bag, and this is going to be very interesting.
Just remember, we are with you in spirit.
And we are again in a handover between our satellites.
EV1, M1.
Yes?
This will be our last JoeCast. We're moving the arm to the park position. It's coming down in front of node 1 to nadir of station.
All right, EV1 copies.
You did just hear some communications from inside the International Space Station. That was NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who is working the Canadarm2 to move it back into its prior location. One of the tasks on the spacewalk agenda today was to install a lens cover on the Canadarm2, but this was not mission critical, and given the timeline of today's spacewalk, that is going to be deferred to a spacewalk in the future. So at this time, Jack Hathaway and European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adano are working to move the Canadarm back into its nominal config. And you're seeing the movement of the Canadarm2 there on your screen.
Hey, Jessica, we know that misery loves company. Would you like Chris to come and help you with that?
Maybe. I have started stuffing. Going okay.
I think it's a good idea. I remember Wheels and I in our EVA had stuff bags, and we did it together. They're on the seat of carts. So I recommend, Chris, if you're up for it, could you head back over to P4 and lend a hand?
You know what? I actually think I'm almost done. I think I almost got it.
You just needed a motivator, didn't you?
Now, there's a bunch of stuff hanging out right now, so I'm going to try to clean it up. It is in there.
And Mir is working to stow the strut bag inside of the cable bag now that the strut bag is empty following the build and installation of the 2A mod kit today. And you're looking at a view here of the Canadarm as it continues its motion. This view looking down the Canadarm2. The Canadarm2 is a 17-meter long robotic arm, and it is used to support and move heavy equipment, can be utilized in spacewalks, as well as can be used to capture visiting vehicles.
So, yeah, where are you exactly?
I'm on the port seat of cart.
Okay. Yeah, why not?
Okay. Head it over.
We copy. Good plan.
And again, getting some great views of the Canadarm as it continues its motion, as well as on the top of your screen there, NASA astronaut Jessica Mir as she works to stow the strut bag inside the cable bag now that it's empty. Another view from the Canadarm2. The International Space Station is currently flying over the South Pacific Ocean off the coast of New Zealand.
Gauntlets are down, coming back over the surge.
Copy, gauntlets down.
And this view now of NASA astronaut Chris Williams as he makes his way over to Jessica Meir to help give a helping hand to sew the strap bag inside the cable bag.
Okay, so got it in, but not closed, as you can see. This one doesn't have, this one is just Velcro here, right?
Yeah, the cable bag just Velcros.
So that's why it's so difficult. I think that what we should do is I put one red on it, this red that is the outside of the bag. I put it up to the lid face.
Okay.
I think if we can get, maybe if we can get an adjustable.
Around it?
So, beneath. So here's what I was thinking. So we put an adjustable on that and then put it onto here.
Yeah.
Don't know how else we're going to get it closed.
Yeah. Could any of these integral straps wrap to like these D-rings?
There's straps from the strap bag.
Like this one's on the front, like this one.
I think this might be our best chance first. Get this closed.
Okay, yeah.
Or, yeah, get that one on it.
If I can just get this onto D-ring.
That one on it, I think will be good.
Come on.
I have to get another one on this side.
Yep, let me just this up. I got that on.
Okay. So, what if we take one? There's that other, there's not, I don't see the side one over here.
On the, I was tethering it to the...
Oh, this is, that's going the wrong way, isn't it? And I think it's just one of these ones. See the long one. What if we undid this one?
I just undid that one, and if we just undid that one and went to like the middle handle.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, a little bit away. No, away from me. Let's see if this, these ones really tighten. Right. All the way tight. Got a wire tie right here too we could use to help keep it closed.
Yeah. But this is a messy bag, huh?
Oh my God, it's ridiculous. And then I should go in this. Hook should go inside. You can hook it.
Yeah.
Oh, right. There's still a hook down on your side, right?
Almost Velcroed. Enough that'll hold though.
I can get this Velcro on the side.
I got some Velcro on the front.
I got some Velcro on this side. Definitely this side is down. Oh, still close. Can we get the Velcro on that side? On your side?
I don't know if I can.
Okay.
See. Oh, come on. Close.
Hey guys, we're
Virtually.
We've got a view of the bag.
I think it might be.
And we feel like it's good enough if you guys...
We got it. I think it is too. I mean, there's stuff kind of hanging out, but I'll tell you, it's going to be not as bad as transit.
Yeah, everything's tethered, and you guys did a great effort on getting that lid as closed as much as we can, and we consider it good.
Get your green hook already, Chris?
I did not.
All right, Chris, so I would suggest for transit back.
Yep, and get to the green hook.
And I will work on getting... It was very interesting.
Copy that.
Okay, guys, our proposal is that Chris heads first back to the airlock with the bag, and then, Jessica, you follow and keep an eye on the bag.
Okay.
Oh, okay, let me come back.
Yeah. Sorry, Chris.
No, no worries.
Chris, aren't you glad you came back to the P4?
Absolutely.
It was, I mean, I had it in, and like this bag doesn't have like that, like it kind of needed the rest to press to get Velcro down, and we hooked up another assortment of hooks around it, but Chris, I can release this side if you want. It's still tight over there.
It's still tight over here, so yep, go for it. And
yeah, this side is released.
Copy that. I'm gonna... My DOT.
And with the assistance of Chris Williams getting the bag completely filled and closed up there, the challenges of microgravity making themselves evident there for a moment, the crew is now headed back to the airlock of the International Space Station. Now 6 hours and 15 minutes into today's spacewalk. The main task of today's spacewalk was to prepare the 2A power channel for a future install of ISS rollout solar arrays, and all of that was completed successfully.
Want me to get that one?
Yeah, you might have a better better direction for it.
Let me just put my waist further back.
Oh, I can get it. There we go.
Got it? Okay.
All right, nice and slow here.
Yeah.
We concur. Nice and slow. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
Definitely. Taking a look at our work site, and it looks pretty...
Yeah, good call there, Jessica.
See a nice, beautiful mod kit.
Nice.
Yep.
For mod kit.
Yes, admire your work. We are about a minute and a half from a handover.
Copy? So I'm going to let you go with... I can keep my feather out of your way.
Copy that.
I'm safe. Start.
Let me just turn around here. This is not the right orientation. Okay.
For me to stay.
Again?
You good for me to start channeling? Wait.
Yeah, you're good to go. I'm going to be nice and slow here.
Right.
Mir and Williams continuing to make their way back to the airlock. Now, 6 hours and 18 minutes into today's spacewalk, we can see, well, we did just see a view of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir there on our screen before we went through a handover period between our satellites. Meir is completing the 4th spacewalk of her career, and this is the first spacewalk for Williams. Today's spacewalk is the 278th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades, and is the first outside of the International Space Station of 2026.
I see the bag. It's hanging down below you. It's fine.
Yep.
We're back with you after the handover with video, with audio. Not yet with video.
Copy audio.
And just a reminder.
Copy. I've got an eyes on Chris.
Awesome. And I'm sure you guys remember you got green hooks to pick up at underneath the FHRC.
The FHRC?
Yep, we're just there now. Or I'm just there now.
Chris, I'll park here to give you space so that my tether doesn't get in your way.
Copy that. So is locked. Enough green hooks. Green hook is on the red reel. Green reel is getting it re-unlocked.
Copy.
Right, my safety tether packed. Oh.
And we are getting a pretty spectacular view there of our home planet Earth as the International Space Station is flying 268 miles above.
All right, I'm headed down to Dubai.
Copy.
The space station is currently flying over the South Pacific Ocean, approaching the northwest corner of South America.
At the Cedar Court. Maneuvering around.
I'm at my green hook TC.
Copy, Jessica.
I'm heading under the MT.
Copy.
I've got my green hook back on my red reel.
Copy.
Copy. And Jessica, when you start heading inboard, just a reminder about the CETA cards. I'll wait till you're done there.
I got you, the brake.
Thank you.
I am clear of the empty and seated carts.
Well done.
And NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams are continuing to make their way back to the airlock, following the...
I'm ready to translate back as well.
Following the successful installation of the 2A mod kit aboard the International Space Station.
How's the bag going, Chris?
It's going okay. My favorite thing in the world, but making peace with it.
And Tracy, I'm at the cart, and I only have to do the other side, right?
Yeah, we recommend the inboard on each cart.
Making my way down at the top of the feeder rail.
Copy, Chris. Did you copy that, Jessica? The inboard set on each cart? Okay.
I did it. I am at the inboard set for 2 good pushes.
And we are now closing in on the 6-hour and 30-minute mark of the 278th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams are making their way back to the airlock, and we did just hear that Chris Williams is back there himself. This is his very first spacewalk. This is the 4th for Meir, and she'll be joining him at the airlock here shortly.
How do you feel about getting that?
Release on the starboard seat.
Thank you, Jessica.
I can open the thermal cover.
Yeah.
Open the thermal cover, start stowing the bag?
Yes.
You got it. Thermal cover is open.
And Chris, just a reminder for you, there's a strung out ret already in the airlock. You can use that for the crew lock bag.
Copy that. Or for the, yep. Yep.
And Williams has made his way back to the airlock. And he has opened up the thermal cover of the airlock as well.
And I'm at the seat of spur.
Copy, Jessica.
My reel is not retracting. Let's see, my green reel is unlocked but not retracting. Try to cycle it.
Yeah, I see that. Stand by. Jessica, we just recommend that you try pulling a little bit of the cable from the reel and then see if it snaps back.
Worked.
Sweet.
And we are getting some good views of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir in the spacesuit with the red stripes, making her way back to the airlock, as well as NASA astronaut Chris Williams, the unmarked spacesuit, very first spacewalk of his career today. You do see that hatch thermal cover that is currently open.
Cover kind of swung over toward your leg, but it's clear now.
Copy that.
We're now 6 hours and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Kind of like holds up. Yeah, it's like I'll pull it and then it'll go. I'll check that it's all the way unlocked because I did lock it for my book and I unlocked it, but it was behaving normally.
Jessica, you're talking about your green reel?
Green. Yeah, so every time I kind of bat it, it'll retract again, but it keeps kind of like hanging up. Yes, so I'm right here on the forward side of the airlock.
Copy that. I got the cable bag in, and I'm working on grabbing my waist tether off so that I can ingress.
Well done. Awesome job, Chris.
Hey, nice job as well. It was a lot of work, a lot of fun.
Totally.
And getting some of our last views of Earth as the crew makes its way back into the airlock of the International Space Station. Space Station currently flying 264 statute miles over Columbia.
In order to get a good configuration.
Yeah, sorry, Jessica, I was waiting for the confirmation that the bag was inside the airlock, but yeah, it will be a daisy chain. And so once we get the bag inside, then we'll have Chris attach his waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender, and then you will.
Yep, the bag is inside, and my waist tether is locked, black on the airlock D-ring
Okay,
extender.
excellent. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, and with that, then you can attach your anchor to the to EV1's safety tether rail.
All right, that's in work.
And NASA astronaut Jessica Meir now making her way back inside of the airlock to join Williams. We're 6 hours and 33 minutes into today's spacewalk. During today's spacewalk, Meir and Williams finished the installation and build out of a support bracket called a modification kit on the 2A mass canister, and this mod kit will prepare the site for future installation and deployment of an ISS solar array.
On my red wheel, gate is closed and slider is locked.
Copy that.
I believe it gives me a go to release my anchors. Lucy?
Yes, with that, then you have a go to release your anchor from the 0554 handrail.
It works. I've retrieved my anchor.
Okay, Jessica, you can either do it once you get inside or you can do it now, but we'll have you turn off your HECA. Given the call that Chris made earlier about it looking not secure on your helmet, just bear that in mind as you depress the button.
Copy. Yeah, I've got my waist tether on the thermal cover. Since I see your feet, if you could translate them in a little bit, that would help.
Yep, I am as far forward as I can go.
Copy? Yeah, I got room now.
And Mir continuing to make her way inside of the airlock.
I'm coming in.
Good. See your feet coming back.
Okay, I'm getting something.
Yep, if you could, the feet are on the kind of the forward side.
Oh, it's not my feet, it's my back. I can't move back.
Yeah. I'm full forward. Let's see.
Both spacewalkers now back inside of the airlock, working to get into a good configuration and placement before repressurization begins.
Let me see if I can move the cable back.
Okay.
Okay. That's me.
Okay. We'll try to turn.
Sorry, put my feet
forward.
Yep, forward, as far as I can.
Jessica, it looks like your waist tether is around your right leg.
So my waist tether's on the...
Oh, yeah, there's a tether around your legs that's stopping you from coming in.
Not my waist tether. But that's on the...
It might be my waist tether.
I think it must be.
Yeah. Let's see if I can get it around you.
Which leg is it? Can I just move my leg?
It's around both of your legs.
Okay. So which way direction I have to move my legs? I'm in right now, but I need to be able to maneuver more to get the hatch.
Yeah, I think might need to go down, like out a tiny bit.
Okay.
And then I can make sure it comes on the below your legs. Another split probably.
I don't. Which direction?
Like out the hatch.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. Almost.
Tell me which way to pull my leg, and I can help you.
It's like just directly behind the back of your knees right now. I think if you just go out the hatch like another little bit, I'll be able to loop it over your feet. Okay, working it.
Enjoying the view.
Yep.
That.
Stand by.
Okay.
Go over your foot. You go out a tiny bit more, and then we'll have clearance. Over. There you go. Now you're clear.
Okay. I can just come straight back.
Let me get forward.
Awesome. Thank you. Nice work.
Yep, absolutely.
We'll Williams and Mir working together to reconfigure a tether that was causing them some issues to both get inside of the airlock effectively. They've wrapped that up and now are both back inside of the airlock.
We'd like you to depress the button on your HECAs.
Copy.
Can work.
I did press my HECA button and it turned to the light green. And, press it one more time.
Yeah, press it again to turn it off.
Okay, it's off.
Copy.
I think I'm hanging up on something else now.
See if I can. SCU. Here, SCU.
I see the SCU.
Yep. There you go. There you go.
Something preventing me from coming back.
Let's see.
You see the cable bag between your bliss and the top of the airlock, Jessica.
Oh, I have a cable bag.
Can we get that cable bag like back toward the hatch where it was when we went out?
Yeah. Just maneuver it around your feet, sorry. Okay. I need to flip over.
That's better.
All right.
Hey, Tracy, we're with you.
All right. Good work, you guys. We're ready for you to close the thermal cover, and we have some hook operations for you as you do that, Jessica.
Stand by. Now I think I'm hitting your foot. Or your foot. Okay. You can slide in a little bit more.
My helmet's on the hatch.
Okay.
And Mir is now working to close the thermal cover.
Keep your legs, yeah. There, can you keep your legs as far forward as possible like that?
Yep.
There we go. Thermal cover is closed.
Copy that, and you
I'm gonna put this.
release the hook from the stowage tether point and attach it to the magnetic plate D-ring. And then cinch the strap until it's snug.
Copy. That's hooked and on. So twist this, I'm going to release it and put it back.
Say again, Jessica?
Oh, it got a little twisted, so I've just released it and I'm going to put it back on again.
Okay.
Okay, it's on there, it's snug. Still a gap.
Can you
The magnetic plate on there now, but it's not very robust.
Can you confirm 6 lines visible?
Okay, I can confirm. Explains visible. Yeah, it's all the way snug, but it still has display in it. You know, the magnetic cover just doesn't really stay. Like, it'll stay for a minute and then it'll fall. This is how we found it. Basically, it's in the state that it was when we got here.
Yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough. Okay. I think we're done with hatch cover. All right, Jessica and Chris, you can remove the SCU from the stowage pouch, remove your DCM cover, Velcro that to your DCM, and connect your SCU to your DCM and lock it.
And the hatch thermal cover is now successfully closed. The crew is going to work on a couple more steps configuring their spacesuit, and that everything looks good ahead of repressurization.
So, Chris, I think mine is actually wrapped around. Okay, now I can got it on the other side.
Got it?
No.
And just like the depressurization process, we will have a pause once we reach 5 pounds per square inch of pressure to conduct another leak check on the spacesuits before repressurization continues all the way back up to 14.1 pounds per square inch, which is the equivalent to the inside of the International Space Station.
Okay. Let me get myself.
I can probably get my SCU in this position. We'll see if I can.
Now 6 hours, 46 minutes into today's spacewalk.
And I copied EV2, SCU is on and locked. We're working on EV1.
EV1, I'm on and locked.
All right, nice work, you guys. With that, I have a note here I think might interest you. A TCV setting of 8 to max cold minimizes time for SCU cooling, FYI. And I think...
Would you like us to change to 8 if we're at something different? I'm at 6 currently.
I think it's only if you feel warm right now, and once you get on SCU, if you want cooling to come immediately, then you can set your TCV to 8 to max cold.
Okay, copy.
Copy all. So just for your side, I lost audio in my left ear cup just now.
Hey, Chris, lost audio in your left ear cup.
Copy.
Ivy, did you copy as well?
I copied that, Chris. Can you still hear in the other cup?
Okay, yep, I can still hear you on the right.
Okay, we'll make a note of that. We're ready for you both to take your water switch to off and expect a water is off message.
On water off, and I have the message.
Right, and EV2, water off. And I got water off message.
Okay, we're going to wait here for 2 minutes before we close the hatch.
See that, TC? With that, we have a few words.
Well, we have a captive audience.
Okay. Stand by one. All right. Thank you so much, TC. Thank you, Jack and Phil, for getting us out here. Today is March 18th, exactly 61 years since Alexei Leonov became the very first human to step out boldly into the vacuum and blackness of space. Our international efforts in space exploration have evolved considerably since then. The enormity of venturing out the hatch in your own mini spacecraft remains. I can report that my fourth spacewalk feels even more special than my previous one. That is because today, I shared the experience with first-time spacewalker Chris Williams. It's a tremendously powerful feeling to pass the torch to the next generation of explorers that will keep this space station running. Leonov said that he felt like a grain of sand in the universe. Perspective one gains from the privilege of looking down on Earth from above like we did today is immense. As grains of sand, at least we are here, drifting together. The view is always better when you're sharing it with a friend. Excellent work up there today, Chris.
Thank you so much, Jessica. And now that we're back inside, we'd really like to say a huge thank you to the team that made this EVA possible. First and foremost, Jack and Sophie, thank you for supporting us in getting ready for this and getting us outside and for getting us safely back in. We also want to thank our crewmates in Expedition 73 and 74, all of them who really helped lay the groundwork for this EVA. And also to the flight control team, EVA, and training teams, thank you for everything you have done to get us here. Our family, friends, and everyone on planet Earth, thank you for supporting our mission.
You guys, that was great. We got a lot of smiling faces here in the room, and we can even see Jack and Sophie and their big smiles, too. Appreciate those words. Yeah, now they're even more excited because they're on the big screen.
I think I'm unfortunately going to need you to move the cable guide more. I need to get my feet back further.
I'm trying to put it on top of my head. I can put it down if that helps.
Something else that I'm catching on, like my SVU, because just need to be able to move.
And those words from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir wrapping up her fourth spacewalk of her career, as well as Chris Williams wrapping up his very first. They did pay tribute to an important milestone in human spaceflight. Exactly 61 years ago, the first spacewalk occurred by Alexei Leonov. Today's spacewalk was actually the 278th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. We're now 6 hours and 51 minutes into today's spacewalk. That first spacewalk lasted approximately 12 minutes and 9 seconds, so quite a bit longer today. Today's main goal of today's spacewalk was to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays, and all that work was completed as expected.
Hatch and on your donning stands. Jessica, you can anticipate being de-suited first. Chris, we're going to keep you in your suit because we're going to do just about 5 minutes of troubleshooting on your biomed, and this is to set us up real good for your next trip out the hatch.
Okay, yeah, sounds good.
EV1 copies.
EV2 copies.
And back inside the International Space Station there, we do have views of NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno, who are going to help step through procedures for repressurization this afternoon.
And then verify the handle position per the hatch decal.
I see the handle for the hatch decal.
You have a go to close and lock the hatch.
See and work. And close, swinging down now.
Nicely done.
Okay, it's all the way down. I'm going to turn in the left direction. Turn to the hard stop latch position, and I've locked the handle. Hatch is closed.
Okay, got it closed and locked?
It's closed and locked.
All right, well done. We are stepping into the crew lock depress repress cue card, starting at the top with pre-repress. We're doing a bunch of check steps here. So on your DCMs, check your SCU is connected to your DCM.
P1 connected.
EV2 connected.
Check switch water is off.
P1 water off.
EV2 water off.
And it's been 2 minutes. All right, and check EV hatch closed and locked.
Closed and locked.
All right, on the UIA, check oxygen EMU 1, 2, valve 2 to open.
Oxygen EMU1, oxygen EMU2, both open.
Okay, Chris, here's an action step for you. On the UIA, switch power EV1, 2, 2 switches to on.
Copy. Switch EV1 power on, EV2 power on, 2 green LEDs.
Excellent. And check power EV1, 2 volts is between 18.0 and 19.0.
18.6 on the volts for both.
Okay, on your DCM, switch your power to SCU, EV, expect a warning tone.
Mark. Here, after you.
Okay, with both of you in SCU, I'm going to hand you over to...
Oh, we're not. Stand by.
Oh,
Stand by.
excuse me, I'm sorry.
Not yet in SCU.
Standing by.
P1 SCU.
Copy.
Okay, copy. Jessica, you're on SCU?
EV2 SCU.
Okay, both
EV2's on SCU.
both EV1, EV2 on SCU, and with that, it's been my pleasure to serve you both. I'm going to hand you over to Jack for the crew lock repress.
Thank you, TC.
Thank you so much, TC. Always a pleasure. You're rocking the Ivy, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, you guys.
All right, thanks, TC. We appreciate you taking care of our friends out there, and here on station, we'll take them the rest of the way. All right, for EV1 and EV2 on your DCM, O2 actuator to press, and verify press is displayed on the DCM.
Didn't work.
And you did hear words there that the ground IV, Tracy Dyson, did hand back over to NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway on board the International Space Station, who's going to walk the crew through the procedures to begin repressurization here shortly. Just like when depressurization occurred, we will pause once 5 pounds per square inch of pressure has been reached for leak checks before we continue to repressurize back up to 14.1 pounds per square inch, equivalent to the equipment lock portion of the International Space Station, where you see NASA astronauts Jack Hathaway and European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adno currently.
I'm still working on this.
Same.
Once Mir and Williams are back inside the International Space Station, Hathaway and Adno will be primed to help them doff or take off their spacesuits. And we are nearing the 7-hour mark of today's spacewalk, the 278th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. The major objective of today's spacewalk was to finish out the mod kit on the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays, and all of that work was successfully completed.
Mine is quite sticky.
Yeah, I'm having a heck of a time getting this out of press, out into press.
Same.
Got it. We believe in you.
Oh, man. Should take a rest for a second. I'm in press.
I'm still in work.
And Jessica, just a helpful reminder on here, if you're having trouble with that O2 actuator, if you press the lever while you're moving it, that usually helps out.
You don't have to push the lever to get it back, but it will make it easier. I got it, actually.
It's actually a must, so try that and see if it helps.
I'm in press.
Excellent.
It's a must going out, but I thought it wasn't a must coming back. But anyway, I got it.
Okay, sounds like both EV1 and EV2 are in O2 position press, is that right?
Affirm.
Affirm.
All right, our EV hatch MPEV out here, or go ahead inside the crew lock and check that the EV hatch MPEV is closed for Jessica.
Stand by. EV hatch MPEV is closed.
Okay, I'm going to take the IV hatch equalization valve and throttle it from off to norm. You guys will get an alert tone.
The alert tone.
Copy.
And repressurization should be beginning here shortly.
All right, we're between off and norm, and
And repressurization is now underway.
One copy.
Copy.
And pressure back inside the crew lock portion of the International Space Station, now approaching 1 pound per square inch. As a reminder, we will pause once we reach 5 pounds per square inch.
C1 on the hatch pressure gauge.
Copy.
And with repressurization underway, the final elapsed time for today's spacewalk was 7 hours, 1 minute, and 40 seconds. Pressure inside the crew lock now at 1.74 pounds per square inch.
Happy with this pace?
Affirm.
Yep, DD2, no problems.
Repressurization is continuing as expected, now nearing in on 3 pounds per square inch. As a reminder, we will pause at 5 pounds per square inch, just as we did during depressurization for leak checks. Once all leak checks are completed and successful, repressurization will begin back up to 14 pounds per square inch. Today's 7-hour, 2-minute spacewalk was the 278th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades, and was the 4th for NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and the 1st for NASA astronaut Chris Williams. The main task for today was to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. All of that work was completed successfully, including the strut build-out on the 2A mod kit. Additionally, some multi-layer insulation was installed on the newly built modification kit, as well as some cable routing was conducted. Following that, NASA astronaut Chris Williams was able to inspect the area of the International Space Station called the Port Sarge that is responsible for rotating the solar arrays. And finally, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir completed some jumper routing to have redundancy on the space station's power system.
One,
EV2.
V1 and 2, we're approaching 5 PSI. When we get there, I'm going to take the IV hatch equalization valve to off. You may get an alert tone, and then we're going to do a couple-minute leak check.
EV2.
And we are nearing in on 5 pounds per square inch back in the crew lock. That's when we will pause repressurization for suit checks.
Right, that's 5 PSI. We've taken the IV hatch equalization valve to off, and we're starting the manual leak check.
1, EV2.
Pressure inside the crew lock now at 5 pounds per square inch. Leak checks underway. European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno and NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway continue to monitor repressurization procedures this afternoon, everything continuing to go smoothly.
We got our initial crew lock press value of 257.5. We're going to wait 1 minute and take it again.
Copy. Copy. Great job out there, Chris.
Thank you. Oh, that was a really cool experience. I was super glad to do it. Thank you so much, Jessica.
Thank you.
Great job out there, too. You had the hard job today. My goodness.
It wasn't easy.
Yeah.
But I think you did as well. I mean.
Yeah. Boy, ERTs behave very differently in space than I expected.
What's that?
ERTs.
Yeah. It's like, yeah.
All right, I'll hop in, guys. That was a good leak check. So you can check your glove heaters are off.
Glove heaters off.
Glove heaters are off. Never turned them on.
Copy. Step 9 is check gloves for contamination, and we're already tracking that Chris might have some black smudges that we're planning to wipe off when you guys get in here. Jessica, do you have anything like that?
Yeah, I reported those in my very first check. I have a couple black smudges on my left pinky and a little bit on my right index finger, actually both middle fingers, and some of the other fingertips. So yeah, a little bit.
Okay, we'll plan to wipe both of your gloves when you guys come in.
Okay.
All right, on your DCMs for EV1 and EV2, take your O2 actuator to IV.
Alert. EV1 IV.
Copy, EV1.
And we did hear confirmation of 2 good suit leak checks, so repressurization will continue back up to 14.1 pounds per square inch, equivalent to the inside of the International Space Station.
I see a green light on your head.
Oh, geez.
Press the button again.
Yeah, I must have hit the button. Thank you.
Okay, it's off.
Okay, and we copied. We were tracking that heck of light and understand it's off now. We'll double check, obviously, when you guys get in there and confirm both of you are now O2 actuator to IV.
Confirm.
IV and EV2.
Okay, and I'm going to take the IV hatch equalization valve to norm now instead of half norm where it was, and we'll repress you the rest of the way.
EV1.
EV2.
Make an alert tone as we do this.
And repressurization is back underway, now approaching 6 pounds per square inch.
How do you feel?
EV1's good.
EV2, great.
Here.
Everything continuing smoothly with repressurization, now at 11 pounds per square inch of pressure back inside the crew lock. On the other side of the crew lock, inside the equipment lock, are European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeneau on the left of your screen and NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway on the right. They're continuing to step through the procedures as depressurization wraps up here shortly, and they'll also work together to get today's spacewalkers out of their spacesuits. Once repressurization is complete and the hatch is back open.
All right, we're at 730, rise into stack pressure of about 760, and once we get to 0, you guys might get an alert tone.
EV1.
EV2.
Okay, that looks like delta pressure of 0. We're going to open the hatch.
EV1.
EV2.
We'll be happy to see you.
And we did hear confirmation that pressure has equalized between the crew lock and the equipment lock, so the crew now has the go to open up the hatch. And European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeneau is continuing to work through the procedures to get the hatch open between the crew lock and the equipment lock. Today's spacewalk was 7 hours and 2 minutes and was the first outside the International Space Station of the year. This was the 4th spacewalk for Mir and the 1st for Williams. And as we wrap up today's spacewalk, we do have some updated statistics for you.
Houston, airlock, out check.
We can hear you, Jack.
And Houston's got you. We had a handover
Confirm
there.
you guys got step 4 of post-EVA.
Today's spacewalk was the 278th in support of station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Again, the first out of the station for this year and the first for Expedition 74. The 4th spacewalk of Mir's career. She now has a total of 28 hours and 46 minutes of spacewalking time. The 1st for Williams, 7 hours and 2 minutes under his belt. And in total, during the International Space Station's time of spacewalks, we have 73 days, 8 hours, and 28 minutes of total spacewalking time. Back inside the equipment lock, we are getting views of NASA astronaut Chris Williams as he makes his way back inside the International Space Station following repressurization between the hatches. Hathaway and Adeno are going to work together now to take off Williams' SAFER, or Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue.
All right, step 4 is complete. You're no longer hot mic.
And Williams' SAFER has now been removed. And on your screen, you can see European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno working to stow the SAFER on Chris Williams' spacesuit. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway is getting Chris Williams situated back inside the equipment lock. And now coming back through the equipment lock is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, completing her 4th spacewalk of her career. She now has over 28 hours of spacewalking time in her career. In fact, she has 28 hours, 46 minutes in total. And much the same, Meir's SAFER will also be removed before she gets situated back in the equipment lock. And Adeno and Hathaway now working to get Meir's SAFER removed from her spacesuit. Mirror safer has now been removed. Adeno is now going to work to stow that as Hathaway gets Mirror situated inside the equipment airlock. Next up, we'll see the crew get their gloves and helmets removed. And as you can see on your screen, European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno and NASA astronaut Chris Williams continuing to get Mir and Williams situated after their 7-hour, 2-minute spacewalk. The main goal of today's spacewalk was to prepare the 2A power channel for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays. All of that work was conducted and completed as expected. Now that the 2A mod kit is installed, the array will provide additional power for the orbiting lab after it arrives to the International Space Station on a future flight and is installed during a future spacewalk. And the duo also completed additional tasks, including installing a 2A power system jumper cable and adjusting bolt torque on a battery box. Adeno and Hathaway continuing to get the crew situated after their 7-hour, 2-minute spacewalk. We are seeing the gloves begin to come off for NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. This was the 4th spacewalk of her career. She now has a total spacewalking time under her belt of 28 hours, 46 minutes. And Adeno is working to do the same for Williams. He has 7 hours and 2 minutes of spacewalking time in his career, as today was his very first spacewalk. And we do see that Meir's helmet is off as well, as is NASA astronaut Chris Williams. And with the helmets off of our spacewalkers today, that is going to wrap up our coverage for today. During today's spacewalk, NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams worked to install a modification kit that will be used to install a future ISS rollout solar array, or IROSA. Again, with the completion of today's 7-hour and 2-minute spacewalk, that will conclude our coverage for today. But we do have another spacewalk happening in the near term. During U.S. Spacewalk 95, 2 astronauts will prepare the station's 3B power channel for a future IROSA installation. And NASA will provide more information on the date and time of the spacewalk soon, as well as the crew members assigned to the activity. But that will do it for us today. Thanks so much for watching and following along. Signing up for now, this is Mission Control Houston.